Oopsie. Hi, how's everyone? How's everyone doing today? My name is Brandon Blitz. I'm a variety streamer. I stream lots of video games. I stream art and programming, as well as I recently started learning how to 3D model stuff, but I'm just gonna wait until I get at least sufficient enough in 3D modeling to where I'm comfortable to actually stream it without any hiccups. Well, not really necessarily with that hiccups, but like when I get to like know all the controls and stuff and what they do. Anywho, we're playing some Minecraft, and I was actually scrolling over some over Steam a little bit, and I was trying to find what games I could play, and I recently found that there is a what's again there, so you know the Fodian Rage Games, you know, like getting over it in a difficult game about climbing. And I found a new game which is actually by the same developer of a difficult game about climbing. And it's actually called a difficult game about a wheelchair. Hold on real quick. I'm trying to view the stream. There we go. There we go. Also, I have my stream set up in a way where I can see both both chats on my phone. All right, let's see here. There we go. All right. Hopefully everyone can see what I'm going to be doing. Oh yeah, so yeah, my controls are actually visible. That's good. I completely forgot about this, to be honest. No, slash. There we go. Back to normal. Everything's back to normal now. Now I can die normally-ish. Alright, I think another, so what we can do. We should stock up on here. Okay, let's do this real quick. Alright. Oh, we got a shit ton of seeds. Also, this is probably the most efficient way to make a farm. From what I saw in a YouTube video, I think a few years ago. This is too much wheat. Oh, I like seed. Sorry, why did I say wheat when I was referring to seed? Oh shit, I forgot. Okay. Okay, let's see here, baby. Alright, I have it. Alright. 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 Hubert, catch me something. Thank you for fetching me trash. I should store at least a bit in there, just in case. Alright, what we can do is probably probably go hunting a bit. When I say me hunting, maybe more like um I want to slow key. Oh, slash. Yeah. Ancient city. Alright. Okay, we're running blue. Yeah. Alright. Almost done. Where do we put this? Oh wait, over here. Oh, we can't even. Okay. Okay, delete it. Thank you. Leads there. Alright, pickaxe. Supplies. Wait, F this then. It that could work, but it's probably less efficient. Alright. Ah, you thought, Pubert, you thought. Alright. Strength. Okay. Let's this. And it's gonna be yeah. Yeah. S. Health boost. Yeah. Fire resistance. I don't know what to choose. Fuck. And did I hear some? Also, I heard something. Heard a pillager. I guess slash effect. Give. S. F. Infinite. I give slash effect. Give. S. Look. Infinite. E. Slash effect. Give. S. Green. Night vision. Infinite and amplifier is gonna be 2 times. Sold and sold this, sold that. Sold your nuts on the black market. You know what? What else can Shit. No entity found. Shit. Is it? Or loot? There. Now, of course. You're forgetting to use junk for that. What? I don't know what's going on with my brain. What's going on with my brain today? Alright. Oh, hold on. Got my supplies. This here, so that's that. Even with all my buffs, I am still scared. Oh boy, oh boy. I had to. Eee. I really don't want to face a warden. I really don't want to face a warden. Oh, thank you, thank you. Hi, how are you? And thank you for commenting on it. Uh, I actually made this model myself. And Chad, I have a question. Do you remember a YouTuber by the name of DanTDM? And do you remember his Diamond Dimension series? I wonder if y'all will be interested in me making my own Diamond Dimension kind of survival let's play kind of thing. It's I'm excited too. I'm excited for Spooky Month. Also, I got a lot of the things planned for October, other than the Inktober series. I'm gonna do okay supplies. Eh, and then smite. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, all right. How do you actually get one of the shulker boxes legitimately? As for October, um, y'all gonna hear an announcement soon. Um, I do have a Patreon subscriber, but I haven't like fully set that up yet. And more or less, I'm just waiting on eventually making my own merch store first before actually launching it. And then when I do that, then I'll be able to afford to actually start making behind the scenes content and actually like and start making some quality videos as well. Right now, but as of right now, most I can do as for quality videos, I could start posting short compilations if y'all would like to see it. Just me rambling and whatnot, as well as potential funny moments too. see here. I believe there's another chest down south. Fuck me. Oh, I'm supposed to use a hoe. I'm supposed to use slash. I realized that I was supposed to use hoe for that. Even though I am the hoe. You know what? At S. Another hoe. And breaking 3. Yeah, let's see here. But yeah, I did leave a cryptic message in my on my Twitter and Blue Sky. Short, and then left the poll there for like a day, and nobody ended up voting on it. It's like nobody voted on it, so might as well just delete it. But that what that cryptic message entailed is I'm well, I can say it outright. I'm straight currently. I added a fifth stream for multi-streaming empire. So it's not only Twitch and YouTube that I'm streaming on. I am also streaming on joystick, kick. Those are just to actually gain an audience on there, and then get and then hop them over to Twitch and YouTube. Alright, delay man. At least slightly more. Yes, like that. Hello, how are you? Welcome, welcome. My name is Brandon Blitz. I'm a variety streamer. Oh, yeah, welcome to the stream. Currently playing Minecraft right now, exploring ancient city. Uh, but yeah, welcome, welcome. My name is Brandon Blitz. I'm a variety streamer. I stream lots of video games to suggest me, as well as I draw art, I program. I started learning 3D modeling, but I'm gonna wait until I more familiar with the controls to start to be comfortable to start streaming it. And and I was just talking to Chat about multi-streaming and whatnot, and I'm not allowed to say um what the fifth stream is, since it's technically not allowed on Twitch. Well, actually, mentioning the name is not allowed on Twitch, but it the only hint I can give you is a blue heart, and that's all I can give you. But yeah, I'm also gonna start posting content on the blue heart as well. There's already subscription tiers up and ready. So I'm gonna start posting on there in October. So have fun with that. Knowing me, I will be doing a little bit of trolling and a little bit of clickbaiting for the base tier. Let's see real quick. What brings you to? Uh, well, actually, it's more of an experiment in progress kind of idea. I was thinking, hey, how many platforms can I stream on simultaneously? I mean, the purpose of multi-stream for me is to just reach out to as wide of an audience as possible, and and going on from there, probably have, like, I say, have unique rewards for each platform separately. So if like say rewards are not really to your taste, like on joystick, then someone can go to Twitch, YouTube, and pretty much all the other platforms I'm streaming on, and see the rewards on there as well. As well as, just my overall goal is to become a self-sufficient VTuber. That is also why I'm learning how to program and 3D modeling, whatnot, so I can start making my own models and pretty much start streaming it too. Oh, C418, let's go. Potion of regeneration, cool. Mending, piercing 5. Ooh, okay, okay. The mending and breaking, let me do. But yeah, yeah, that's pretty much my goal as a VTuber, is just become as self-sufficient as possible. Because originally when I started out streaming, I was thinking, hey, maybe one day, if I be persistent for like a couple years and whatnot, I could maybe get a chance to join an indie VTuber group, or better yet, become a corporate. Oh yeah, oh yeah. So one of the mods I have. So these are lots of mods I have for Minecraft, and one of them is let's see. Yeah, Wildfire's female gender mod. So basically, uh, it adds two things: boobs and female voice. I don't know who's the voice actor for this mod, but they did pretty good job with it. loot. All my loot in here. Alright. I think I'm pretty sure I'm good to go. Can do is just alright, I can probably Agent City. Make a waypoint. And then let's go home. Alright, take care. You take care of yourself as well. Bye bye. Yes. Hi. Oh yeah, chat. As I was saying, reason why I want to become this most self-sufficient VTuber is mostly because I kind of have a theory, but probably better for like small VTubers. This would maybe work for small VTubers, but as I get bigger, probably I would need a team. But right now, I want to just how can I say this? Just be self-sufficient. Just do make I like learning how things are made, how everything's made. I used to watch a show on Netflix called How It's Made. When I was like a little kid, and I was infatuated by that. So much so that even today, I just love I just like how things are made and how things can be reverse engineered and whatnot. And that also brings me to the topic of preservation, not only as for media and software and whatnot, but also preservation of hardware via emulation and whatnot. It's just preserving history in its original form is what I want to achieve, basically. Other than that, with me potentially making my own models and whatnot, I will eventually will be able to make my own models and rig them to what I see fit, how I see fit, and as a side effect of that, I will be saving a shit ton of money. Of course, modeling and rigging takes a long ass time, and it takes skill. It takes a lot of fucking skill, and I have respect for everyone who makes models and who rigs models as well. I have a lot of respect for them. There's also the reason why that I want to learn how to model stuff and rig them as well, so I can actually have like in-depth knowledge, like an inside knowledge on how it works and whatnot. It'll take me a long time, yeah, that's for sure, but in the end, it'll be worth it. All right, all right. Yeah. Honestly, it is a big endeavor, yes, but at the same time, it's something that I kind of just want to do. Like, I don't know, like I had this feeling that probably that's something I should do. And that way, I know there's a like there is a wait list for 3D modelers and riggers, and I understand why, because they only have a limited amount of time. Then probably we're already working on something else, and when they got another commission, in this way, um, it'll avoid any potential. Me modeling my own models and rigging my own models and whatnot, it will help avoid any potential delays. And say if I'm preparing like say a debut eventually, I want to make sure absolutely sure everything happens on time without any delays, even if it takes a year or two. And I stream the stream modeling process. I will uh that way people will. I want to share with everyone like how it's made and whatnot. I want to share my passion of learning how it's made, learning how everything from 3D modeling to rigging and whatnot to texturing and shading. I want to teach. I want to not only learn how it's made, how all that's made, but also teach everyone else how it's made as well. Maybe make a course, a free and accessible public course to modeling and whatnot. Maybe do that one day. I'm not sure. All right. Here, I'll put this. Mm, Maybe. I don't know. Fuck. Where? I want to put this pretty well. I could light up some more land around here. Okay. So. I would already see that. Okay, I think I know. I know what to do. Hi, Crab One. Thanks for following. Hi, how are you? See here. Welcome, welcome. Okay, let's see here. Nothing steel, whatnot. Alright. Let's see here. Hubert, there you are. Quick inside. Jesus Christ. Alright. Good. Okay, let's get in our loot. Control for sensors. We gotta be careful we put them. Let's see here. Let's see here. We want to put them. Right here. Ew. Shit. Okay. Right here, or... Alright. There we go. I think we made a lot of progress. Let me put the rest of this away. Okay. And our supplies. Okay, we're gonna need that soon. No, we can't. our supplies. Now we're good there. Alright. Kind of have our stuff in order. Yeah, I'm actually gonna need shears for this, but I make our own mini farm here. And a mini farm would also set up as a trap. I think we got enough set up already. Alright. Alright. Hubert. Alright. Oh. Thank you. Cook this immediately. Alright. Alright, chat. What good news? I have a Fodian Rage game lined up. It is called. I should you know, it is called A Difficult Game About a Wheelchair. That's what it's called. So yeah, have fun watching me rage. Alright, let me get everything set up real quick and we'll get going. Alright, chat? Bye today. Alright, chat, we are back. It still seems a bit too loud for me. I will deal with it. At least it's hold on, let me see. Alright, there we go. Alright. Hopefully stream is going good. Alright, what's controls? Okay, Q ET Q grab. Okay, so grab wheel right now, T unstuck. Okay, so it's hit the brake. Hit Q for while he's alright. Okay, alright. Okay. Okay, it's further optimal. Alright. Okay. Okay. Another point of this game is to make me rage, so I keep that in mind. Okay. I wonder. Hold on, chat. I'm gonna need to make sure I can see all chat real quick. There you go. Hello. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? Alright, alright, alright. I'm glad you're doing well. I'm glad you're doing well. Okay, where is it? Make sure my bottle. Alright. Yeah, probably my first Fodian Rage game. At least this one's free. Guys, I can't really afford anything at the moment. If I could support the developer, I would. Alright. I can recommend you a game. Sure. What game do you have in mind? So we could play together. Mecha Break. Mecha Break? I could look into that real quick during a obligatory break. Okay. I kind of see this as a racing game. My racing instincts are kicking in. I'm used to playing racing games, and now, yeah. Ooh, rip. Do you have ice? No, I don't have iRacing. No, I don't. Unfortunately. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah. Again, like I said, I can't afford anything at the moment, so I'm just doing with what I can. As I don't want to board chat by playing the same game over and over again. Sometimes that's what. Yeah, that is true. Come on. Alright. There's probably. I was talking about chat just earlier about JNTDM and the Diamond Dimensions mod pack. I was wondering if Cat wants me to do that kind of let's play. Yeah, I know. And that's why I'm trying to like. Ooh, no. Okay, now I understand Markiplier's pain. Oh, oh, fuck me, fuck me, me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me. And mentality of streamer. Yeah. Honestly, at this point, right now, I'm just trying to enjoy myself, as well as making sure chat is having fun. Come on, we can do this. Okay. Back up, line up. Alright, and behold Ganon, which is failed. That failed. That failed. Alright. I gotta use the controls pretty quick. Ah, shit. Aw, thank you. Yeah. Alright. Chat, we can do this. We can do this, chat. Alright. Alright. Come on, chat. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay. Also, I've learned the trick to this is try to keep a steady mouse. I keep a steady mouse. You see how my mouse moves? I'm trying to keep it steady. I think that's a key to Fodian Rage Games like this. I keep a steady mouse. Oh, come on. No. And bot doesn't. Yeah, I have some filters on the bot as well. I could disable that, but I noticed that certain follow bots sometimes use all caps. So and the banned words is the banned words I've noticed that I banned the words that bots commonly to use is the number 25 and 1000 with a colon, not with the apostrophe. Okay. I guess we're doing this backwards, chat. Oh. Yep. Okay, chat, we're doing this backwards. Did I soft lock myself? Oh no. Alright. Okay, we're doing this going back. How do I free look? One sec, grab it, unstuck. Oh. Alright. I'm still trying to figure it out. But yeah, as for the game you suggested, I will check it out during our mandatory break. Alright, come on. Alright. Alright. Ooh. Alright. Ooh, okay. Okay. Alright, you can do this, chat. What the? Ah. Alright. Right. Alright. No! Bruh. Bruh. I think we're already at the beginning. Shit. Alright. Shit though. Shit though. Remember, this is a Fodian Rage game, so yeah, keep that in mind. Fight the rage! Fight the rage, chat! Fight the rage! Alright, come on. Alright. I was too slow. My bad. Alright. Okay. Alright. Let's do this. Also, free to use exclamation Discord to get access to our Discord server. Alright. We're back here. Alright. see. Hmm. Well, chat. Uh, oh, that was short-lived. I can't be. Well, chat. What time is it actually? Oh boy, I want to. Okay, it's 12. What? When did I eat? I ate 4 hours ago. I need to eat. Holy shit! I need to eat. It's been over 4 hours. I need to eat. Holy shit! I like the first thing I did was woke up. I ate breakfast, and then I had to go to a. Well, let me actually change the actual streamy thingy. And I'm about to ramble on like a motherfucker. I'm about to ramble on like a motherfucker, but alright. Oh, come on. Which category? Alright, there we go. Well, as I was about to say. Alright, there we go. As I was about to say, um, I like literally like when I woke up around 7 o'clock, when at like around 7 o'clock, or basically, well, I like to say, when I woke up around 0700, because I use military time on both my PC and phones, because why not? Um, First thing I did was eat breakfast and then shower, and then I had to quickly go to the local gas station to refill my car, reinflate my tires, because apparently there is a screw embedded in one of my tires, and I can't afford to replace it right now. So on occasion, every other day, I'm just going to that gas station and just reinflating my tires. Yeah, it's a free air. So like, yeah, that's a plus. And yeah. Unfortunately, that's what I'm dealing with the car. I'm not sure how the actual screw got embedded in my tire. Probably it's more or less a straight screw. I'm not sure, but anyways, I like I said, I can do. We're gonna be doing some YouTube reactions, and I gotta get something set up for me to eat. See here, do it. All right, and now let's do this. There we go. At least worked. It worked this time. All right. All right. Here we go. And well, where is it? Yep. All right. Yeah. Gonna be here. Traumatizing fan. Games that used to mean something. Oh, actually, before. All right.
And that's my 4-hour
Let's
explanation
fucking
of how you
go.
make being trans your entire their personality. Hey, can you hold on to this? Huh? r/𝙂𝙗𝙣𝙚𝙧𝙖𝙩𝙞𝙬 is a place where people share their stories about getting back at horrible people in an excellent fashion. And without a doubt, the transphobic customer in this first story regrets his actions. I hope you enjoy. Trans person takes revenge on intrusive customer. I worked as a salesperson in a high-end fashion store for 4 years. It was a pretty famous brand in France, and I live in a rather small city, so we had a strong bond between customers and workers. To the point, I knew the entire life of almost half of my customers because they were regulars. God, coming out of work sucks, dude. When I did, during the first few weeks of my transition, I got transferred over to the worst possible position in the company, and I was treated like garbage after. Naturally, it didn't take me long to quit that job. I had an elderly couple who used to come in often. They were nice to my manager and I, until I explained to them that I changed my name and that I was going by he, him pronouns. I actually go by they, them, but explaining that I'm trans is scary enough in the workplace, and I didn't want to have the NB-phobic speech from customers, so I took the easy road. The lady was nice and never misgendered or dead-named me after I came out. Her husband, though, was quite invasive. They would come in once a week on average, and this guy asked me every single time about surgeries and stuff. In what other situation do people find it acceptable to ask questions like this? Rhetorical question, because obviously nowhere else it's weird and gross.
Yeah.
So don't do it to us.
Don't do
This
it.
went on for a couple months. He always made a point to dead name me and misgender me, and kept asking very intrusive questions super loudly so the whole store could hear it. One day I was on a break close in front of the store, and the couple went on to talk to me. It was the usual customer service small talk like, how are you doing? How did you wear the sweater you bought last time? And the guy once again asked me about my private parts and what level of gay I was.
So what level of gay are you?
I'm one yes queen away from being level 100. I'm not sure my body can contain that power though.
Oh no.
Yes, queen. I'm sorry, I know it shouldn't, but as far as rude comments go, what level of gay you are, it's got that one sparks joy. I like that. I had enough. It was a Saturday afternoon. I was tired from my working week, so I decided to give him a taste of his own medicine. I told him as loud as I could without yelling, mind you, the street was crowded, while looking at him dead in the eyes. Sir, you've been asking me about my genitals countless times, and I still do not want to answer the question. Legally, this is called sexual harassment, so I'm gonna say it for once. We're not gonna have fun together. My genitals are none of your business. Ask me one more time, and I'm calling the police. He turned pale, like he had seen a ghost or something. He tried to mumble something along the lines of, that's not what I meant, but I didn't care. At this point, I was both fuming from his behavior and satisfied that a bunch of people heard it and were just staring at him. I went back to the store. My manager heard the whole thing since we were close to the door. She clapped at me with a proud facial expression. That's what we're talking about. W manager in the chat, baby.
Let's fucking go.
Came back again. His wife continued to come to the store and kept telling me she was so sorry for her husband's behavior. I never held any grudge against her, obviously, since she never was disrespectful to me. I hope she's doing well. Putting that old guy on blast in a public space. Yeah, so that hand gesture wasn't supposed to look like that. And what I meant, oh, that old guy on blast in a public space.
Hey yo. Hey yo.
Yeah, so that hand gesture wasn't supposed to look like that. And what I meant was like roasted in public. But I do see how that looked. It was one of the best things that they could have done, especially in a small community where everybody knows everybody. That's absolutely devastating for an old dude like this. I kind of feel bad for the grandma though. Like, that has to be so embarrassing. I can't imagine how much time she's had to excuse his bad behavior. This dude sounds genuinely deranged. Cis roommate wouldn't stop prying about me being trans, and I made her regret it. My sophomore year of college, I, at the time 19-year-old trans man, started the semester living with a cis woman. My college had hefty requirements to allow trans students into opposite-sex dorm rooms. I warned her beforehand that I was a trans man and made sure she was comfortable living with me as soon as I found out that we were roommates. Things seemed to be going smoothly. We didn't really have much in common, but as long as we got along, that didn't really matter to me. Move in day. Things seemed normal at first. At night, she asked some normal curiosity questions that were just cases of ignorance, so I was happy to educate her on the basics a little bit. The next day, she started asking me about hormones, when I was going to start them, why I want to be on them, again with the invasive questions, but asking a trans individual when they're starting hormones has got to be one of the most offensive things you can do. I had barely even come out yet, so I haven't even gotten that far mentally, and it started getting really overwhelming. Every single conversation and so needlessly annoying. But I mean, if someone's like genuinely interested, yeah, I'll talk to them about it, sure, but at the same time, like 9 out of 10 people can go fuck themselves. Day 3, she started asking about the surgeries. She didn't specify which surgery, so I explained each gender-affirming surgery I knew the process of to her in graphic detail. She moved out the next day, and I got the dorm to myself for the rest of the year. Horrible situation, can't be happier with the way it turned out. Bro letting the dorm for the rest of the year to himself is genuinely like winning the lottery.
Okay, that's good.
They
That's
cannot,
dope.
in fact, always tell. Hi. Before I start the story, I would like to say that I'm a cis woman who happens to have a bit of a muscular appearance. Although I try my best to remain positive about my body, I can't hide the fact that I don't really like my manly appearance. It caused me trouble several times in the past, since there are surprisingly a lot of people who incorrectly assume I'm trans. Don't have anything against trans folks, just hate the "we can always tell" movement. There were times when I was asked to leave
Yeah, I hate
the
that movement.
bathroom. Once on the streets when I was talking to my friends, some random men decided to correct me and did so by screaming, "You are not a real woman and you never will be." Perks of living in the most homophobic country in Europe. So yeah, fun stuff. This is literally the byproduct of exasperating gender norms in a society that's already bigoted. Of course it's gonna exasperate hatred towards minorities, but it's gonna do the same for cis straight people. Everything the right wing is doing is defining a mold, and if you don't fit that mold, you will be othered and harassed. And as many of us know, your genetics play a massive role in how you fit in that mold. Now if you wouldn't mind a moment. I said I wouldn't get political. No one will ever love me, and I will never be beautiful, and something can't really remember what I screamed. Obviously, she was in a mentally distressed position, but in good faith, I think I'm gonna re-articulate this a bit. The issue isn't how you look. In the end, there's a lot of cis women that will be perceived as trans women, and trans women that will be perceived as cis women. People are being indoctrinated into a mindset that goes literally against human genetics. Sometimes cis women are born a bit masculine, and sometimes cis men are born a bit feminine. And that's fine. What's not fine is people are miserable because things keep getting worse, and they keep buying into us versus them propaganda because it's a lot easier to hate your neighbors than to actually fight against systemic issues.
Yeah.
The ball.
Anywho, time for I was gonna say cave instance, but gym instance, but it's close enough. Also, I completely forgot I need to make myself something to eat real quick. So I'll play this video instead for a minute.
And in the name of the Holy All-Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, his name is good! Okay, I know, another video about nostalgia, I get it. I'm also fatigued from the topic, but I have a point to make on this one. I think there's some, if we come together, teamwork, Wonder Pets, maybe we can make something happen. I just miss the way that the online multiplayer landscape used to be, the socialization of it, the sandboxes that were perfect, and the games that felt like you had unlimited casual and competitive creative expression in there.
You know, the games that nurtured us, the ones where we found out how vibrating controllers work. Obviously, because we left them on the counter while we were on a turret, it was too loud while we were trying to game at nighttime. Perv. God.
There's a lot of longevity in the old games and not the ones that we're given now. The thing is, I just don't like single player games all that much. I've tried to recently get into them, and I'm slowly but surely getting back into it, but honestly, I'm just playing like old Burnout games because that's all that my goldfish brain can handle. I never played Skyrim, never played Oblivion. I played some Fallout, but I reached level 20 and felt like I beat the game because then I put on power armor. Oh, dude, you'd think even by college that I could sit down and play a game that's not as mentally stimulating as jarring as like COD and Halo. Nope. I was wrong. You were wrong. We were all wrong. I
I just need that like competitive edge. If I'm not playing against someone, then what's the point? What's the point? A little bit of banter here and there. Love it. So this one might be fueled by nostalgia, but there's a problem that I'm trying to solve here. Maybe you can help me out. I think that the reality of the situation is that the companies that found the golden geese of, our favorite gaming era, they turned their product into a cash cow. So if we take a look at the growth share matrix, check this out. This shows where a good will lay in the market depending on how consumers receive it. So Call of Duty, for example, was a star, but it moved along the graph towards a cash cow. And a star is like one of those that'll hit the lottery, like they can do no wrong. It's got longevity as far as the economists and consumers are concerned. Like there's no signs of purchasing slowing down of that product. It kind of like Livestrong bands. I think those lasted a little bit longer. So those could be considered a star, and then they turned into a
I'm back. I'm back with Blitzies. Now we watch a video we intended to watch.
Barbell incident. It was the early hours of a Tuesday morning in St. Charles, Missouri. The gym was entirely silent, and it was the kind of silent that only came when the world outside was asleep. At around 2:50 a.m., a young 23-year-old woman would be the only one in the gym finishing what should have been just another workout. She was a paramedic, the kind of person used to helping people, saving lives, and bringing the injured to safety. The woman would step into a Smith machine and rack weight onto its barbell, and then she began squatting it. The only issue was that the weight was too much for her. In the middle of her set, she began struggling. She tried hard to re-rack the weight, but no matter how hard...
Here's a safety rule that someone taught me. Never lift more than basically never. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Basically, like if you cannot lift your own body weight, do at the very least, just about a quarter, but still less than a quarter of your body weight. For me, I could do probably around 25 to 30 pounds. That's max for me. And that's like upper body strength. Lower body strength, I say just about the same, maybe a little bit above, but yeah.
hard she pushed, the bar wouldn't go up. Then, in an instant, her legs gave out. She lost balance and the heavy bar dropped with no spotter to catch it. The machine pinned her down, trapping her beneath the crushing weight. And unfortunately, since she was the only one in the gym, nobody was around to hear or see her struggle.
Big goofers. Big goofers. Shit.
For nearly half an hour, she laid pinned and crushed under the pressure of the weight before another gym member finally walked in and found her. But by then, it was already too late. The member tried to help and called 911, but by the time paramedics arrived, they couldn't do anything for her. Her co-workers at the Christian hospital remembered her as vibrant, full of energy, and always lighting up the room with her smile. But that promise, that brightness, was extinguished in a freak accident that lasted only seconds. Even in a place meant for health and strength, danger can hide in plain sight. If you're lifting heavy weights, always remember to bring a partner. There's been a number of times where I've gotten trapped underneath weight without a spotter, but I was fortunate enough to have friendly passerbys help me out. So even if you don't have a partner to work out with, try to work out when the gym is active and has other people in it.
Exactly. Even if you feel embarrassed about it, it's better to have someone right there to save your life than to have no one around.
May this woman's soul rest in peace. The leg press incident. 8 years ago, in Vadodara, India, a middle-aged man walked inside of a gym for what should have been a normal workout. He moved from one exercise to another until he finally settled in front of the leg press machine, a piece of equipment built to test and improve raw lower body strength. The man began racking weight onto the machine until it was fully loaded with plates stacked heavy on both sides. Ahmad climbed in, positioned his back against the pad, and began pressing. At first, everything seemed fine. Surprisingly, as his legs pushed the machine, the estimated 1,000 to 1,400 pounds he was leg pressing actually moved. But then came the moment of truth, re-racking the load. He tried to lock the machine and began struggling. In an instant, his legs buckled. The massive weight came crashing down, snapping his left-angled machine. The horror of the injury. Nonetheless, the leg press still had done its damage. Don't ego lift. It's not worth your legs. The shake
Yeah.
It was the end of New Year's Eve in Wales. An aspiring musician and fitness enthusiast had completed his day and decided to finish the night off by preparing a protein shake to drink. As you could guess, this was something he had done countless times before, but this time he would try something new, because after all, it was New Year's. His friend recommended that he add a specific powder into his shake, and excited to test it out, the man put a teaspoon of the powder into his drink.
I didn't know Talking Head watched regular show. As soon as I saw Morgan Rigby, I nearly choked on what I was eating. Hi Vince, hi, welcome. How are you doing today? My name is Brandon Blitz. I'm a variety streamer. I stream lots of video games, program, draw art, and pretty much do a little bit of everything. Alright then, bye bye. How's everyone today?
Blended it and began drinking it. And then nothing happened. The drink was just a little bitter, and so he sent a text message to his friend complaining about its taste, but other than that, he was fine. Then the man went to
How much powder did he put in there? Because if you put too much in, oh, his heart's gonna pop.
sleep to end his night. Unfortunately, he wouldn't live to see the next morning. You see, the powder the man put in his protein shake was just caffeine. But it wasn't the regulated kind that you'd find in your Starbucks coffee.
Oh
It
no.
was pure, raw caffeine. He only put just a teaspoon of it into his drink, which doesn't necessarily sound that bad. That is, until you realize that one of those teaspoons was equivalent to 70 cans of Red Bull.
What the fuck? I need that caffeine. sorry.
And he just gulped it down in one sitting. The man shot up awake in a cold sweat. Almost immediately, his body began revolting. His heart was pounding violently, his vision became blurry, and his chest began constricting as if an anaconda was wrapped around him. He raced to the bathroom and began vomiting. His system had been overloaded with a stimulant so powerful that there was essentially nothing that could be done to stop it. Within seconds, he collapsed to the ground, hitting his head on the floor and going into cardiac arrest. Later on in the morning, his parents would find him cold on the floor and fall into a panic. They called 911 and paramedics rushed to his home, but there was nothing they could do. The cause of the tragedy was later revealed to be the simplicity of one mistake. The scoop he used to measure the caffeine powder was actually meant for protein, not for a fine, potent stimulant. This incident sparked up a huge controversy over the ethics of making something this dangerous as accessible as it was. Many argued that powders like these shouldn't be sold on shelves if such a tiny mistake could come with such a costly consequence. The death grip incident.
Death grip?
Is a physical form of holding a barbell. When you pick up a weight for bench press, instead of wrapping your thumb around the bar and securing it in place, some gym goers remove their thumbs and place them to the side. People say that this way of bench pressing helps them focus on pushing the
Yeah, that the reason why it's called death grip incident, because doing that, instead of having your thumb locked in front of your fingers, you if you put it to the side, yeah, that's a fast way to die. That's a fast way to die.
weight more. Others claim that it makes their triceps activate. Nonetheless, it's a stylistic way of benching that is extremely dangerous. And on a Monday, at a gym in Ankeny, Iowa, a 22-year-old student at Iowa State University would find this out the hard way. The weights clanged, the music thumped, and lifters pushed themselves through the grind. For this young man, the bench press was just another part of his normal routine. It was something that he had done countless times before. That day, he made sure to fully load the bar to 315 pounds in an attempt to beat his PR max. With the plates 3 on each side, this was the kind of weight that demands respect. The man laid back and gripped the bar, but in order to really focus on doing his absolute best in this bench press, he switched his normal grip to a death grip, then unracked it. He took a deep breath, and for a moment, everything seemed normal.
Oh, hell
Before
no.
he could even attempt to bench the weight, in an instant, his grip gave way. The barbell slipped from his hands, the full 315 pounds
Ah.
and chest with unstoppable force. The sound echoed through the gym as lifters rushed toward him. Massive internal injuries were already done. His spotter and bystanders fought to pull the bar off, but the damage was irreversible. The man was rushed to the hospital, but despite everything doctors tried, he passed away from his injuries. His coach later said, "He was lifting weights, something I did with him 1,000 times." But that's the cruel truth of the bench press. It doesn't take recklessness, only a second of misfortune. I hit the gym frequently, and I won't lie, I usually find myself using a death grip whenever I'm doing bench press. But the truth is, no lift is worth your life. Always use a safe grip, have a spotter, and never gamble with 300 pounds of steel. The gym should build you up, not bury you. May this man's soul rest in peace. The dumbbell incident. It was a late evening inside a small gym in 𝙂𝙚 𝙬𝙤. The clients had finished their training, the weights were racked, and the silence was broken only by the clink of iron.
Honestly, dumbbells, they also should get lots of respect. Unfortunately, there are dumbbells and there are dumbbells.
As a 34-year-old trainer and owner cleaned up the facility. But then, out of nowhere, the calm was shattered. 3 men walked into the facility, and for some odd reason, an argument broke about between the two parties. As the feud reached a boiling point, without warning, one of the men grabbed a heavy dumbbell and drove it into his face, instantly obliterating the man's head. The men began smashing the trainer's body with dumbbells, striking his chest again and again, with each blow being more devastating.
Jesus fuck.
The trainer's body was left mangled on the ground, and the place that he had once built to help people improve their bodies and strength now became his final battleground. The assailants fled immediately after, but luckily they were caught by the gym's security camera as they disappeared into the night. The man was rushed to a nearby hospital, but the injuries were too severe. Doctors fought to save him, but he succumbed during treatment. Investigators believe the motive may have been personal, a suspected love affair, or twisted grudge. Something definitely not worth a human life. The tanning incident. On a quiet Friday evening, a 39-year-old Indianapolis man walked into a Planet Fitness on 𝙂𝙤 Street. He checked in, went about his routine, and got ready to leave after finishing everything he needed to finish. But before he left, he decided to make a quick stop in the gym's tanning bed to give his skin a nice finish. It was quick. The man hopped into the tanning bed and was blasted by tanning lights for 10 minutes, left the gym, went back home, and slept happily ever after. Except that's not what happened. You see, the man's car was left parked in the gym's lot it never left, and his family became extremely worried when he didn't return home for a day. One day turned into 3 days, and before you knew it, the truth finally came out. The man struggled with an addiction that I can't mention on YouTube. It's speculated that the man had consumed some of the substance before slipping into the tanning bed, and while the machine tanned his skin, he quickly realized that he had consumed too much of the illegal substance. He began convulsing while trying to escape the tanning, remained stuck inside with his body trapping the energy from the device's UV light, causing him to become disfigured. Finally, a staff member of the Planet Fitness discovered his body locked inside of the tanning bed. He had been there since Friday, alone, silent, and hidden in plain sight. Authorities were immediately called when they found him, and by the time police and investigators pieced it together, questions were everywhere. Why did it take so long for someone to find him? Why did no alarms go off? And was it really just the substance he consumed that caused him to become stuck in the tanning bed? His mother later confirmed he had been struggling with an addiction, but she still remembered him as the kindest person with the softest heart. The gym is where you shape yourself into the best version of who you can be. It's a place that builds not only strength, but also health and happiness.
Exactly.
None of that matters without safety. Safety always comes first. Train as a spotter when you can. Pay attention to your muscles and joints if they warn you to slow down, and never load more weight than you're truly ready to handle. With that being said, have a happy day.
Happy day. Yeah, definitely a happy day. Okay, we go back to the game design.
Dog eventually, like no one wants it anymore. There's like not even money to be made. Everyone already collected all the bands that they wanted. But Call of Duty reached that position because there was a demand. After Halo came out, there was a demand for a good warlike shooter that looked clean and had sturdy mechanics. And they delivered. They delivered for a number of years, and they could do no wrong. They were competing with each other to make great games for almost a decade. I think the year of 2015 was when there was a dynamic shift for the FPS titans. We were met with these games that people had mixed emotions on, like Black Ops 3 Jetpack and Halo 5 Movement. But people didn't understand that these games needed to evolve at some point. And I liked those games. I didn't play much BO3 because Advanced Warfare kind of turned me off of the whole idea for a minute. These games do have to evolve. And at that time, we were looking for something new. We kept getting similar games over and over. Little did we know, those were the games that we always wanted and needed. It's what we yearned for. We just didn't know it. You don't know what
Yeah,
you got until
exactly.
it's gone. But look at what we're stuck with now. They keep repackaging the same $60 bundle that, in my opinion, ended in Modern Warfare 2019, and Modern Warfare 3 was the final nail in the coffin for that one. That was met with horrible backlash. And look, I get it. The developers are probably fatigued from trying to reinvent the wheel every year. You know, they gave us that, you know, that time where they were trying to experiment with things, and we were like, no, stop. We didn't want this. This isn't what we meant by make it more better, more gooder.
Honestly, if I ever like happen to make a game, eventually go into game development or whatnot, or I don't know. Primarily, I want to not only do 3D modeling, but also probably get into some animation, 2D animation. I was thinking about 2D animation when I was like little, like, oh, I want to be animated or whatnot. And like, then look into it, like, I don't think I have the patience for that. Mostly with the redrawing frames and whatnot. And probably 3D animation would be better for me. Although I'm not initially redrawing, but like, fuck, how do I explain this? Uh, something manipulating the virtual skeleton to move the way I want it to for the animation. Something Blender.
You know, they probably reached a point where they're like, look, we're just going to go back to basics and try to repolish the games that once made it great. You're going to take it, you're going to eat it, you're going to swallow it and like it. Well, we don't like it. It's bland. We don't like how it tastes. We like how the old Lunchables looked.
Yeah.
And kid cuisines. What we have now is like the Lunchleys of.
Honestly, the only game that I saw that was worth, the only remaster that I saw that was worth buying was the Halo Master Chief Collection. That's the only game that's worth buying and whatnot.
Online gaming. It's gross. But also, what I think happened is that the developers.
Oh yeah, I have that game on Xbox. But I looked on the prices for Steam. I'm like, yeah, that's way too expensive. I'm just gonna hold back, wait until I can afford it, and then maybe if I'm still wanting to, then I'll buy it. If not, then not.
You know, they wanted to please the community so much because the customers are usually right. But they didn't think for themselves for a second and realized that no, the games that we made were they were already perfect. The games that we enjoyed, they already had the perfect environment. And we could have felt free to play those games forever. Kind of like CS:GO. Like we should have nurtured those games. Those models were perfect and they didn't have to lose their identity. Like imagine having the option to play any breed of COD you like with just new updates to make the servers better, make it run on like higher hertz or something like that so you're not getting shot around walls, maybe update it, take away noob tubes. Look, the current launcher just has different coat patterns. All the CODs that have come out in the past like 6 years, they don't feel that different. But then if you look back at the older CODs, some people said that MW2 and MW3 and like.
Also, a clever launcher thing that I noticed modern AAA games, including Horrorverse, have been doing. Like they have multiple games that generally use the same engine. Then they'll have like one single launcher that launches all that has the ability to launch all their games. I know EA has their EA app and whatnot, but it doesn't feel the same. Steam, I guess Steam is accessible to a degree. Like maybe if I ever get partnered with a with a I don't want to get partnered with a AAA company. No, probably like a small time starter. We go back. We pretty much um uh party like it's a Halo LAN party back in the early 2000s. Anywho, yeah.
Like 2007 to, or wait, 2000 like 9 to 10 didn't feel like a big change. I always thought it felt like a big enough change for me. They had survival mode in there. They were doing enough to keep it fresh, but now they're just throwing new guns in there and Nicki Minaj. Problem is that we've been conditioned to expect something greater each year when, like I said, they perfected it years ago. It's like an emerging sport. They don't keep trying to upgrade football, basketball, or skateboarding. It's already established. The rules change sometimes, but the identity of the sport stays the same.
Yep.
You don't see them adding a different shaped ball or changing the shape of the rim or making a bouncy floor and putting propellers on skateboards just for the fuck of it to switch it up. So this begs the question, why do people still watch? If it's been the same for decades, centuries.
Imagine a Rocket League mode for Tony Hawk games. Just a food for thought.
At this point, why do we keep watching? It's because of the players.
Yeah.
The players are taught something new every season. These new rookies find a way to enjoy the game and express their creative understanding of game sense that throws the industry off. What was it? A couple weeks ago, this rookie came on and had a 70-yard field goal kick. Clearly, the skill ceilings can still be pushed higher and higher.
Ooh.
And that's why we continue to watch. So why would we treat gaming any different? We're trying to reinvent the wheel when it's already.
Yeah, I was already. At this point, talk points are just going in circles, but I do get the general gist of it. Is he here? Kitchen deaths. Ooh.
Fountain City, Wisconsin, December 2014. At the Wingdam Saloon and Grill, a banquet was underway upstairs. Working the event was 21-year-old Brooke Bors, a waitress, talented college gymnast, and well-liked by everyone who knew her. Around 7:54 p.m. that night, she stepped into the back area to use the dumbwaiter, the food elevator designed to carry dishes between floors. For reasons no one will ever know, Brooke leaned in. Her head and shoulders slipped almost entirely inside the cab, then start
Ooh.
dropping. Police later said her head was canted slightly to the side. The Brooke food elevator designed to carry dishes between floors. For reasons no one will ever know, Brooke leaned in. Her head and shoulders slipped almost entirely inside the cab, then start dropping. Police later said her head was canted slightly to the right. When the cab passed the sill of the second floor opening, the steel frame slammed down with unstoppable force, pinning her skull against the shaft, destroying her brainstem and cerebellum. Downstairs, a cook in the kitchen heard the dumbwaiter rattling down to its access point. He expected dirty dishes, but what landed on the first floor was a person head. He sprinted upstairs in panic, shouting. Earlier, attendees had already heard strange noises from the shaft, but no one imagined this. Co-workers found Brooke slumped, trapped in the machine. Her death was instant. OSHA fined the restaurant about $7,000, and the dumbwaiter was ripped out for good. But for Brooke's friends, her family, it was a nightmare no one could process.
Ooh. You a bitch! You a bitch! Oh, I I fucking jumped. Oh, what the fuck? Nah, you're the bitch for that. Fuck you. That was good. That was very good. But fuck you. Motherfucker.
Back of a takeaway kitchen, Congleton, England, on July 22nd, 2018. Two co-workers had been clashing all day. A younger cook had been pushing back against the older man, 57-year-old 𝙂𝙚𝙖𝙚𝙧𝙖𝙀 Huang. Other workers tried to calm them, but Huang's anger didn't die down. Later, he caught his eyes on a pan filled with liters of bubbling, smoking oil on the stove, without any second thoughts. He poured all that into the drain and made the younger man unclog it. Just kidding. What he did was way worse. Instead, when the victim was bent down in the kitchen, Huang lifted the pan and poured the boiling liquid directly over the man's head. The burning oil came down.
Oh. Ooh. Nah, 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 nah. I used to work in fast food, and my first thought before like the day before my first day of work at that fast food restaurant, at a fast food restaurant, I was like, yeah, maybe I should just keep my mouth shut so I don't die. And man, I'm usually because I'm usually chill with everyone, and everyone's usually chill with me. I usually state it clear. I make it clear that hey, even despite if it's really busy and really stressful, I still want everyone to just vibe and get along. And even I wasn't able to properly vibe with the manager because manager's like, but even even as chill as I like to be, even as respectful I was of the work and safety and whatnot, even I knew my old manager was a stickler and had his head up his own ass. This was like during one of my first jobs. One of my first jobs. Like I think it was like fourth or fifth. But yeah, it was one of my first jobs. So like yeah. I only was there for 1 month, and the only reason why I left because um the only reason why I left because the inspector came in and told the manager, "Hey, your file extinguisher is expired. You need to. I'm reporting this to OSHA, and you need to get this replaced within a week." And I was like, "Excuse me." In my head, I was like, "Excuse me. I've been working here for a fucking month. There could have been a fire. There could have been a fire blaze, and even I could have gotten hurt. And you're telling me this fire extinguisher was expired, and we had no idea if it was gonna be if it would work or not? Are you fucking kidding me? The fuck? What the fuck? Nah." And I didn't quit on spot. I went home and I called him and just, hey, about the file exchange thing. I don't feel safe working in at the restaurant anymore until either you get that replaced, and make sure all other safety measures are taken count before tomorrow. Make sure you get it done before tomorrow, or I'm out. So like yeah, I quit. As I walked in, looked around. I walked in. I asked manager, "Hey, did all the safety measures were taken?" And like he said, "Oh, we're gonna get to it eventually." I'm like, "Nah, you can get it today because I quit." But yeah, even for me, I don't care if the manager's attitude towards safety. I take safety seriously, and if manager does not, then I quit. Because I'm not about to risk my life for someone else's stupidity.
in a single sheet covered the entire upper body. His scream pierced through the kitchen as the oil stick to his skin, cooking him alive right there. But it wasn't enough. 𝙂𝙚 grabbed more oil. In total, about 7 pints, and tipped it
What the
over the victim's
fuck?
chest and arm. Flesh blistered and peeled right immediately. His body collapsed
Nah.
to the floor as coworkers shouted and froze in horror. By the time they reached him, nearly half of his body was burned. He was rushed to the hospital and was placed into an induced coma for 4 weeks. As for 𝙂𝙚, after the attack, he left Congleton and disappeared. Not until September 7th, 2018, police finally caught up with him inside a betting shop in Birmingham. He was sentenced to 9 years in prison. The victim survived, but with scars that would last a lifetime. It's a reminder that if you're about to argue in a kitchen, better stay taller than the other guy.
Now this is why you always gotta watch your back. Hi Anthony, hi, how are you doing? Welcome. We're doing YouTube reactions for mandatory break right now. We're watching Most Painful Kitchen Deaths. As I was saying, yeah, you're gonna. This is why you always need to watch your back, even if you think you're buddies with someone. You don't know when the person's gonna snap. And like someone else, like someone older told me, you never, even if you've known someone for a year, if you've gotten to know someone for a year or even 10 years, you still don't know that person. You still don't know that person because people tend to show a side of themselves that they want to project. I do understand that for both public safety reasons and whatnot and common sense. But at the same time, that also works as a double-edged sword because you don't know what that person's going through, and you may unintentionally be the Brooks of picking on the back, or be basically the final push for the person to go off the rails or off the edge. So yeah, you gotta watch your back 24/7. Doesn't matter if you think you're safe, you gotta watch your back. Now, if you have like if you have people you can call family or whatnot, or you absolutely are sure and they've proven that you can that they have your back and you have theirs, and yeah, you're pretty much solid for life, or until something happens, basically. All right.
Asturias, Spain, February 2013. A 5 months pregnant 36-years-old woman, 𝙂𝙚 𝘖𝙀 was preparing a meal at home. On the stove,
Fuck.
a pressure cooker hissed and rattled. Pretty calming sound in households across the world.
Mom, are we gonna die? Oh yeah, that's funny. What's about to happen. That's a funny joke. Come on.
However, inside that steel pot, a tiny metal part, the safety valve, failed. Instead of releasing steam, it was holding it in, far past the safety point. While she was close to it, the cooker exploded with mad force, metal shrapnel tearing through the air like bullets. In the confined space of the kitchen, there was no escape. A big metal chunk stabbed directly in her head. The impact was too violent, it killed her instantly. Her unborn child, too, was gone at the same time. The blast was so powerful, it tore apart her kitchen walls and blew debris across the flat. Neighbors recalled the shock wave rattling through the building, thinking it was a gas explosion at first, when her husband, who had been out at the time, returned home, witnessing a scene that even I wouldn't dare to wish on my worst enemy. Lawsuits would later reveal that this brand of cooker had a history of valve failures, making it more dangerous than most. Please always check if your pressure cooker is releasing a stray of thin steam above.
My parents has a pressure cooker. Yeah, it does cook food faster, but even I have my concerns. Even with all the safety measures taken, I'm like, my thought in my head was like, okay, I really hope this doesn't explode. Like, even if the safety measurements were completely fine and works completely as intended, even if after the you're until the warranty runs out, basically, and after that, you gotta make sure you do your own. Even during the warranty or after the warranty, you gotta make sure you gotta do your maintenance. You maintain your kitchen supplies. That's what I've been taught. Even if the brand is reputable, no history of incidents, the best prevention from being the first incident is to make sure everything that you own is well maintained.
Love when cooking. If not, better shut the power off and go for a walk.
Well,
A Quiet Afternoon in France, June 18th, 2017. Rebecca Berger, a 33-year-old fitness model with a massive online following, was at home, making a dessert. Like a fitness model she was, instead of using whipping cream bottle, a cream dispenser lets you make fresher, cleaner whipped cream with total control over ingredients, just heavy cream and optional sweetener/flavor. So you
oh
don't have
no.
excess sugar. It whips instantly for consistent, airy texture, holds its shape longer than hand whipped, and offers easy portion control for better calorie management and prettier presentation. As Rebecca gripped the handle, the canister suddenly busted. The head blasted off, striking her chest with the force of a gunshot, cracked her ribs, and shocked her heart into a fatal rhythm. She collapsed instantly, gasping as her body went into cardiac arrest. Paramedics tried desperately to bring her back, but the trauma was too severe. By nightfall, she was gone. The dispenser that killed Rebecca came from a French brand called 𝙂𝙤𝙣𝙬𝙖𝙀. As far back as 2009, French consumers warned about its weak plastic lids and faulty valves. Dozens of incidents piled up: cracked ribs, broken teeth, even people blinded when the metal head blew off. Recalls were issued, but thousands of units stayed in circulation. By the time Rebecca picked hers up in 2017, the brand already carried a dangerous reputation. But look at those beautiful dishes they have.
Oh no.
Wales, United Kingdom. June 2023, a bitterly cold evening in the town of 𝙂𝙗𝙣. Inside a small flat, 57-year-old Barry Griffiths was making what should have been the simplest of meals: burgers. But unfortunately, they were stuck together, solid like bricks of ice. It would be a small annoyance for most people, but for Barry, it was a dangerous task. He had limited use of one arm after suffering a stroke years earlier. Frustrated, he reached for a kitchen knife to pry them apart. He pressed down, trying to
Yeah, no, you don't do that. What you'd probably do is, if it's frozen stuck together like that, you microwave for about 10 to 15 seconds. And then you can pry them apart easily. And then you can continue trying to prep it.
twist the blade between the frozen discs. But suddenly, his grip slipped. The knife plunged right into his abdomen. Alone in his flat,
Oh!
Barry couldn't call for help. Not until the rotten smell began to spread did worried neighbors finally contacted police. When officers forced inside at first glance, it looked like a murder scene. But considering the environment factors, the case was solved easily. Remember, if you have two hand, use both for same task. I mean, both hand on the wheels and cutting. If you have better lesson for this, comment down below while subscribing with the other hand.
Oh! Damn. Of course! Of course you make that joke. Of course.
Birmingham, friendliest neighborhood of all England. A 49-year-old 𝙂𝙤 𝘍𝙬𝙗 told his wife to make him an omelet, but for many reasons it wasn't to his liking. The argument started in the kitchen and got louder by the second. Neighbors could hear them shouting through the walls. For most, it would have ended with slamming door, but not this time. 𝙂𝙤 grabbed the pan with hot oil and threw it straight at her face. The liquid clung to her skin, searing it instantly. Some went straight to her mouth. The scream startled the neighbors. But boy, did he stop there? 𝙂𝙤 lifted hot metal plate racks and beat her with them. She lost several teeth in the attack. The wife was rushed to hospital. She survived, but the burns left permanent scars on her face and body. 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 was arrested on the 12th of January 2025 at their home in
I remember this case now. He tried to run away, and there's a stand up against the police.
Small Heath, Birmingham. Police described the scene as one of the worst cases of domestic violence they had ever seen, which is not true if most domestic violence cases were reported. So here's the National Domestic Violence Hotline. You're able to call for help no matter where you are or who you are. Most of those stories does not happen suddenly without a...
I wish that were the case for me, but a certain family member has connections everywhere. Like a friend of 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 a friend level of connections. And yeah. And I made sure authorities knew about that, and yeah, they're very wary. And yeah, investigation's still pending.
Hint, whether it's an exploding cooker or a bad-tempered person. Share your story where a small, overlooked clue turned into an unexpected outcome. The devil's in the details. Stay safe, and see you in the next.
Okay, let's see if they have actual, like... Alright.
What's up, everybody? I hope you all had a great week. As someone that somewhat dabbles in the stock market on the occasion in which the market is very volatile, I've always been the kind of person to keep track of some of my favorite stocks, and my favorite stocks are usually related to things I am most passionate about. So naturally, the value of Nintendo shares have always kind of been in my peripheral vision. And I do feel that it is necessary to point out that while the value of a share is very important for a company's success, there are often so many external factors that can affect a stock's value, and it is very difficult to make a conclusion about a stock's value, and it's a big reason why over the course of the past 5 months, despite the fact that many breaking news moments have caused the stock value to dramatically drop down, I felt it would be very unfair of me to use the value of Nintendo in the stock market to back up my claim in a specific point in time. So, for example, on June 30, 2025, Nintendo made an announcement that the pricing for the original Nintendo Switch family of systems and products in Canada will change based on market conditions. You know, their discreet way of saying the price is going up without actually saying it's going to go up. That announcement caused a lot of momentum to drop from Nintendo's sales, leading to a July that was fairly level with minor peaks around Donkey Kong Bonanza. Now, with all of the videos that I was making and all of the topics that
Goofers, I remember
very
this.
easily could have jumped on this platform and discussed this drop in the price. But I knew that it meant something very little. It was not worth discussing. It was a nothing burger. On August 1st, Nintendo's financials are released, and the number begins to fly up again. 6 million units sold over the course of 7 weeks, with more than half of that occurring during the opening 4 days, obviously. Despite the fact that this number was flying upwards, I had little to talk about. It's not necessary. It's all part of how the market flows. But the problem was that over the course of the following couple of weeks after that, while I was analyzing those 6 million units that were sold, and while I was still talking about how despite the fact Nintendo had a good starting month, I felt and still feel pretty confident that this was still just the excitement in the beginning and hype was dwindling away. During that time, as a counter...
Also, I'm probably more excited about the Mario movies than actual games. Because the Super Mario Galaxy movie was recently announced, and like, oh, that's cool, but how are they going to implement it? And also, there's already a Luma in the Super Mario movie, but like, how are they going to implement Rosalina?
Argument to me, I found a lot of people bringing up Nintendo's stock value being at an all-time high, which I felt was weird because it's been 3 years of Nintendo hitting new heights almost every few months, and this was very much the first time people were using it as a talking point to try and prove me wrong in my assessment. And I didn't understand why. I didn't realize people were so invested into Nintendo's share value. So I dug around a bit, and then I discovered that pretty much everybody gets their information from this person on Twitter named Stealth40k. Now, I don't know much about this individual. I just know that they're like the mother bird that flies to the nest and spits out some worms into the mouths of those that need to feed, and in turn they'll spit it back out to the rest of us. Now, what I thought was interesting was on this individual's tweet is that not only did they mention the all-time high in Japan on that specific day, but they also concluded that the investor confidence in Nintendo and the direction the company is going is at an all-time high as well. Which, again, if you know stocks and you know hype and you know the volatility of a market, specifically with a new console launch, is a very bold conclusion for somebody to make. But at that point in time, I started to have so many people going around and using it as an argument, so I'm like, I guess this is something that I have to track along with another data points that I like to track for the Switch 2. And I don't know if I am just a jinx for Nintendo, but when I started to track this thing, it just stopped looking good. Now, let's talk about some facts here real quick. August 14th, 2025, the stock value starts to move upwards. That's the day that Drag and Drive released on the Nintendo Switch 2. It goes up for a few days until we hit August 18th, and Nintendo announces that there's going to be a Nintendo Direct, a Direct that people were very excited for and they were anticipating and extremely excited for. And it was a Kirby Air Rider Direct. And naturally, this worries investors. They wanted the real Direct. The value drops down for a few days, it levels off, but it continues on a downward trend through the end of August. And then at the start of September, we start hearing news that there is actually a real Nintendo Direct coming soon. Starts off as a rumor, the bigger names online start to mention things, news outlets start to pick things up, everybody's getting crazy excited, and just like I mentioned a couple of videos ago, Nintendo announces that it's going to be a Friday. This causes people to just go wild, and in said video, my assumption, before the weekend even finished, was that the reason Nintendo announced it specifically for Friday, September 12th, was because that was a day prior to a 3-day weekend in Japan, and they made a Friday news dump in hopes that it would offset the downward trend that generally occurs post a major announcement. Going into the start of the following week, I think I was actually right. Because over the span of the past week is one of the worst and steepest drops that I've seen in probably 6 months. And to make matters worse,
so I'm no expert in stocks and whatnot. I did take a personal finance class during was again senior year, and what we were taught was how to budget, how to save, how to buy stocks, how to know when to sell, how to predict when to know how to, and let me emphasize, how to predict, know when to buy stocks, and how to predict, know when to sell stocks. And still, and even after I learned all of that, I still don't trust buying into stocks, let alone crypto bullshit.
Is it happened over a course of 4 days because in Japan, Monday was a holiday. Now, here's the reality. Just as I stated last week, this could ultimately mean nothing. We can go into Monday, everything just levels off for a while, or people could look at Nintendo's value and be like, hey, it's low right now, it's probably going to go back up, this might be a good time to buy in. There are a lot of things that could affect the stock markets, and unfortunately, the vibe is one of them. But I have a feeling this might be a bit different. And I say that specifically for a few different reasons. Number one, Nintendo has so far relied on major announcements to stop these downward trends from April until this point in time. So for example, prior to the launch of the Switch 2 was the mayhem behind the pre-orders, and then all of the different headlines that talked about just how many pre-orders were being made. On July 31st, we had a third-party Direct, and that was a disappointment for a lot of people, but the market didn't necessarily have a chance to go down because by the next day we got the financials that would lead up until the numbers in June. In the case of this past Direct, there hasn't been many big announcements to kind of save this free fall that we're seeing. And mind you, there have been a few opportunities that could have saved this free fall over the course of the past week as well. Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 become the best sellers on Amazon. Not just that, Metroid Prime 4 becomes the best seller just behind it for the Nintendo Switch 2 games. And we even get Famitsu numbers that say that the Nintendo Switch 2 reached 2 million in Japan. And neither of those headlines help nearly as much as you think that they would, especially.
Here's the thing, with a new game, well, I still try to stick with old games, and just because I'm just more comfortable with playing those old games, even though the downside to playing old games is there's still a lot of licensed copyright music within those games, and trying to avoid any copyright issues is a bit of a landmine, because music. So some of the copyrighted music is embedded within cutscenes. So even if you just turn off music for the entire game, you're still probably gonna have to like mute the audio for, just predict when the cutscene is gonna about to play and just mute the audio. And even then, that's hard to do.
Especially the Japan one, since this is a Japanese stock. And the next major financial report coming soon is on October 8th, which is when we'll get the August batch of Circana numbers from
Oh,
Catella to tell us
correct.
how many units were sold in the month of August. But that's quite a ways away. So obviously, I don't think that the stock is just going to free fall downwards up until there's something that could save it and trend it the other way. This could just be the stock correcting after all of the hype that it's gained. It could also completely shift and just continue to move upwards. But whatever the case is, I do think it is actually...
Yeah. That being said, that being said, what I want to do is, I get into more programming. Like I said, like I said before, I'm gonna, I'm gonna start, trying to, like, at least practice, like, actually coding and whatnot, instead of just following a video. And to practice for a week, figure what works, what not doesn't work, figure something else out with it, and then brainstorm some ideas what could potentially work and whatnot. But yeah, I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get that set up real quick, chat. All right. All right. Matinee. All right. Oh, come on. Every time I want to do VS Codium. All right, there we go. Hi, Rover. You're just in time for me to do some coding. And I just said to chat earlier that I want to actually practice coding instead of just going along with the tutorial, and actually just try to get something out first. Code something really quick that's easy to code, and then yeah. Right now, let me do this. Yep, coding. I gotta.
Charging your phone overnight is something.
All right. Come on. Ready? Here. Alright. There you go, VS Codium. Alright. There we go. Alright, now I can do homework. Probably I want to do 𝙂𝙬𝙬𝙧𝙖. Alright, let's see, what do I want to do? Why are you coding though? Mostly, I had a fascination with coding. So, basically, when I was younger, I used to watch, I used to watch the, what was it again, blah, 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 what's the name? I know I watched 𝙂𝙚𝙧𝙖 when I was younger, as some wondering gamers. The cutting room floor. The cutting room floor I used to watch a lot, and Boundary Break, as well as Tetrabit Gaming. And I think it was also 𝙂𝙬𝙬𝙀 and um yeah, a lot of coding based channels I used to watch when I was younger. Like I would actually want to learn how to code. Alright, Radiant. Okay, new CLA, distinct. What I'm gonna do is something simple first. Barbers, test unit. Alright. I think I know what to do. How many do I have open? Holy shit. Accurate test. Init define. I want to do maybe calculate this two. Alright, we're gonna do some homework real quick and do a simple 𝙂𝙬𝙬𝙀 and try to code it ourselves. Alright, so gonna do I gotta refresh my brain real quick. 0. Alright. Do simple print. And then hello world. There you go. Now I start.
Most of us do without thinking. You plug it in before bed, it fills up while you sleep, and by morning, you're ready to doom scroll Twitter before even brushing your teeth. But have you ever asked, is this actually bad for my phone? Will the battery die faster? Will it overheat?
Okay.
Will it explode and take the cat with it? Let's unpack what really happens when you charge your phone overnight, and whether or not your pillow is currently resting on a ticking lithium time bomb. Number 1. Your phone does reach 100%, and then it gets weird. When your phone hits 100%, it doesn't just stay there. Modern smartphones are smartish. They stop charging once full, but only temporarily. As the battery naturally drains a little bit, even just from background activity, your phone restarts charging to top it off. Overnight, this can happen dozens of times in a process called trickle charging or battery topping. It's kind of like, okay, I'm
Name,
full.
input,
Wait,
what's your
I'm at
name?
99%. Better charge again. Full. Oops,
Alright.
98%. Go again. It's like your phone can't stop snacking. Number 2, this isn't immediately bad, but over time, it hurts. Lithium-ion batteries, the ones in your phone,
I
are
remember.
weirdly emotional. They don't like being at 0% because that's traumatic, or at 100% for too long because that's stressful. Batteries age fastest when kept fully charged and warm for long periods, which is literally what overnight charging does. Even though your phone won't explode, unless you're using a knockoff charger in a volcano, this constant top-off wears down your battery's maximum capacity. Over time, you'll notice battery doesn't last as long. Drops from 100% to 80% feel suspiciously fast. You begin whispering, please just make it to lunch during work meetings. It's like leaving your muscles flexed all night. You'll survive, but you'll hate mornings even more. Number 3, the heat is the real villain. Charging generates heat. Charging while under your pillow or in a thick case
I
generates even
remember.
more. And heat plus lithium battery
Alright.
equals a faster trip to battery retirement village.
I'm trying to
If your
not
phone spends
look at it.
every night sweating in its sleep like it's going through puberty, your battery lifespan shrinks faster than your trust in airline Wi-Fi. In extreme cases, especially with cheap chargers or counterfeit cables, this can even lead to battery swelling, overheating, fire, or waking up with a new skylight in your ceiling. Sleep is good. Melting your phone into your nightstand, less good.
Alright, there we go.
Number 4. But what about battery optimization features? Most
Alright.
modern phones now include smart charging features. iPhones, for example, have optimized battery charging, which learns your routine and delays charging past 80% until right before you usually wake up. Androids have similar features depending on the brand. Samsung, Pixel, OnePlus all try to avoid keeping you at 100% for hours.
Here this works.
So if you use these features and don't disable them because they're annoying, your phone will intentionally slow down charging overnight to reduce battery wear. It's like your phone knows you're irresponsible and is trying to parent itself. Number 5. Is wireless charging worse overnight? Wireless charging equals more heat. More heat equals more stress. More stress equals shorter battery lifespan, more therapy later. While wireless charging isn't dangerous, it often generates higher temperatures than wired charging, especially
This
overnight
doesn't
when
work for some
airflow is
reason.
limited. That said, if you use a reputable
Shit.
wireless charger and keep the phone uncovered, it's not a deal breaker, just slightly more battery intensive. But please, for the love of all things lithium, do not stack your phone, your AirPods, and your smartwatch on the same pad under a blanket. That's how sci-fi movies start.
Oof.
So, should you stop charging overnight? Honestly, it depends. If
The
you use a
notes,
reputable charger,
LF.
enable battery optimization, don't smother your phone in
Compare.
blankets, and don't live in a volcano,
Alright.
then charging overnight is fine. Not perfect, but fine. You're trading a little long-term battery life for daily convenience, which, let's be real, is what adulthood is all about. But if you want to be that person with a battery that still holds 95% after 4 years, try this
Well,
instead. Plug in when you wake up. Charge at your desk or during downtime. Unplug when you hit 80 to 90%. Avoid letting your phone stay hot while charging. Or just buy a new phone every 2 years and stop pretending you're saving the planet. So, overnight charging won't kill your phone, but it will age it faster. It's convenient. It's common, but it's not ideal for battery health.
okay,
But
let's see
unless you're
here. I
using
try to
a big
remember.
$3 charger and a
Okay,
nest of socks, you're not in danger. Your phone will
There we
survive.
go.
Just maybe don't expect it to love you unconditionally
I need
after
to
you
just.
kept it sweating in bed.
Yeah, I
for
see.
8
I saw
hours.
your comment. Yeah, I saw your comment and replied. Yeah, what I said, well, I should pause the video, but what I said was basically, I used to watch a lot of coding, YouTube channels, and they talked about, what was actually behind the scenes with coding, and the proactive measures they take to make sure the coding is their code is secure, and I told myself, maybe I can try coding. Let's see where it goes. And also because one of my friends I personally know does programming. I know, and I discuss with them like, yeah, hey, I want to get into coding and whatnot. What should I get into first? Like, they suggest me do Python, JavaScript first, and then later on maybe a C plus plus, C plus plus. They suggest me to do avoid C sharp and do C plus plus, and do HTML and CSS later. I'm like, yeah. So right now I'm learning Python, and then eventually I get into Java, Java soon. But yeah, I want to like, in a way, the main inspiration for me learning how to code is actually 𝙂𝙀, because he doesn't code to make money or whatnot. He programs to solve any minor to mild inconveniences. I was like, yeah, maybe I want to do that, and just code just for the sake of it, and just to solve any inconvenience that I end up finding.
For 3 years. So, yeah, charge responsibly.
Let's see here.
Guys,
There we go. Yes, coding. I'm going to find cat code template post. All right. Have fun with that.
modern parents are exhausted, and their Gen Alpha children are out of control to the point that even teachers are quitting in revolt. And as it turns out, shock of the century, gentle parenting apparently does
All right.
not work. So instead, you should let your kids F around and find out. And I'm not joking about that, guys. I am saying that literally. Look at this recent headline from the Wall Street Journal. Goodbye, gentle parenting. Hello, F around and find out. Parents are ditching the softer approach to child rearing that has dominated the culture and taking a harder line. Out feral, they're feral. Guys, this is the best news we could have gotten for our culture, for our society, for the future of humanity, for the workforce, for future generations. This is incredibly positive. We should all be celebrating this finally. I mean, it is only what society and teachers and Sephora employees have been begging for the last few years. Now, before I tell you why Sephora is
Pegging
going to be
for
excited about this, make sure that you
what?
like this video and subscribe to our channel if you've not already. And of course, ring that notification bell to stay up to date on all
I'll
new
just try and make
episodes.
some
So speaking
conversations
of
while I
Sephora, if you do not know what I am talking about, if you do not remember the
okay.
episodes that I did about this in years past, let me jog your memory because this is truly insane. This is what has been happening at Sephora's.
Lately, Sephora employees have been complaining on TikTok that every time they work a shift, the majority of customers are children under the age of 13 that have no manners. They go up to the sample section and quite literally destroy everything and make a huge mess that they don't even bother cleaning up. In fact, some workers are saying that the kids will open up packaged products from a set just to take one or two items, thus resulting in the store losing hundreds if not thousands of dollars worth of product.
So basically, TLDR, the issue was that there were young people, tweens, running rampant at stores like Sephora in the mall, destroying product, being completely without parental supervision, or the parents were there and were doing nothing about it and were just giggling and laughing because their kids were being cute and funny because they have no control over their children. And people were speaking out, and this created a whole conversation about Gen Alpha, about child rearing, about gentle parenting, and the fact that it really was not working in practice. And all of that took place over the last year or so. And it is these Sephora kids, those types of kids that you saw in that TikTok, that have teachers literally quitting and walking out of schools. This headline reads, "Teachers are quitting their jobs in droves as a new generation of delinquent students push their patience to the limit." And that was in August of 2024. I also have a myriad of old episodes about that. This is something that has been going on for a while now. It has been an epidemic of out-of-control children. Also, you can see here they have an additional article under this one, like read more. Generation Alpha slammed as feral and illiterate iPad kids. So that is the point that I am making, is that this has been a problem. And obviously, all of this cannot be chalked up just to iPads. There's a deeper problem there. It all goes back to parenting, specifically, in my opinion, gentle parenting, the trend that now is hopefully on the way out. So if you don't know what gentle parenting is, allow me to introduce you. Gentle parenting, in short, is this kind of discipline or lack thereof strategy that does not yell or shame. It's not strict. They certainly do not spank their children. It is focused heavily on a child's emotions, not hurting their feelings, validating everything.
Let's
Just
see if this
watch
works.
this video and you can sort of get a taste.
Icon. Yeah.
Wait. I am so sorry that I said that it was time to go.
Fix
How do I
five.
start a timer? No! Gentle hands. Gentle hands. Gentle hands. I know you're having so many big feelings right now. Mommy just wants to validate them. Gentle hands. Hands are for gentle.
Now, obviously, this is satire. This is
That's
exaggerated.
tired.
But it also isn't really exaggerated, because you can go down a rabbit hole of these types of videos on TikTok. You can see parents literally give instructional videos on how to not tell your child no. Because the word no, like the word stop, it invokes big feelings and bad feelings. And you don't want to encourage that in your children. You want them to feel safe. And so even if your child is knocking furniture off of tables, even if they are slapping people and biting people, you cannot be strict with them. You have to be gentle, because they're just a little human being that can't understand things and they're having big feelings. I'm sorry. No, if a 4-year-old is biting you and slapping you, something must be done. You cannot just say gentle hands. But people tried. They tried. They wanted to do the gentle thing. They wanted to validate the big feelings. They wanted to see how it would work. And guys, the results are in. Did not work. Teachers are quitting. Sephora employees are up in arms. And so something had to change. But this was a huge trend for years. It really rose to prominence over the last decade, specifically with millennials and early Gen Z parents. And I think that this happened for a myriad of reasons. Now, first of all, millennials and the older Gen Zs, we were raised by baby boomers and Gen X who were much more authoritative in their parenting styles. And some of that authoritative style was good, and like I think my mom was very strict in a great way, but for others, they saw that kind of strictness as just being strict for no reason, just being very cold, very harsh. You're going to do what I say just because I say so, and these parents wanted to do the exact opposite with their Gen Alpha kids. And the second reason that I think this really took off is because of the internet, and specifically because of mom influencers. Because women's feeds, I don't even have a child yet. Well, by this time I will have a baby because you're watching this while I'm on maternity leave. But at this point, as I'm filming this, I do not have a human child that I am parenting yet. And my feed is full of parenting videos and moms instructing other moms on how to raise their kids, the right way to do it, how to not be
let's try to code
kids,
this.
how to be strict but not too strict. All of
I'm gonna try to code this and see if I can actually do this from memory, because I want to make sure I can do this from memory before I officially move on.
these things. And for the first time, these new parents are turning to these online influencers and digital experts over their parents and their grandparents, and over what I would even say is just common sense when it comes to dealing with other human beings and raising children. And the reason why I am painting this whole picture and giving you guys all of this context is to just prove the point that this parenting style did not work. But you don't just have to take it from me. Listen to this.
We're teaching our child that your emotions and your feelings are more important than everybody else. What you're going through is more important than even what mom and dad are going through, because you won't do what we ask you to do, but now I have to emotionally be there to be able to coddle you in a moment. And what happens then is you're the center of the world. You're the center of the universe. Well, what happens when they get to grade school? What happens when the kids around them don't want to coddle their emotions? What happens as an adult when your boss, even when your spouse, they can't take any accountability and control their emotions because everything is about them.
And this isn't just about the trend of gentle parenting. It is about the fact, as this man was saying, that kids are not integrated into their parents' lives anymore. Instead, it is the reverse. These parents decide that everything needs to revolve around their kids, and that is setting them up for a life of failure. My first thought is, I mean, maybe that's one of the reasons why people are so scared to have kids, because they look around at parents, they see parents' pre-existing lives come to a screeching halt once they have kids. But it doesn't have to be that way, and it shouldn't be that way. Your entire life should not be oriented around your children and about protecting their feelings, especially for the sake and for the future of these children. Which brings me to a really interesting thread that I found on X that I want to read you. This mom was talking about this trend, and she said, "When I was raised in the late 70s to 90s as an active kid with many interests, I had after-school activities almost every day and parents who leaned in heavily to steward me. I needed it. However, there was a really big difference between then and now. I remember that my parents would take me to grown-up parties and family gatherings, and after amusing myself as long as I could, I would fall asleep on numerous coat piles. I did not demand TV or an iPad. I did not demand to go home out of boredom. I lived my life around them. Today's parents are living around our kids. This inherently makes them little narcissists, the center of everything. Additionally, it is making adults less autonomous and parenthood less joyful as a result. It's no wonder that more and more parents are opting out of parenthood. The model is less successful for all involved. I'm not saying we should go all the way back to having to be asked if we knew where our children were at 10 p.m., but we do need to think about how we approach things. And while this might sound completely counterintuitive, I think that this was one of the major benefits that I experienced thanks to homeschooling. Like, I had all the time in the world to get my school done, to go do extracurriculars, to fit everything else in, whether I was doing gymnastics or rock climbing or dancing. But when I wasn't doing school or doing an activity, I literally went everywhere with my parents. Like, they had a life, and I fit into that. I would go to the office with my dad and sit and do my Saxon math textbook while he was in meetings. I would do church things with my mom. I would sit next to her while she had lunch with friends and either be quiet or try to join in on the conversation and learn how to be social and interact with adults. I tried to learn how to not be bored and how to behave, and I had to realize that my parents' world and the world itself did not revolve around me as a child. And like that mom is saying, and like that man in the podcast was saying, that is not the case anymore. And I think that that has informed a huge chunk of these negative childhood behaviors that we are now experiencing on a daily basis in our society. And to be fair, as a caveat and a kind of disclaimer, I do think that there is a balance between not upending your life for your kids 24/7 and not avoiding your responsibilities as a parent. There is a fine line that you have to walk. Case in point, there are parents who want to send their kids to school to read, but do not want to read them at home because, quote unquote, it is boring. That is something that my generation is literally openly saying. I'm not being dramatic. This is a quote. This is from The Guardian. It is so boring. Gen Z parents don't like reading to their kids and teachers are worried. Yeah, understandably. Screen time has increasingly replaced story time, and experts warn that this could lead to children falling behind. I mean, yeah, do you want even more teachers to quit? Do you want even less resources for your children? Like,
I actually did it from memory.
is what
Shit,
this is
sorta.
leading towards. You obviously cannot make your children the center of the universe and teach them that that is what they should expect, but you also do have to step up and be a parent. Like, teachers are obviously there to teach, but they can't do it alone, especially in classrooms with 30, 35 plus students. And between this and the awful behaviors, I do not blame them for walking out the door and quitting. Now, I think another recent parenting fact that is not helping children out at all is the fact that parenting has become so incredibly performative. And when I say performative, I mean that moms and dads now care more about how their followers view them and how people online view them than they care about not raising little hellraisers that make these teachers want to walk out and quit. You know, they film themselves gentle parenting, trying to get brownie points and accolades online. Meanwhile, their child is literally on camera throwing a chair at them. And no, this is not an exaggeration. Just watch.
Are you ready to be nice? Okay, we're gonna sit out here until you're ready to be nice. We don't need to go. Hey, no, hands are not for hitting.
She's trying her best to stay calm.
Are you ready to be nice?
Like I told you guys in that first video, it was not satire. Let's be calm. The child throws a chair. Let's put our hands down. I'm sorry. That is when you turn off the camera. That is when you take your child inside, they go into timeout, something has to be done. Posting this online and getting clicks for being this virtuous, gentle parent, expert, whatever it is not worth these behaviors. And it's so unhealthy for the child, but it's also unhealthy for the parents. It's unhealthy for the parents because they are spending more time filming themselves, worrying about what people online think, trying to follow these newfangled parenting trends, than they are actually focusing on raising and guiding their children well. I mean, in one study on motherhood, this was done recently, a mom specifically said, quote, social media makes you feel like you're the only one failing. Yeah, well, it's probably because moms are chasing these picture-perfect lives and picture-perfect styles of parenting that they see on TikTok, and they're consistently falling short because, shocker, very little of what you see on social media is actually real or obtainable, and very
Alright, that
little of
works.
these idealistic, gentle parenting styles actually work in practice. And so they are feeding these parents a lie. These
Function
parents constantly feel like
variables.
they are falling short and they're failing when they're really just set up for failure from the get-go. They are unrealistically trying to do it all
Addition.
because they're comparing themselves to unrealistic expectations and trends that are being posted online. But thankfully, and this is the reason why I brought all of this up, thankfully, things are starting to change. People are walking away from gentle parenting. They are walking away from these trends in favor of the revolutionary concept of natural consequences. Guys, can you believe it? It's like we've made a whole circle here. We tried something new. We saw it didn't work. We are back. And what I believe is the core tenet of good parenting, which is natural consequences.
Issue calculator.
F
Alright.
around and find out, as you saw in that first headline
X
from the Wall Street Journal. And this means
equals
that instead of using gentle hands and
float
validating
input.
all
What
of
is
these big
X?
feelings and sitting back while your children are literally throwing chairs at you, you let them experience the consequences of their choices and their actions. This is what was written in that article. Carla Dillon, who's a mother, tried lots of ways to discipline her rambunctious 13-year-old, including making him write out the same contrite sentence 100 times. But when he sprayed her with a water gun at a campground after she asked him not to, she saw only one option. She threw him into the pond, clothes and all. Some of the best lessons in life are the hard ones. The article goes on to say that F around and find out is based on the idea that parents can ask and warn, but if a child breaks the rules, mom and dad aren't standing in the way of the repercussions. Again, revolutionary concept. Can you believe that, guys?
Yes.
The children will
X.
have to be disciplined, that they will have to face repercussions. Won't bring your raincoat? Walk home in the downpour. Didn't feel like having lasagna for dinner? Survive until breakfast. Left your toy on the floor again? Go find it in the trash under the lasagna that you didn't eat. Parenting that is light on discipline has dominated the culture in recent decades, that is, putting it mildly. But critics blame the approach for some of Gen Z's problems in adulthood. They cite surveys that show that young adults are struggling with workplace relationships. Was it because their parents never told them no? And suffering from depression and anxiety. Was it because their parents refereed all of their problems? And to all of that, I would say a resounding yes. I think I've told this story a million times.
Yeah.
I did a business program at UC Berkeley while I was still in college. Again, I feel like I'm like beating a dead horse right now. But this class was so instrumental.
Honestly, the more the more I practice, the more I try to understand what can work and whatnot, the more I will actually understand it. Hell, even when I'm actually watching the video to follow along and learn Python, if something doesn't work, you probably already noticed that I pause the video, spend an absurd amount of time figuring out what's going on. It's either I figure out and fix it, or I end up spending 30 minutes saying, okay, I tried to figure out what's going on. I made sure my code was exactly what the tutorial was. It was in the tutorial, and I still can't figure it out. And sometimes it's just the most minor. I shit you not. It is the most minor of typos that you won't even notice at first until you're too deep into coding and trying to figure out what went wrong. It only takes one typo to screw up your entire code. One single typo. Which is why the Space Challenger exploded. I'm sorry, I had to go. I had to go there. I had to go there. Oh, not crack. Oh, fuck. Print X was print X plus Y. Alright, now. Gonna be. Alright, there we go. I know. That's 1.1. 2.2. Okay. Yeah, that. Okay, I can see why.
In how I thought about my generation, the way that we were raised, but I was taking an interpersonal relationships class, and in this class, my professor specifically pointed out the ways that huge HR departments.
I would just calculator. Okay, new file. Text. Oh. That's what I'm gonna do. We'll see. Z me round X Y Y 3. I keep forgetting print C. That's why I want to try to see if I can do this from memory. So eventually I won't have to look at my notes. I'll just have it in my head. Sometimes I may have to look at my notes if I in case I forget, but yeah.
And big companies around the country were preparing for Gen Z, for my generation. And they were preparing for the fact that we had not been disciplined, that we were soft, that we needed to be spoken to gently, that we needed extra care and more time off and more concessions because we were totally different and had been raised in a very soft way. And I remember receiving that information and being so embarrassed and horrified because that is not at all the way I was raised. And it seemed so crazy to me that our society was just going to bend over backwards and accept this rather than look at parenting and go, obviously, we need to change course. Because sometimes, parents, kids simply just need to learn lessons the hard way so that they don't make the same mistakes again. Like, this is a great way to teach children that
Exactly.
actions have consequences that they will face in the real world as adults. Yes, they will be loved by their parents no matter what, but they do have to take ownership of those choices and of those consequences. And this was basically what my mother lived by. Like, natural consequences was my mother's parenting philosophy. And I think that this is so summed up by one of the most iconic stories in my family. And my brother is probably going to be going, oh no, I know where you're going with this. He's watching this episode being so concerned. But all of this can be summed up by the incredible story of my brother with his Winnie the Pooh footy pajamas. Now, my brother, I think he was probably like 4 or 5 years old. This is my brother Chase. He was in preschool, and my mom had a little carpool group where she would go pick up a few of the kids and she would drive them all to preschool. And this one morning, my brother Chase, he's my oldest brother, he did not want to get dressed. Now, he was fully capable of getting dressed. His clothes were laid out. He knew how to put on his pants. He knew how to tie his shoes. He was fully capable of getting himself ready, getting his backpack, and going to the car. And the reason why that was important is because my mom had my twin brothers who were younger than Chase. And so she needed to be focused on getting these 2 twin infants into their car seats, wrestling them into the car, and Chase, again, fully capable of getting himself ready. But this morning, Chase had no desire to get ready. He was dancing around the house. He was singing. He was like, you're never going to catch me, Mom. I'm not going to get dressed. I'm going to go to school in my pajamas. And she was like, okay, yeah, you are if you don't get dressed. And he was like, you're going to have to catch me, all of this stuff. And he completely thought that by doing all of this, my mom was going to turn her attention completely to him and baby him and help him get ready so that he wouldn't actually go to school in his Winnie the Pooh footy pajamas. But my mom that day was completely over it. And so by the time that Reed and David, the twins, were in the car, she looked at Chase, who was still in his Winnie the Pooh footy pajamas, and said, okay, we'll get in the car. And he looked down, he was like, well, I'm in my pajamas. And she said, yeah, the hell you are. You're getting in the car. It's time to go to school. And so my brother, horrified, had to get in the car. She forced him in his footy pajamas. And my mom proceeded to drive to his first friend's house and pick up the carpool, drive to the other girl's house, pick her up. and my brother had to sit in the back seat and defend himself to his friends about why, on earth, he was wearing his footy pajamas. He then went into preschool where everybody else was in their clothes.
Alright,
and
right
he
to
had to be in his
main.
pajamas. And I believe, as the story goes, the preschool teacher was like, "Really? You're gonna make him go to school in your pajamas?" My mom was like, "Yeah, he didn't want to get dressed, so this is what he has to deal with." And when she picked him up from school, Chase was so horrified. He was so embarrassed. He went immediately to his room. He put on his clothes, and he never wasted a single second ever again. The embarrassment, the horror, the having to explain why he was in his footy pajamas all day in preschool made him so proactive and so on top of getting dressed and ready in the morning and helping my mom with the babies. He never tried that again. And I feel like I just ranted for so long about my brother, but I also just have to say Alex did a similar thing. My mother-in-law was a very similar mother, and Alex was a very stubborn child. And there was one day when he also didn't want to get dressed. Apparently this is just something that kids struggle with. He did not want to get dressed. He did not want to wear the sweater that my mother-in-law had laid out for him. And the way that he was going to get around this was by peeing on the sweater. And so my husband, at like 4 years old, peed on the sweater that he did not want to wear and went, "Okay, well, now you can't make me wear it. I'm not going to get dressed. I don't want to wear the itchy sweater." But my mother-in-law, because she's incredible, just like my mom, made Alex put on the pee-stained sweater, the soaking wet sweater, and go wherever they were going. I think maybe they were going to the pediatrician, something like that. But he had to sit there in the pee-soaked sweater because he had made the decision to pee all over it. And that was, unfortunately, the natural consequence. So this kind of parenting, it's not just being super strict and spanking your kids for no reasons. It is sometimes just hilariously letting them live out the consequences of the ridiculous things that they do. Now, another interesting aspect of this newfangled trend that really is just common sense that I'm a huge fan of is teaching your kids to actually have to follow through on their commitments. Not to bail out your kids because, again, they're the center of the universe, but to say, hey, you signed up for something, you committed to something, you have to follow through. Crazy concept. They write about another parent, this father, Wellington, 46, a stand-up comedian from South Carolina, recalled that when he and his brother misbehaved, they had to stare into each other's eyes while their parents simultaneously spanked them. He hardly thinks it's excessive that he made his high school daughter go to color guard practice even after she realized that she hated it. Like, sorry, that's just a fact of life. This is what he had to say. He said, "In the real world, when you commit to a loan or a car payment or a house payment or even a marriage, you have to finish that thing until it is over with." So this father paid for his daughter to join this group, to join the color guard, and even when she hated it, he said, "Sorry, we paid. You wanted to do this. You have to follow through. You are going to learn to follow through on your commitments." And all of this is incredible because it is preparing children for the real world. Where they
Hello. Oh, what I get? Oh yeah, what I'm watching right now? Yeah, blah 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 blah. Let me look it up quickly. Blah blah blah. Where's my? Yeah, there you go. Right now, her name is Brett Cooper. I can put in chat. Brett Cooper. She talks about what's going what's again mostly what's going not really what's going on in the news, more like what's going on in society and and the state of society right now. And like when I say state of society, like every aspect of society. All right. Yeah, I tend to listen. I've been hooked on listening to her, and she makes very good talking points. She really does. Not really. Okay, so I don't like at this point I am sick of listening to politics and whatnot, and that's why I have a rule. I have two big rules for my stream chats: no soliciting and no politics. Those are two big rules, and pretty much the rest is common sense.
face consequences, where they will have to follow through on their commitments. Like, no matter how soft our culture gets, no matter how
Yeah, yeah. Basically, that's what I tend to do as well. That's that's what I picked up on, and and the type of punishment that some parents are giving them is just the okay. You want to do this stupid thing, kid? You want to do this stupid thing, my child? All right, live out the consequences of your own actions. If it's bad enough, then yeah, you can take your child to the hospital immediately. But it's like your kid just pissed on their new sweater. Okay, wear that sweater. I don't care. You're wearing that sweater. your grandma gave you that sweater, you're gonna wear it. Which is fucking funny. Oh my fucking god.
How HR departments will bend and fold for.
It's not okay, so that type of punishment is not really classified as public humiliation. It's more like it's more like it's more like family humiliation. It's not really outside in the public and whatnot. Of course, any parent with a brain would not let their child walk around in dirty and piss clothing, because the judgment is not going to go to the child. The judgment is going to go to the parents. The parents are smart about that.
For Gen Z, these simply will just be facts of life, and it is objectively better to teach your children that young. And the sooner the kids learn that, the more confident and resilient they will become. And that does not mean that you are police.
My parents taught me common sense at the early age of 7 years old. Because when I was 7 years old, uh, uh, I was a slightly bratty kid, not to the point of Gen Alpha kind of brat. It's more like, so even to this day, I love Hot Wheels cars, Hot Wheels toy cars. That was my bread and butter. Like every Christmas, I would ask my parents to get me one Hot Wheels car. Because I was more like the humble type. I was like, I didn't want to burden my parents with a whole big ass set and whatnot. I was like, just one tiny Hot Wheels car, please. And my parents asked me, "Don't you want anything bigger?" With that, like, nope, just a Hot Wheels car, thank you. But yeah, when I was 7 years old, I essentially was attempted to steal a toy car. This was back in 2007. They had me walk up to the security guard, hand back the toy car, had me apologize to them. I never stole ever again. That was my canon event. That mortified me. I was like, yeah, good job on that.
Your children 24/7 helicoptering around everything they do to try to toughen them up. It just means, in my opinion, that you are being realistic and you're not treating them like a fine piece of china. Because the truth is,
Yeah.
parenting is never going to be easy. No parent, no matter how much they love their children and being a parent, will ever say that this is an easy job. Raising and molding human beings is going to be complex. It is going to be difficult. But we have made it harder by turning it into some kind of curated performance for our social media followers. And more importantly, in my opinion, by trying to reinvent the wheel of parenting. Like, in this process, it's no wonder that parents have burned out. It's no wonder that teachers are quitting, because objectively, it has not worked. We need to let children fail. We need to let children face consequences and let them figure it out. That will only make them stronger and smarter and better. And I know that gentle parenting talks a lot about, affirming your kids and not being too harsh and being kind to them. But the kindest thing that you can do for a child is to mold them and raise them up well and prepare them for a good life. And that is exactly what natural consequence parenting is doing, and thank God it is back in vogue. If you made it all the way to the end of this episode, thank you so much for watching. I had so much fun putting it together, and I hope that you enjoyed it too. If you did, make sure to hit that subscribe button, because this channel only exists because of you.
Alright. Well, I think we can watch another one of her videos. Actually, on second thought, yeah, I'm gonna actually continue to continue my Python learning process. Just do what we want. Yes, I am MTF. Yeah, I watch loads of YouTube videos too. Sometimes chat requests some videos to want for me to react and whatnot. I'm like, yeah, I'll look this up real quick. The only reason why I would not react is either one, copyright music, or two, politics. Now, where is it? Ordering tips. There we go.
Inputs, we now have an automated mechanism for testing one's own code that's going to be even more powerful when you start collaborating with others so that
I can't. YouTube, can you load, please? Can you load?
they make a change to the same code.
I can't even. Oh, fucking hell. I wasn't able to actually. Please stay. Thank you. Okay, YouTube, can I minimize? Can I minimize, please?
They haven't broken.
Thank you. Thank you, YouTube. There you go. Oh my fucking god.
The code that you've written. All right, that's it for this week.
All right.
We'll see you next time.
Okay. Let's prepare this. Actually, let me do quick test on this. Make sure I actually did this correctly. Homework. Def main. What did I do? Oh fuck. Yeah. I messed up on that. Real quick. Alright. See one F squared is. And also formatting errors as well. What is X for? How is X not defined? What is X squared is square X? Int. Oh, okay, yeah, I realized. I forgot something major. X equals. There we go. 26. Alright, there we go. Yes, there we go. Fuck yeah. I love it. I love figuring things out myself. Holy shit, yes. It's like I get a high and a half from figuring things out myself. Alright, now let's continue. Me too, X's. Yeah, I love it at the end of the year, like back. Yeah, end of the year is like it's so surreal. And then nowadays, why did it do like holidays and whatnot? I do kind of like a special stream. I was like, I do kind of like a celebratory thing, and if I kind of want to, I would end up putting up little trinkets on the screen, whatnot. And it'd have like, hey, this is gonna be like Halloween or Christmas and whatnot. Well, okay. Hold on, before I go, continue. I need to use restroom real bad. Be right back, Matane. Alright, I just got back. Grover, I had to use the restroom. That's why I left. Bye, Grover. Alright, I'm back. Alright. There we go. All IO. Okay. Do Python practice. Six. Here we go. Alright.
Alright, this is CS50's Introduction to Programming with Python. My name is David Malin, and this is our week on File I/O, input and output of files. So up until now, most every program we've written just stores all the information that it collects in memory, that is, in variables or inside of the program itself, a downside of which is that as soon as the program exits, anything you typed in, anything that you did with that program is lost. Now with files, of course, on your Mac or PC, you can hang on to information long term, and File I/O within the context of programming is all about writing code that can read from, that is load information from, or write to, that is save information to, files themselves. So let's see if we can transition then from only using memory and variables and the like to actually writing code that saves some files for us and therefore data persistently. Well, to do this, let me propose that we first consider a familiar data structure, a familiar type of variable that we've seen before, that of a list.
Let me do obligatory file introduction notes. I need to take off my socks and this shit. I am itchy. My feet are itchy from the socks. Shit. Oh, I feel fucking pins and needles. Alright. Here you go.
And using lists, we've been able to store more than one piece of information in the past. Using one variable, we typically store one value, but if that variable is a list, we can store multiple values. Unfortunately, lists are stored in the computer's memory, and so once your program exits, even the contents of those disappear. But let's at least give ourselves a starting point. So I'm over here in VS Code, and I'm going to go ahead and create a simple program using code of names.py, a program that just collects
New file. There you go.
people's names, students' names, if you will. And I'm going to do it super simply initially in a manner consistent with what we've done in the past to get user input and print it back out. I'm going to say something like this. Name equals input, quote unquote, what's your name? Thereby storing.
Okay, you can do equals input. What's your name?
In a variable called name, the return value of input, as always. And as always, I'm going to go ahead and very simply print out a nice F string that says hello, comma, and then in curly braces name to print out hello David, hello world, however, happens to be using the program. Let me go ahead and
remember to follow and subscribe, please.
run this just to remind myself what I should expect.
I
If I
do.
run Python of names.py and hit enter, type in my name like David, of course, I
Alright. Yeah. Print. Yeah. Sweet. Alright. Yeah. Alright, yeah.
now see hello, David. Suppose, though, that we wanted to add support not just for one name, but multiple names, maybe 3 names for the sake of discussion, so that we can begin to accumulate some amount of information in the program such that it's
Hi Anthony, welcome back.
downside if we keep
Welcome back. Learning. I'm moving on to files.io and learning how to store, like, actually create persistent storage within files.
throwing it away once the program exits. Well, let me go back into names.py up here at top. Let me proactively give myself a variable, this time called names plural, and set it equal to an empty list.
Ooh, okay.
Recall that the square bracket notation, especially if nothing's inside of it, just means give me an empty list that we can add things to over time. Well, what do we want to add to it? Well, let's add 3 names, each from the user. And let me say something like this. For underscore in range of 3, let me go ahead and prompt the user with the input function.
Underscore in 3. This.
And getting their name in this variable. And then
Hello.
using list syntax, I can say names.append name to that list.
Whoa, okay.
And now I have in that list that given name. 1, 2, 3 of them. Other points to note is I could use a variable here like I, which is conventional, but if I'm not actually using I explicitly on any subsequent lines, I might as well just use underscore, which is a Pythonic convention. And actually, if I want to clean this up a little bit right now, notice that my name variable doesn't really need to exist because I'm assigning it a value and then immediately appending it. Well, I could tighten this up further by just getting rid of that variable altogether and just appending immediately the return value. value of input.
What I can do is okay.
I think we could go both ways in terms of design here. On the one hand, it's a pretty short line and it's readable. On the other hand, if I were to eventually change this phrase to be not what's your name, but something longer, we might want to break it out again into 2 lines. But for now, I think it's pretty readable. Now, later in the program, let's just go ahead and print out those same names, but let's sort them alphabetically so that it makes sense to be gathering them all together, then sorting them and printing them. So how can I do that? Well, in Python, the simplest way to sort a list in a loop is probably to do something like this. For name in names, but wait, let's sort the names first. Recall that there's a function called sorted, which will return a sorted version.
For names and names. Ooh, okay.
Version of that list. Now let's go ahead and print out an F string that says again, hello, bracket name, close quotes.
Okay. All right.
All right, let me go ahead and run this. So Python of names.py, and let me go ahead and type in a few names this time. How about Hermione? How about Harry? How about Ron? And notice that they're not quite in alphabetical order, but when I hit enter and that loop kicks in, it's going to print out hello.
Okay. Okay, let's test it out real quick. What's your name? Dave, Tyler, Jess, and Matt. Well, Jess, hello. Mac, how to. Oh, okay.
Harry, hello Hermione, hello Ron, in sorted order. But of course now, if I run this program again, all of the names are lost. And if this is a bigger program than this, that might actually be pretty painful to have to re-input the same information again and again and again. Wouldn't it be nice, like most any program today on a phone or a laptop or desktop or cloud, to be able to save this information somehow instead? And that's where file I/O comes in, and that's where files come in. They are a way of storing information persistently on your own phone or Mac or PC or some cloud storage disk so that they're there when you come back and run the program again.
Oh! With this information, we can make our own. We can make our own password manager. Holy shit! Oh! Also, there's gonna be a lot of encryption involved, but yeah.
So how can we go about saving all 3 of these names in a file?
Hi, Starlight. Hi, how are you? Welcome. I'm middle of coding, and what we just discussed is that I just like to learn how things work, and then I like to figure it out myself. And then I realized I'm learning how to create persistent storage within files, and I realized something. We could probably make our own password manager with this knowledge.
them again and again. Let me go ahead and simplify this file and again give myself just a single variable.
And again, if I ever make my own password manager, I gotta make sure it is open source, it is free, and you can store unlimited amount of passwords on it. And probably I can import maybe portions of Cryptomator, maybe 4 Cryptomator, import portions of it into the file, into the password manager. But yeah.
Called name and set the return value of input equal to that variable. So what's your name as
A new file. I can make a new file right now. Okay, it's gonna be new. It's gonna be names _ persistent dot pod. I don't like that formatting. Names persistent. There you go.
before, quote unquote, and now let me go ahead and
Okay, let's do this real quick. Names equals input. What? Name. Oh, I have to actually shift. Alright, there we go. Now continue on.
let me do something more with this value. Instead of just adding it to a list or printing it immediately out, let's save the value of the person's name that's just been typed in to a file. Well, how do we go about doing that? Well, in Python, there's this function called open, whose purpose in life is to do just that, to open a file. But to open it up programmatically so that you, the programmer, can actually read information from it or write information to it. So open is like the programmer's equivalent of like double-clicking on an icon on your Mac or PC. But it's a programmer's technique because it's going to allow you to specify exactly what you want to read from or write to. Formally, its documentation is here, and you'll see that its usage.
Alright. Let me look this up real quick. So I can save it. Function.html. Alright. Alright, there we go.
Is relatively straightforward. It minimally just requires the name of the file that we want to open and optionally how we want to open it. So let me go back to VS
Okay.
and let me propose now that I do this. I'm going to go ahead and call this function called open, passing in an argument for names.txt, which is the name of the file I would like to store all of these names in.
Okay. Okay, I'm phone there. I need to charge my phone. Alright, let's do this. This one I can actually do that. Alright, here we go.
I could call it anything I want, but because it's going to be just text, it's conventional to call it something. .txt, but I'm also going to tell the open function that I plan to write to this file.
Ooh. Something to write to it.
So as a second argument to open, I'm going to put literally quote unquote W.
Alright. And sorted. Sort items. And open. Open. Open files. I should create them. W file. Guess R would be read.
For write, and that's going to tell open to open the file in a way that's going to allow me to change the contents. And better yet, if it doesn't even exist yet, it's going to create the file for me. Now, open returns what's called a file handle, a special value that allows me to access that file subsequently. So I'm going to go ahead and assign it equal to a variable like file. And now I'm going to go ahead and quite simply write this person's name to that file. So I'm going to literally type file, which is the variable linking to that file, .write, which is a function, otherwise known as a method that comes with open files that allows me to write that name to the file.
Oh, okay. File. Right. File.write name. Oh, okay.
File. And then lastly, I'm going to quite simply go ahead and say file.close, which will close and effectively save the file. So these 3 lines of code here are essentially the programmer's equivalent to like double-clicking an icon on your Mac or PC, making some changes in Microsoft Word or some other program, and going to File Save. We're doing that all in code with just these 3 lines here. Well, let's see now how this works. Let me go ahead now and run Python of names.py and enter. Let's type in a name. I'll type in Hermione. Enter. All right. Where did she end up? Well, let me go ahead now and type code of names.txt, which is a file that happens now to exist because I opened it in write mode. And if I open this in a tab, we'll see
Okay, give me Python tab. Oh. Name. What? Right name. Huh? What's going on? Okay, file dot write name, file dot code. I. What? Okay, what's wrong? Is it that I did something incorrectly? Name. Is it formatting or what the fuck? Huh? Pardon me. I am utterly confused. What's going on? I'm utterly confused what's going on. So
.write, which is a function, otherwise known as a method that comes with open files that allows me to write that name to the file. And then lastly, I'm going to quite simply go ahead and say file.close, which will close and effectively.
okay, so pretty much I did everything. Okay, can I? Module, right? Wait. Am I supposed to import something or? Fuck, what the fuck is going on? Shit. Okay, fuck. I'm trying to, like, figure this out. Did I name? Call last. Traceback recent call last for module. Chat, I am confused. What did I do wrong? I know that's a rhetorical question. Don't answer that. I know clearly something went wrong. Very wrong. File equals open. Argument. Oh, I gotta test them real quick. I know this is gonna be. All right. Oh. Okay, I don't. What the fuck is going on? Clearly, I see the names.txt file. Open up. Wrong place. No. Open. Okay, so hmm. I, I, huh. Is it my version of Python give me is my version of Python give me issues? Name equals I am lost. I am mega lost.
Save the file. So these 3 lines of code here are essentially the programmer's equivalent to like double-clicking an icon on your Mac or PC, making some changes in Microsoft Word or some other program, and going to File, Save. We're doing that all in code with just these 3 lines here. Well, let's see now how this works. Let me go ahead now and run Python of names.py and enter. Let's type in a name. I'll type in Hermione. Enter.
Okay, his code clearly works. It clearly works, and what's going on with mine now? I don't fucking know. Chat, I am actually lost on this. I am actually lost on this. Alright. I'm actually lost on this. I don't know what's going on. Shit. Fuck.
Alright, where did she end up? Well, let me go ahead now and type code of names.txt, which is a file that happens now to exist because
Okay. Fuck.
I opened it in write mode, and if I open this in a tab, we'll see there's Hermione. Well, let's go ahead and run names.py once more. I'm going to go ahead and run Python of names.py, enter, and this time I'll type in Harry. Let me go ahead and run it one more time, and this time I'll type in Ron. And now let me go up to names.
I don't know what the name is. Okay, it could be. What the fuck? Huh? Okay. Something's clear going on. Hold on. I'm gonna go to my files real quick. Good. Control Z. Control Z. Rename to files. Oh. It's properly been renamed. Alright. Dude, what the fuck is going on? That's how tons of fuckery is going on here. One. Yeah. Let's see here. Make sure. Where is it? Okay.
.text where hopefully I'll see all three of them here. But no, I've just actually seen Ron. What might explain what happened to Hermione and Harry, even though I'm pretty sure I ran the program 3 times and I definitely wrote the code that writes their name to that file. What's going on here, do you think?
I think because we are not appending them, we should append the names. Since we are writing directly, it is erasing the old content and it is replacing with the last set of characters that we mentioned.
Exactly. Unfortunately, quote unquote W is a little dangerous. Not only will it create the file for you, it will also recreate the file for you every time you open the file in that mode. So if you open the file once and write Hermione, that worked just fine as we saw. But if you do it again for Harry, if you do it again for Ron, the code is working, but each time it's opening the file and recreating it with brand new contents. So we had one version with Hermione, one version with Harry, and one final version with Ron. But ideally, I think we probably want to be appending, as 𝙂𝙗 says, each of those names to the file, not just clobbering, that is overwriting the file each time. So how can I do this? It's actually a relatively easy fix. Let me go ahead and do this as follows. I'm going to first remove the old version of names.txt, and now I'm going to change my code to do this.
All right. All right.
I'm going to change the W, quote unquote, to just A, quote unquote, A for append, which means to add to the bottom, to the bottom, to the bottom, again and again. Now let me go ahead and rerun Python of names.py, enter. I'll again start from scratch with Hermione.
All right. Okay, it's the names equal. Oh yeah, no. I realize my issue. All right. So we just see. Yeah, there we go. There we go. And then we do again. Huh?
Because I'm creating the file new. Notice that if I now do code of names.txt enter, we do see that Hermione is back. So after removing the file, it did get recreated, even though I'm
sorted.
which is good. But now let's see what happens when I go back to my terminal. And this time I run Python of names.py again, this time typing in Harry. And let me run it one more time, this time typing in Ron. So hopefully this time, in that second tab, names.txt, I should now see all 3 of them. But, this doesn't look ideal. What have I
no.
done wrong?
Sorted.
Something tells me, even though all 3 names are there, it's not going to be easy to read those back unless you know where each name ends and begins.
The English format is not correct. Like the English format is not correct. Like it's incorrect. It's concatenating them.
It is. Well, it appears to be concatenating, but technically speaking, it's just appending to the file. First Hermione, then Harry, then Ron. It has the effect of combining them back to back, but it's not concatenating per se. It really is just appending. Let's go to another hand here. What really have I done wrong? Or equivalently, how might I fix? It would be nice if there were some kind of gaps between each of the names so we
got
could
put sorted.
cleanly.
Hello. We should add a new line before we write new name.
Good. We want to add a new line ourselves. So whereas print by default, recall, always outputs automatically a line ending of \n unless we override it with the named parameter called end, write does not do that. Write takes you literally. And if you say write Hermione, that's it. You're getting the H through the E. If you say write Harry, you get the H through the Y. You don't get any extra new lines automatically. So if you want to have a new line at the end of each of these names, we've got to do that manually. So let me again close names.txt, and let me remove the current file, and let me go back up to my code here, and I can fix this in any number of ways, but I'm just going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to write back up to my code, close names.txt, and let me remove the current.
There you go.
And let me go back up to my code here, and I can fix this in any number of ways, but I'm just going to go ahead and.
Hi, 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚𝙧𝙖, how are you? Welcome, welcome. I'm currently learning how to code in Python. All right.
Write out an F string that contains name and \n at the end. We could do this in different ways. We could manually print just the new line or.
All right. It could be. Yeah. Name \n. All right.
Some other technique, but I'm going to go ahead and use my F strings as I'm in the habit of doing and just print the name and the new line all at once. I'm going to go ahead now and down to my terminal window, run python of names.py again, enter. We'll type in Hermione. I'm going to run it again.
Name color again. This. Run again. Okay. Mac. There you go.
Type in Harry. I'm going to type it again, and this time Ron. Now I'm going to run code names.txt and open that file, and now it looks like the file is a bit cleaner. Indeed, I have each of the name on its own line, as well as a line ending, which ensures that we can separate one from the other. Now, if I were writing code, I bet I could parse, that is, read the previous file by looking at differences between lowercase and uppercase letters, but that's going to get messy quickly. Generally speaking, when storing data long term in a file, you should probably do it somehow cleanly, like doing one name at a time. Well, let's now go back, and I'll propose that this code is now working correctly, but we can design it a little bit better. It turns out that it's all too easy when writing code to sometimes forget to close files. And sometimes this isn't necessarily a big deal, but sometimes it can create problems. Files could get corrupted or accidentally deleted or the like, depending on what happens in your code. So it turns out that you don't strictly need to call close on the file yourself if you take another approach instead. More Pythonic when manipulating files is to do this, to introduce this other keyword called, quite simply, with, that allows you to specify that in this context, I want you to open and automatically close some file.
And 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 then width gonna be containing okay.
So how do we use with? It simply looks like this. Let me go back to my code here. I've gotten rid of the clothesline, and I'm now just going to say this instead. Instead of saying file equals open, I'm going to say with open, then the same arguments as before, and somewhat curiously, I'm going to put the variable at the end of the line. Why? That's just the way this is done.
New file. I give it new file. New file. Add change. Alright, and I can do Control A, Control C, Control V.
Done. You say with, you call the function in question, and then you say as, and specify the name of the variable that should be assigned the return value of open. Then I'm going to go ahead and indent the line underneath so that the line of code that's writing the name is now in the context of this with statement, which just ensures that automatically, if I had more code in this file down below, no longer indented, the file would be automatically closed as soon as line 4 is done executing. So it doesn't change what has just happened, but it does automate the process of at least closing things for us, just to ensure I don't forget and so that something doesn't go wrong.
Ooh, okay.
Now that I wanted to read these names from the file. All I've done thus far is write code that writes names to the file, but let's assume now that we have all of these names in the file, and heck, let's go ahead and add one more. Let me go ahead and run this one more time, python of names.py, and let's add in Draco to the mix. So now that we have all 4 of these names here, how might we want to read them back? Well, let me propose that we go into names.py now, or
add one more.
Or we could create another program altogether, but I'm going to keep reusing the same name just to keep us focused on this. And now I'm going to write code that reads
Finished. Alright.
reads an existing file with Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Draco together. And how do I do this? Well, it's similar in spirit. I'm going to start this time with open, and then the first argument.
Let's create a new file real quick. Names. Succinct. Alright. Alright. Okay. Alright, let's do this. Alright. Here we go.
Is going to be the name of the file that I want to open. before, and I'm going to go open it this time in read mode, quote unquote R, and to read a file just means to load it, not to save it, and I'm going to name the return value file. And now I'm going to do this, and there's a number of ways I can do this, but one way to read all of the lines from the file at once would be this.
All right. Open. .exe. All right.
Let me declare a variable called lines. Let me access that file and call a function or a method that comes with it called readLine.
All right. Lines equal read line. All right.
So if you read the documentation on file IO in Python, you'll see that open files come with a special method whose purpose in life is to read all of the lines from the file and return them to me as a list. So what this line 2 is doing is it's reading all of the lines from that file, storing them in a variable called lines. Now suppose I want to iterate over all of those lines and print out each of those names. For line in lines, this is just a standard for loop in Python. Lines is a list. Line is the variable that will be automatically be set to each of those lines. Let me go ahead and print out something like, oh, hello, comma, and then I'll print out the line itself.
For line in line. Yeah. Right. We hello.
All right, so let me go to my terminal window, run python of names.py now. I have not deleted names.txt, so it still contains all 4 of those names, and hit enter. And okay, it's not bad, but it's a little ugly here. What's going on? When I ran names.py, it's saying hello to Hermione, to Harry, to Ron, to Draco, but there's these gaps now between the lines. What explains that symptom? If nothing else, it just looks ugly.
It happens because in the text file, we have new line symbols in between those names, and the print always adds another new line at the end. So you use the same symbol twice.
Perfect. And here's a good example of a bug, a mistake in a program, but if you just think about those first principles, like how do each of the lines of code work that I'm using, you should be able to reason exactly as Rafal did there to say that, all right, well, one of those new lines is coming from the file after each name, and then, of course, print all of these weeks later is still giving us for free
Persist.
that extra new line. So there's a couple possible solutions. I could certainly do this, which we've done in the past, and pass in a named argument to print, like end equals quote unquote.
Hi. Hi, Ghost. Welcome, welcome. I'm Fodian Rage. I'm a variety streamer. I stream lots of video games. I draw art, and I do programming, as you see here. I recently started 3D learning how to 3D model, but I can wait until I'm more familiar with the controls and keybinds, so to the point that I'll be able to comfortably stream it without having to look up what does keybind do? How do I do this? How do I do that? But welcome, welcome. Thank you for following. Welcome, my new Blitzy. I give you some headbands. Here you go. Mwah. How are you doing today? How are you doing today, cuties? I hope your day is going well. Hope you're eating, hydrating, and make sure you use the restroom, please.
Argue a little better than that might actually be to do this, to strip off of the end of the line the actual new line itself, so that print is handling the printing of everything.
Oh, .r strip. .r strip.
The person's name as well as the new line, but you're just stripping off what is really just an implementation detail in the file. We chose to use new lines in my text file to separate one name from another. So arguably it should be a little cleaner in terms of design to strip that off and then let print out what is really just now a name. But that's ultimately a design decision. The effect is going to be exactly the same. Well, if I'm going...
Ew, I forgot. Hold on. Rename to read dash. And rename to there we go.
I'm going to open this file and read all the lines and then iterate over all of those lines and print them each out. I could actually combine this into one thing, because right now I'm doing twice as much work. I'm reading all of the lines, then I'm iterating over all of the lines just to print out each of them. Well, in Python with files, you can actually do this. I'm going to erase almost all of these lines now, keeping only the with statement at top. And inside of this with statement, I'm going to say this. For line in file, go ahead and print out, quote unquote, hello, comma, and then line.rstrip. So I'm going to take the approach of stripping
line file. Print. Alright, it's gonna be hello. And then yeah. Hello. Line. No. Alright, there we go.
Off the end of the line, but notice how elegant this is, so to speak. I've opened the file in line
That's
1,
actually...
and if I want to iterate over every line in the file, I don't have to very explicitly read all the lines, then iterate over all of the lines. I can combine this into one thought. In Python, you...
I want to double check. I'm gonna double check my settings real quick just to make sure. My microphone is still. Oh my god. There we go. Fucking hell. I didn't know my fucking hell. You know, this is what I hate about Windows. This is what I hate about Windows. I have a strict set amount. Strict set. Properties. It's a good thing I have properties manually set to what I want to be set to. However, what Windows does, like, and then on the system level, let's say you accidentally disconnect your microphone, you have to plug back in. Well, now you have to go to settings and make sure that your mic is set to actually the mic that you're using, not the default like headset mic or whatnot. It's annoying.
You can simply say for line in file, and that's going to have the effect of giving you a for loop that iterates over every line in the file one at a time, and on each iteration, updating the value of this variable line to be Hermione, then Harry, then Ron, then Draco. So this, again, is one of the appealing aspects of Python, is that it reads rather like English. For line in file, print this. It's a little more compact when written this way. Well, what
if it was actually raw code, like actual raw code, it would be even more hell to even get into coding.
If, though, I don't want quite this behavior, because notice now, if I run python of names.py, it's correct. I'm seeing each of the names and each of the hellos, and there's no extra spaces in between. But just to be difficult, I'd really like us to be sorting these hellos. Really, I'd like to see Draco first, then Harry, then Hermione, then Ron, no matter what order they appear in the file. So I could go in, of course, to the file and manually change the file. But if that file is changing over time based
Alright, yeah. There we go.
on who is typing their name into the program, that's not really a good solution. In code, I should be able to load the file no matter what it looks like and just sort it all at once. Now, here is a reason to not do what I've just done. I can't iterate over each line in the file and print it out, but sort everything in advance, right? Logically, if I'm looking at each line one at a time and printing it out, it's too late to sort. I really need to read all of the lines first without printing them, sort them, then print them. So we have to take a step back in order to add now this new feature. So how can I do this? Well, let me combine some ideas from before. Let me go ahead and start fresh with this. Let me give myself a list called names and assign it an empty list.
Alright. And now let's create a new file. We 5 dash names. Just succinct versus great. Well, I can put advanced remote. There we go. Oh, rename. Hold on, I forgot to put .py then. .py. There we go. Alright, chat. Yeah, I make. Don't worry. You'll get a typo here or there, but hopefully that typo doesn't end up killing you in the hospital.
Just so I have a very
Or I really hope that that kind of typo doesn't end up killing you on the Challenger mission.
variable in which to accumulate all of these lines. And now let me open the file with open quote unquote names.txt.
Okay, let's do names equal open.
And it turns out, I can tighten this up a little bit. It turns out if you're opening a file to read it, you don't need to specify quote unquote R. That is the implicit default. So you can tighten things up by just saying open names.txt, and you'll be able to read the file, but not write it. I'm going to give myself a variable called file as before. I am going to iterate over the file in the same way for line in file, but instead of printing each line, I'm going to do this. I'm going to take my names list and append to it, and this is appending to a list in memory, not appending to the file itself. I'm going to go ahead and append the current line, but I'm going to strip off the new line at the end so that all I'm adding to this list is each of the students' names. Now I can use that familiar technique from before. Let me go outside of this with statement, because now I've read the entire file, presumably. So by the time I'm done with lines 4 and 5, again and again and again for each line in the file, I'm done with the file. It can close. I now have all of the students' names in this list variable. Let me do this. For name in, not just names, but the sorted names, using our Python function sorted, which does just that, and do print, quote unquote, with an f string, hello, comma, and now I'll plug in bracket name. So now what have I done? I'm creating a list at the beginning just so I have a place to gather my data. I then, on lines 3 through 5, iterate over the file from top to bottom, reading in each line one at a time, stripping off the new line and adding just the student's name to this list. And the reason I'm doing that is so that on line 7, I can sort all of those names now that they're all in memory and print them in order. I need to load them all into memory before I can sort them, otherwise...
Alright. Just making sure, double checking if my name and correct line. Script. Name is in sorted name. Name is names. Alright, got it.
I'd be printing them out prematurely, and Draco
Just making sure I got everything correct.
instead of first. So let me go ahead in my terminal window and run Python of names.py now and hit enter, and there we go. The same list of...
Alright, Jess, Mac, Rav, Tyler.
4 hellos, but now they're sorted. And this is a very common technique when dealing with files and information more generally.
There we go, that's more like it. There we go.
If you want to change that data in some way, like sorting it, creating some kind of variable at the top of your program like a list, adding or appending information to it just to collect it in one place, and then do something interesting with that collection, that list, is exactly what I've done here. Now, I should note that if we just want to sort the file, we can actually do this even more simply in Python, particularly by not bothering with this names list, nor the second for loop. And let me go ahead and instead just do more simply this. Let me go ahead and tell Python that we want the file itself to be sorted.
And give me new file. Give me 6 hash names. That's sync. This. RN for read mode. Dot. For this one, Control A. Up. B. As it's gonna get rid of the names. Negative. And sorted.
Using that same sorted function.
Alright.
But this time on the file itself. And then inside of that for loop, let's just go ahead and print right away our hello comma, followed by the line itself, but still stripping off of the...
Print. Hello. Line dot. Alright.
End of it, any white space therein. If we go ahead and run this same program now with Python of names.py and hit enter.
Alright. There we go. Actually worked.
We get the same result, but of course it's a lot more compact. But for the sake of discussion, let's assume that we do actually want to potentially make some changes to the data as we iterate over it. So let me undo those changes, leave things as is, whereby now we'll continue to accumulate all of the names first into a list, maybe do something to them, maybe forcing them to uppercase or lowercase or the like, and then sort and print out each item. Let me pause and see if there's any questions now on file I/O, reading or writing, or now accumulating all of these values in some list.
Hi, is there a way to sort the files, but instead if you want it from alphabetically from A to Z, is there a way to reverse it from Z to A? Is there like a little extension that you can add to the end to do that, or would you have to create a new function?
If you wanted to reverse the contents of the file?
Yeah, so if you, instead of sorting them from A to Z in ascending order, if you wanted them in descending order, is there an extension for that?
There is indeed, and as always, the documentation is your friend. So if the goal is to sort them, not in alphabetical order, which is the default, but maybe reverse alphabetical order, you can take a look, for instance.
Ooh, okay. Okay, but say that to Python. And then here we go. All right.
At the formal Python documentation there, and what you'll see is this summary. You'll see that the sorted function takes a first argument, generally known as an iterable. And something that's iterable means that you can iterate over it. That is, you can loop over it, one thing at a time. What the rest of this line here means is that you can specify a key, like how you want to sort it, but more on that later. But this last named parameter here is reverse. And by default, per the documentation, it's false. It will not be reversed by default, but if we change that to true, I bet we can do that. So let me go back to VS Code here and do just that. Let me go ahead and pass in a second argument to sorted in addition to this iterable, which is my names list. Iterable again in the same.
I can do 5.1 streams advanced. You can first for persist first for persist, next persist. RM, and then reverse. And then
that it can be looped over. And let me pass in reverse equals true, thereby overriding the default.
Names.
To false. Let me now run Python of names.py, and now Ron's at.
All right. Now Tyler's at the top.
The top, and Draco's at the bottom. So there too, whenever you have a question like that moving forward, consider what does the documentation say and see if there's a germ of an idea there, because odds are if you have some problem, odds are some programmer before you has had the same question. Other thoughts?
Can we limit numbers of names? And the second question, can we find specific name in list?
Really good question. Can we limit the number of the names in the file, and can we find a specific one? We absolutely could. If we were to write code, we could, for instance, open the file first, count how many lines are already there, and then if there's too many already, we could just exit with sys.exit or some other message to indicate to the user that, sorry, the class is full. As for finding someone specifically, absolutely. You could imagine opening the file,
Yeah.
iterating over it with a for loop again and again, and then adding a conditional. Like if the current line equals Harry, then we found the chosen run, and you can print something like that. So you can absolutely combine these ideas with previous
Okay.
conditionals to ask those same questions.
I'm actually interested in that.
One other question on file I/O?
So I just thought about this.
Oh, let me make absolutely sure. It's gonna be on the bottom here. There you go. So don't have to worry about that.
This function like read all lines, and it looks like it's like separate all the lines by this special character \n, but it looks like we don't need it character, and we always strip it, and it looks like some bad design of function. Why wouldn't we just strip it inside this function?
A really good question. So we are, in my examples thus far, using rstrip to strip from the end of the line all of this white space. You might not want to do that. In this case, I am stripping it away because I know that each of those lines isn't some generic line of text. Each line really represents a name that I have put there myself.
Yeah.
I'm using the new line just to separate one value from another. In other scenarios, you might very well want to keep that line ending because it's a very long series of text or a paragraph or something like that where you want to keep it distinct from the others. But it's just a convention. We have to use something, presumably, to separate one chunk of text from another. There are other functions in Python that will, in fact, handle the removal of that white space for you. Read lines, though, does literally that, though. It reads all of the lines as is. Well, allow me to turn our attention back to where
Let me do this, and then boom. Jiggle physics.
we left off here, which is just names, to propose that with names.txt, we have an ability, it seems, to store each of these names pretty straightforwardly. But what if we wanted to keep track of other information as well? Suppose that we wanted to store information including a student's name and their house at Hogwarts, be it Gryffindor or something else. Well, where do we go about putting that? You know, Hermione lives in Gryffindor, so we could do something like this in our text file. Harry lives in Gryffindor, so we could do that. Ron lives in Gryffindor.
Oh no, that's gonna be bad.
Ron lives in Slytherin, so we could do that. But I worry here. But I worry now that we're mixing apples and oranges, so to speak. Like some lines are names, some lines are houses, so this probably isn't the best design, if only because it's confusing or it's ambiguous. So maybe what we could do is adopt a convention. And indeed, this is in fact what a lot of programmers do. They change this file not to be names.txt, but instead let me create a new file called names.csv. CSV stands for comma separated values, and it's a very common convention to store multiple pieces of information that are related in the same file. And so to do this, I'm going to separate each of these types of data not with another new line, but simply with a comma. I'm going to keep each student on their own line, but I'm going to separate the information about each student using a comma instead. And so now we sort of have a two-dimensional file, if you will. Row by row, we have our students, but if you think of these commas as
Now do change it to Miami. Harry. Ron.
representing a column, even though it's not perfectly straight because of the lengths of these names. It's a little jagged. You can think of these commas as representing a column. The little commas as represent the little SV files are very commonly used when you use something like Microsoft Excel, Apple Numbers.
CSV. New file. Names.
Or Google Spreadsheets, and you want to export the data to share with someone else as a CSV file. Or conversely, if you want to import a CSV file into your preferred spreadsheet software like Excel or Numbers or Google Spreadsheets, you can do that as well. So CSV is a very common, very simple text format that just separates values with commas and different types of values ultimately with new lines as well. Let me go ahead and run code of students.csv to create a brand new file that's initially empty, and we'll add to it those same names, but also some other information as well. So if I now have this new file, students.csv, in
Okay, we do comma with Gryffindor. 400 bajillion points from Gryffindor. Here we go, so we Slytherin. Ew. Let's see. All right.
Side of which is one column of names, so to speak, and one column of houses. How do I go about changing my code to
My
reflect
ankle
not just
cracked.
those names, but also those names and houses so that they're not all...
Don't worry, my ankle's still good. My ankle just cracked. It was a good crack, like holy shit. Damn. Yeah.
All on one line, we somehow have access to both type of value separately. Well, let me go ahead and create a new program here.
Yeah, a good crack is good crack. You can't argue with that.
Called students.py. And in this program, let's go about reading, not a text file per se, but a specific type.
A new file 7 students.py. Alright.
Type of text file, a CSV, a comma separated values file. And to do this, I'm going to use similar code as before. I'm going to say with open quote unquote students.csv. I'm not going to bother
Rename to students.
specify
With open students.csv.
quote unquote arc, as again that's the default, but I'm going to give myself a variable name of
Ooh.
file. And then
As
in this
file. Alright.
file, I'm going to go ahead and do this. For line in file as before, and now I have to be a bit clever here. Let me go back to students.csv, looking at this file, and it seems that on my loop, on each iteration, I'm going to get access to the whole line of text. I'm not going to automatically get access to just Hermione or just Gryffindor. Recall that the loop is going to give me each full line of text. So logically, what would you propose that we do inside of a for loop that's reading a whole line of text at once, but we now want to get access to the individual values, like Hermione and Gryffindor, Harry and Gryffindor? How do we go about taking one line of text and gaining access to those individual values, do you think? Just instinctively, even if you're not sure what the name of the functions would be.
you can access it as you would as if you were using a dictionary, like using a key and value.
So ideally, we would access it using a key and value, but at this point in the story, all we have is this loop, and this loop is giving me one line of text at a time. I'm the programmer now. I have to solve this. There is no dictionary yet in question. How about another suggestion here?
So you can somehow split the two words based on the comma.
Yeah, even if you're not quite sure what function is going to do this, intuitively you want to take this whole line of text, Hermione, comma, Gryffindor, Harry, comma, Gryffindor, and so forth, and split that line into two pieces, if you will. And it turns out wonderfully, the function we'll use is actually called split, that can split.
All right. All right. Here we go.
On any characters, but you can tell it what character to use. So I'm going to go back into students.
Split. Oh my god. Hi, J Bastard. Hi. Or can I call you J Bassy? Or J Bass, just for safety reasons. Hi, Hey, J Bass. How are you? Welcome. I'm Brandon Blitz. I'm a variety streamer. I stream a variety of content on the stream, varying from video games to coding to art and whatnot. I try to come up with some stuff and make sure chat is well entertained and make sure chat is well loved. Hey, here's some headpats. Thank you for following. How you been today? Hopefully you've been eating, hydrating. Make sure you use the bathroom and make yourself feel comfortable here. We're here to chill, to relax. Not really getting into some serious topics unless I just go rambling on and whatnot.
Stop pi, and inside of this loop, I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to take the current line. I'm going to remove the white space at the end, as always, using R strip here. And then whatever the result of that is, I'm going to now call split and quote-unquote comma.
Okay, let me put some introduction notes. CSV. A special file used in Excel using and then basically to separate data. All right. There we go. And it's going to do line then split. It could be do. All right. Here you go.
So the split function or method comes with strings, strs in Python. Any stir has this method built in. And if you pass in an argument like a comma, what this split function will do is split that current string into 1, 2, 3, maybe more pieces by looking for that character again and again. Ultimately, split is going to return to us a list of.
Okay, did I make sure to put R strip? R strip. Remove excess line. Removes excess lines. Then a list output. Alright.
Of all of the individual parts to the left and to the right of those commas, so I can give myself a variable called row here. And this is a common paradigm when you know you're iterating over a file. specifically a CSV, it's common to think of each line of it as being a row, and each of the values therein separated by commas as columns.
Ooh, okay, okay. Row. Or there we go. And then now we continue.
So I'm going to deliberately name my variable row just to be consistent with that.
Yeah. The reason why I take notes, stuff like that, so in the future, if I'm struggling with something while coding, I could think, okay, let me look back at my notes, see what I'm missing. I'll look back on what I've learned, see what can take from it, and then try to revise my code.
And now what do I want to print? Well, I'm going to go ahead and say this. Print, how about the following? An F string that starts with curly braces. Well, how do I get access to the first thing in that row? Well, the row is going to have how many parts? 2. Because if I'm splitting on commas, and there's 1 comma per line, that's going to give me a left part and a right part, like Hermione and Gryffindor, Harry and Gryffindor. When I have a list like row, how do I get access to individual values? Well, I can do this. I can say row, bracket, 0. And that's going to go to the first element.
Oh, okay. Right. F. Row. And then bracket 0.
Of the list, which should hopefully be the student's name. Then after that, I'm going to say is in, and I'm going to have another curly brace here for row bracket 1. And
Oh, yeah. I'm seeing what's going on here. Oh, and row bracket 1.
then I'm going to close my whole quote. So it looks a little cryptic at first glance, but most of this is just F-string syntax with curly braces to plug in values. And what values am I plugging in? Well, row, again, is a list, and it has 2 elements, presumably. Hermione in one, and Gryffindor in the other, and so forth. So bracket 0 is the first element, because remember, we start indexing at 0 in Python, and 1 is going to be the second element. So let me go ahead and run this.
Yeah, I'm gonna start. There we go. Charging the other one. Alright. There we go. How far is this one? 8. Sorry. There we go.
Now and see what happens. Python of students.py, enter, and we see Hermione's in Gryffindor, Harry's in Gryffindor, Ron is in Gryffindor, and Draco is in.
Let's test hours. Python. Tab. There we go, it works. Hermione's in Gryffindor, Harry's in Gryffindor, Ron is in Gryffindor, Draco is in Slytherin. Ooh, okay.
In Slytherin. So we have now implemented our own code from scratch that actually parses, that is, reads and interprets a CSV file ultimately here. Now let me pause to see if there's any questions.
Oh, fuck yeah. Huh? I thought I saw something.
But we'll make this even easier to read in just a moment. Any questions on what we've just done here by splitting by comma?
So my question is, can we edit any line of code anytime we want, or the only option that we have is to append the lines? Or let's say if we want to, let's say, change Harry's house to, let's say, Slytherin or some other house.
Yeah, a really good question. What if you want to, in Python, change a line in the file and not just append to the end? You would have to implement that logic yourself. So for instance, you could imagine now.
Okay, so there's different ways to implement that. I will also have to figure out myself which works best for me.
Opening the file and reading all of the contents in, then maybe iterating over each of those lines, and as soon as you see that the current name equals Harry, you could maybe change his house to Slytherin, and then it would be up to you, though, to write all of those changes back to the file. So in that case, you might want to, in simplest form, read the file once and let it close, then open it again, but open for writing and change the whole file. It's not really possible or easy to go in and change just part of the file, though.
I think it's not easy, but it's not impossible. So basically, you have to write your own long ass program to simply change the file, change contents of, not change the file, but change the contents of the file.
You can do it. It's easier to actually read the whole file, make your changes in memory, than write the whole file out. But for larger files where that might be quite slow, you can be more clever than that. Well, let me propose now that we clean this up a little bit, because I actually think this is a little cryptic to read row bracket 0, row bracket 1. It's not that well written at the moment, I would say. But it turns out that when you have a variable that's a list, like row, you don't have to throw all of those variables into a list. You can actually unpack that whole sequence at once. That is to say, if you know that a function like split returns a list, but you know in advance that it's going to return two values in a list, the first and the second, you don't have to throw them all into a variable that itself is a list. You can actually unpack them simultaneously into two variables, doing name, comma, house. So this is a nice Python technique to not only create but assign.
Okay. I can create another one. New file 8 dash students and advanced. All right. All right.
Automatically, in parallel, two variables.
Why do I keep creating new files despite being simply the same? Well, it's because so I can just see the progress I make and see the different variations on different techniques that can be used. If I want to make it more user friendly, I'll probably use more of the earlier versions. If I want to make it more succinct, I would probably use one of the more later versions. So yeah, that's my reasoning for keep on making new files, despite just minimal changes.
At once. rather than just one.
This also also in a way this also future proof any debugging issues. If I make two versions, I could look back. Okay, so this is what I fixed, and this is what was wrong in the old version. This is what I fixed in the new version. And also, this also makes documentation a lot easier. At least for me, it makes documentation a lot easier.
So this will have the effect of putting the name in the left, Hermione, and it will have the effect of putting Gryffindor, the house, in the right variable. And we now no longer have a row. We can now make our code a little more readable by now literally just saying name down here and, for instance, house down. Here. So just a little more readable, even though functionally the code now is exactly the same. All right, so this now works, and I'll confirm as much by just running it once more. Python of students.py, enter, and we see that the text is as intended.
All right, continue. All right, there we go. Yeah, it is as intended.
But suppose for the sake of discussion that I'd like to sort this list of output. I'd like to say hello again to Draco first, then hello to Harry, then Hermione, then Ron. How can I go about doing this? Well, let's take some inspiration from the previous example where we were only dealing with names and instead do it with these full phrases. So-and-so is in house. Well, let me go ahead and do this. I'm going to go ahead and start scratch and give myself a list called...
Okay. Let's create a new file.
Students.
Give me new file. Students. Precise. Yep. All right.
Equal to an empty list initially, and then with open.
Students. All right.
Students.csv as file.
With open.
I'm going to go ahead and say this for line in file, and then below this, I'm going to do exactly as before. Name, comma, house equals the current line, stripping off the white space at the end, splitting it on a comma. So that's exact same.
All right. I'm going to do is Control C.
Same as before, but this time, before I go about printing the sentence, I'm going to store it temporarily in a list so that I can accumulate all of these sentences and then sort them later. So let me go ahead and do this. Students, which is my list, dot append. Let me append the actual sentence I want to show on the screen. So another F string. So name is in house, just as before.
Me. Student. Append. F. F. Is in house, and then close it. I forgot something. All right, there we go.
But notice I'm not printing that sentence. I'm appending it to my list, not a file, but to my list. Why am I doing this? Well, just because.
What house would I be in? I don't fucking know. Not exactly a Slytherin, not exactly a Gryffindor. Probably one of the other houses. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not sure though. I could try to find out, but like, yeah.
Because as before, I want to do this. For student in the sorted students, I want to go ahead and print out student like this. Well, let me go ahead and run Python of students.py and hit enter now, and I think we'll see. Indeed, Draco is now first, Harry is second, Hermione is third, and Ron is fourth. But this is arguably a little sloppy, right? It seems a little hackish that I'm constructing these sentences, and even though I'm technically want to sort by name, I'm technically sorting by these whole English sentences. So it's not wrong, it's achieving the intended result, but it's not really well designed because I'm just kind of getting lucky that English is reading from left to right, and therefore when I print this out, it's sorting properly. It would be better, really, to come up with a technique for sorting by the students' names, not by some English sentence that I've constructed here on line 6. So to achieve this, I'm going to need to make my life more complicated for a moment, and I'm going to need to collect information about each student before I bother assembling that sentence. So let me propose that we do this. Let me go ahead and undo these last few lines of code so that we currently have two variables, name and house, each of which has name and the student's house respectively, and we still have our global variable students. But let me do this. Recall that Python supports dictionaries. And
oh yeah, I forgot dictionaries.
Keys and values, so you can associate something with something else, like a name with Hermione, like a house with Gryffindor. That really is a dictionary. So let me do this. Let me temporarily create a dictionary that stores this association of name with
oh fuck.
Go ahead and do this. Let me say that the student here is going to be represented initially by an empty dictionary. And just like you can create an empty list with square brackets, you can create an empty dictionary. Dictionary with curly braces. So give me an empty dictionary that will soon have two keys, name and house. How do I do that? Well, I could do it this way. Student, open bracket, name, equals the student's name that we got from the line. Student bracket house equals the house that we got from the line. And now I'm going to append to the students list, plural, that particular student. Now, why have I done this? I've admittedly made my code more complicated. It's more lines of code, but I've now collected all of the information I have.
Okay. Name. The house. And then alright. Oh, okay. This is interesting.
Have about students while still keeping track. What's a name? What's a house? The list, meanwhile, has all of the students' names and houses together. Now, why have I done this? Well, let me, for the moment, just do something simple. Let me do for student in students, and let me very simply now say, print the following F string, the current student with this name is in this current student's house.
Okay. Yours. Printing the F. F student. Huh. Name in student. Okay.
And now notice one detail. Inside of this F string, I'm using my curly braces as always. I'm using inside of those curly braces the name of a variable as always. But then I'm using not bracket 0 or 1, because these are dictionaries now, not list. But why am I using single quotes? To surround house and to surround name. Why single quotes inside of this?
Oh, so there's specific use cases where you will need to use double quotes and single quotes in the same program. All right. I guess this is one of them.
F string to access those keys.
Yes, because you have double quotes in that line 12, and so you have to tell Python to differentiate.
Exactly, because I'm already using double quotes outside of the F string. If I want to put quotes around any strings on the inside, which I do need to do for dictionaries, because recall, when you index into a dictionary, you don't use numbers like lists, 0, 1, 2, onward. You instead use strings, which need to be quoted. But if you're already using double quotes, it's easiest to then use single quotes on the inside so Python doesn't get confused about what lines up with what. So at the moment, when I run this program, it's going to print out those hellos, but they're not yet sorted. In fact, what I now have is a list of dictionaries. Nothing is yet sorted, but let me tighten up the code too to point out that it doesn't need to be quite as verbose. If you're in the habit of creating an empty dictionary, like this on line 6, and then immediately putting in two keys, name and house, each with two values, name and house respectively, you can actually do this all at once. So let me show you a slightly different syntax. I can do this. Give me a variable called student, and let me use curly braces on the right-hand side here, but instead of leaving them empty, let's just define those keys and those values now.
New file and dash distinct.
Quote unquote name will be name, and quote unquote house will be house.
Oh, okay. Oh, name. Name. House. Okay.
This achieves the exact same effect in one line instead of three. It creates a new non-empty dictionary containing a name key, the value of which is the student's name, and a house key, the value of which is the student's house. Nothing else needs to change. That will still just work, so that if I again run Python of students.py, I'm still seeing those greetings, but they're still not quite actually sorted. Well, what might I go about doing here in order to, what could I do to improve upon this further? Well, we need some mechanism now of sorting those students. But unfortunately, you can't do this. We can't sort all of the students now because those students are not names like they were before. They aren't sentences like they were before. Each of the students is a dictionary, and it's non-obvious how you would sort a dictionary inside of a list. So ideally, what do we want to do? If at the moment we hit line 9, we have a list of all of these students, and inside of that list is one
Students and sorted students. Deduce sorted.
one dictionary per student, and each of those dictionaries has two keys, name and house. Wouldn't it be nice if there were a way in code to tell Python, sort this list by looking at this key in each dictionary? Because that would give us the ability to sort either by name or even by house or even by any other field that we add to that file. So it turns out we can do this. We can tell the sorted function not just to reverse things or not. It takes another named parameter called key, where you can specify what key should be used in order to sort some list of dictionaries. And I'm going to propose that we do this. I'm going to first define a function temporarily for now called getName. And this function's purpose in life, given a student, is to quite simply return the student's name from that particular dictionary. So if student is a dictionary, this is going to return literally the student's name. And that's it. That's the sole purpose of this function in life. What do I now want to do? Well, now that I have a function that, given a student, will return to me the student's name, I can do this.
Okay, let me do real quick. Read def get underscore name student return student name. All right.
I can change sorted to say, use a key that's equal to whatever the return value of getName is. And this now is
Student key equals all right.
the feature of Python. Python allows you to pass functions as arguments into other functions. So getName is a function, sorted is a function, and I'm passing in getName to sorted as the value of that key parameter. Now,
Ooh.
why am I doing that? Well, if you think of the getName function as just a block of code that will get the name of a student, that's handy because that's the capability that sorted needs. When given a list of students, each of which is a dictionary, sorted needs to know, how do I get the name of the student in order to do alphabetical sorting for you? The authors of Python didn't know that we were going to be creating students here in this class, so they couldn't have anticipated writing code in advance that specifically sorts on a field called student, let alone called name, let alone house. So what did they do? They instead built into the sorted function this named parameter key that allows us all these years later to tell their function sorted how to sort this list of dictionaries. So now watch what happens. If I run Python of students.py and hit enter, I now have a sorted list of output. Why? Because now that list of dictionaries has all been sorted by the student's name. I can further do this. If, as before, we want to reverse the whole thing by saying reverse equals true, we can.
Let's see. New file 11 dash students size precise succinct and reverse. Name and equals all right, there we go.
Can do that too. Let me rerun Python of students.
Now I can do students don't append. Oh, student students don't append. Oh, okay. Ew, okay.
Will return to me the student's name. That's feature of Python is a function of getName handy for you. All these years hit now that list. We can do that too. Inherit, for instance, by house name. Do something different. Now saying reverse equals true, we can do that too. Let me rerun Python of students.py and hit enter. Now it's reversed. Now it's Ron, then Hermione, Harry, and Draco. But we can do something different as well. What if I want to sort, for instance, by house name reversed? I could do this. I could change this function from getName to getHouse. I could change the implementation up here to be getHouse. And I can return not the student's name, but the student's house. And so now notice, if I run Python of students.py, enter, notice now it is sorted by house in reverse order. Slytherin is.
Oh, okay. So, oh, fuck. One thing I want to do is Ah, fuck. Okay, so something went wrong clearly, and now I'm gonna try to figure out what went wrong. Let's see here. Students. Name, house.
This now, it is sorted by, if I get rid of the reverse, but keep the get house and rerun this program, now it's sorted by house, Gryffindor is first, and Slytherin is last. And the upside now of this is because I'm using this list of dictionaries and keeping the students' data together until the last minute when I'm finally doing the printing, I now have full control over the information itself, and I can sort by this or that. I don't have to construct those sentences in advance like I rather hackishly did the first time. All right, that was a lot.
I can put fixed unfinished until I figure out what's going on.
Let me pause here to see if there are questions.
So when we're sorting the files, should we every time should we use the loops or?
Yeah, it's even here. Where's the pins? Maybe it's not this, but it's this. Alright. I have no idea what it broke. Chat, I would actually genuinely need help. Okay. Shift. Alright.
Like a dictionary or any kind of list, can we sort by just sorting, not looping or any kind of stuff?
A good question, and the short answer with Python alone, you're the programmer, you need to do the sorting. With libraries and other techniques, absolutely. You can do more of this automatically because someone else has written that code. What we're doing at the moment is doing everything from scratch ourselves, but absolutely, with other functions or libraries, some of this could be made
I'll have to use libraries.
easily done. Some of this could be made easier. Other questions? on this technique here.
It equal to the returned value of the function.
The thing with libraries, yes, it does make coding a bit easier. At the same time, if someone who's maintaining that library changes one thing, and it ends up breaking a bunch of programs that it relies on, then yeah, it'll be best. Like for what I'm doing right now, if I make my own library, it'll be best to make one version, leave that alone, make a copy content of that version, make a new file, paste it in there, and then do the changes I can, and then update the version and well, have to name the file of just a version number up. Like, hey, this is version 1.0. I'm making version 1.1, or say 1.0. Or it's version 0, like 0.1.0. I'm making, or just version 0.0.1. I'm making 0.0.2, and then so on and so forth. I'll probably like update if I'm making a major update and it actually fixes a bunch of things. Then maybe I'll do 0.1.0, something like that. Do you understand what I'm saying, chat? I know I sped too much, and then. Well, you probably didn't understand half the shit I'm saying, so I'm putting layman terms. Basically, I don't want to. If I make my own library, I don't want to break and I'm accidentally breaking someone else's code. So I would just make an entirely new file, paste it, and copy and paste the contents of the old version into the new version, make changes, and then name the version just a version up. You know what I'm saying, chat? Alright, let me do this just. Alright.
Can it be equal to just a variable or a value?
Well, yes, it should equal a value. So I'm specific, and I should clarify actually, since this was not obvious. So when you pass in a function like getName or getHouse to the sorted function as the value of key, that function is automatically called by the sorted function for you on each of the dictionaries in the list. And it uses the return value of getName or getHouse to decide what strings to actually use to compare in order to decide which is alphabetically correct. So this function, which you pass just by name, you do not pass in parentheses at the end, is called by the sorted function in order to figure out for you how to compare these same values.
How can we use nested dictionaries? يعني I have read about nested dictionaries. What is the difference between nested dictionaries and dictionary inside a list? I think it is.
Sure. So we are using a list of dictionaries. Why? Because each of those dictionaries represents a student, and a student has a name and a house, and we want to, I claim, maintain that association. And it's a list of students because we've got multiple students, 4 in this case. You could create a structure that is a dictionary of dictionaries, but I would argue it just doesn't solve a problem. I don't need a dictionary of dictionary. I need a list of key-value pairs right now. That's all. So let me propose if we go back to students.py here, and we revert back to the approach where we have getName as the function, both used and defined here, and that function returns the student's name. What happens to be clear is that the sorted function will use the value of key, getName in this case, calling that function on every dictionary in the list that it's supposed to sort. And that function getName returns the string that sorted will actually use to decide whether things go in this order, left, right, or in this order, right, left.
You see, you could tell that there's a lot that goes into coding. I already knew that going into it, there's gonna be a lot. There's gonna be much more than I anticipated, but yeah.
It alphabetizes things based on that return value. So notice that I'm not calling the function getName here with parentheses. I'm passing it in only by its name so that the sorted function can call that getName function for me. Now, it turns out, as always, if you're defining something with a variable, or in this case a function, and then immediately using it, but never once again needing the name of that function, like getName, we can actually tighten this code up further. I can actually do this. I can get rid of the getName function altogether, just like I could get rid of a variable that isn't strictly necessary. And instead of passing key, the name of a function, I can actually pass key what's called a lambda function, which is an anonymous function, a function that just has no name. Why? Because you don't need to give it a name if you're only going to call it in one place.
Ooh, okay.
And the syntax for this in Python is a little weird, but if I do key equals literally the word lambda, then something like student, which is the name of the parameter I expect this function to take, and then I don't even type the return key. I instead just say student bracket name.
Ooh, yeah. Unit. And it's gonna be bracket.
So what am I doing here with my code? This code here that I've highlighted is equivalent to the getName function I implemented a moment ago. The syntax is admittedly a little different. I don't use def. I didn't even give it a name like getName. I instead am using this other keyword in Python called lambda, which says, hey, Python, here comes a function, but it has no name. It's anonymous. That function takes a parameter. I could call it anything I want. I'm calling it student. Why? Because
Okay, let me put in the notes real quick. And yeah. Well, you. All right, there we go.
this function that's passed in as key is called on every one of the students in that list, every one of the dictionaries in that list. What do I want this anonymous function to return? Well, given a student, I want to index into that dictionary and access their name so that the string Hermione and Harry and Ron and Draco is ultimately returned. And that's what the sorted function uses to decide how to sort these bigger dictionaries that have other keys like house as well. So if I now go back to my terminal window and run Python of students.py, it still seems to work the same, but it's arguably a little better designed because I didn't waste lines of code by defining some other function, calling it in one and only one place. I've done it all sort of in one breath, if you will. All right, let me pause here to see if there's any questions specifically about lambda or anonymous functions and this tightening up of the code.
And I have one question, like whether we could define lambda twice.
You can use lambda twice. You can create as many anonymous functions as you'd like, and you generally use them in contexts like this where you want to pass to some other function a function that itself does not need a name. So you can absolutely use it in more than one place. I just have only one use case for it. How about one other question on lambda or anonymous functions specifically?
What if our lambda would take more than one line, for example?
Sure, if your lambda function takes multiple parameters, that is fine. You can simply specify commas followed by the names of those parameters, maybe x and y or so forth, after the name student. So here too, lambda looks a little different from def in that you don't have parentheses, you don't have the keyword def, you don't have a function name, but ultimately they achieve that same effect. They create a function anonymously and allow you to pass it in, for instance, as some value here. So let's now change students.csv to contain not students' houses at Hogwarts, but their homes where they grew up. So Draco, for instance, grew up in Malfoy Manor. Ron grew up in the Burrow. Harry grew up in
new file. Student 2. Growing group in Burrow.
in number 4 Privet Drive.
Harry, number 4 Privet Drive. Oh.
And according to the internet, no one knows where Hermione grew up. The movies apparently took certain liberties with where she grew up. So for this purpose, we're actually going to remove Hermione because it is unknown exactly where she was.
All right.
Born. So we still have some 3 students.
Malfoy. Man. All right. All right.
But if anyone can spot the potential problem now,
I
how
see.
might this be a bad thing? Well, let's go and try and run our own code here. Let me go back to students.py here, and let me propose that I just change my semantics because I'm now not thinking about Hogwarts houses, but the student's own home. So I'm just going to change some variables. I'm going to change this house to a home, this house to a home, as well as this one here. I'm still going to sort the students by name, but I'm going to say that they're not in a house, but rather from a home. So I've just changed the names of my variables in my grammar in English here, ultimately, to print out that, for instance,
okay, and then, oh. Hi, can I call you Ed? Hi, Ed. How are you? Welcome, welcome. I'm currently learning how to program, and holy shit, there's a fucking lot more than I initially anticipated. I'm having fun. I'm having fun learning how to program. Even if I pull my hair out and try to figure out what I did wrong. How are you? How you been? All right, let's see your students CP2. I can see your use. See, and then create a new file. Student student home. Student home. You rename. Well, Alright, other than that, instead of... So how's the game called? Home? And students 2, that's name by name. Yeah. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I'm actually having fun with this.
Harry is from number 4 Privet Drive, and so forth. But let's see what happens here when I run Python of this version of students.py, having changed students.csv to contain those homes and not houses. Enter. Our first value error. Like the program just doesn't work. What might explain this value error, the explanation of which rather cryptically is too many values to unpack, and the line in question is this one involving split. How did all of a sudden, after all of these successful runs of this program, did line 5 suddenly now break?
In the line in students.csv, you have 3 values. There's a line that you have 3 values and students.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time trying to figure out where every student should be from so that we could create this problem for us. And wonderfully, like the first sentence of the book is number 4 Privet Drive. And so the fact that that address has a comma in it is problematic. Why? Because you and I decided some time ago to just standardize on commas, CSV, comma, separated values, to denote the we standardized on commas in order to delineate one value from another. And if we have commas grammatically in the student's home, we're clearly confusing it as this special symbol. And the split function is now, for just Harry, trying to split it into 3 values, not just 2. And that's why there's too many values to unpack, because we're only trying to assign 2 variables, name and house. Now, what could we do here? Well, we could just change our approach, for instance. Like, one paradigm that is not uncommon is to use something a little less common, like a vertical bar. So I could go in and change all of my commas to vertical bars. That too could eventually come back to bite us, in that if my file eventually has vertical bars somewhere, it might still break. So maybe that's not the best approach. I could maybe do something like this. I could escape the data, as I've done in the past, and maybe I could put quotes around any English string that itself contains a comma. And that's fine. I could do that, but then my code, students.py, is going to have to change too, because I can't just naively split on a comma now. I'm going to have to be smarter about it. I'm going to have to take into account split only on the commas that are not inside of quotes, and it's getting complicated fast. And at this point, you need to take a step back and consider, you know what, if we're having this problem, odds are many other people before us have had this same problem. It is incredibly common to store data in files. It is incredibly common to use CSV files specifically. And so you know what? Why don't we see if there's a library in Python that exists to read and or write CSV files. Rather than reinvent a wheel, so to speak, let's see if we can write better code by standing on the shoulders of others who have come before us, programmers past, and actually use their code to do the reading and writing of CSVs, so we can focus on the part of our problem that you and I care about. So let's propose that we go back to our code here and see how we might use the CSV library. Indeed, within Python, there is a module called CSV.
Wait,
the
what?
documentation for it is at this URL here in Python's official document.
Hold on, let me investigate this. Oh. All right. I can save this to my bookmarks. I didn't. Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
documentation, but there's a few functions that are pretty readily accessible if we just dive right in. And let me propose that we do this. Let me go back to my code here, and instead of reinventing this wheel and reading the file line by line and splitting on commas and dealing now with quotes and privet drives and so forth, let's do this instead. At the start of my program, let me go up and import the CSV module. Let's use this library that someone else has written that's dealing with all of these corner cases, if you will. I'm still going to give myself a list, initially empty, in which to store all these students, but I'm going to change my approach.
Let me import it. Import CSV.
Cheered now just a little bit. When I open this file with width, let me go in here and change this a little bit. I'm going to go in here now and say this. Reader equals csv.reader, passing in file as input.
Oh. Reader equals ES. Okay.
So it turns out, if you read the documentation for the CSV module, it comes with a function called reader, whose purpose in life is to read a CSV file for you and figure out where are the commas, where are the quotes, where are all the potential corner cases, and just deal with them for you. You can override certain defaults or assumptions in case you're using not a comma, but a pipe or something else. But by default, I think it's just going to work. Now, how do I iterate over a reader and not the raw file itself? It's almost the same. The library allows you still to do this. For each row in the reader. So you're not iterating over the file directly now. You're iterating over the reader, which is, again,
Row. Row and reader. Okay.
going to handle all of the parsing of commas and new lines and more.
This is actually interesting.
Each row in the reader, what am I going to do? Well, at the moment, I'm going to do this. I'm going to append to my students list the following dictionary. A dictionary that has a name, whose value is the current row's first column, and whose house, or rather home now, is the row's second column.
Okay. You and a pen can be maybe a comma and then name. Row, and then that and 0 in it. Then another one could be home. And row, and then 1. All right.
Now, it's worth noting that the reader, for each line in the file, indeed returns to me a row. But it returns to me a row that's a list, which is to say that the first element of that list is going to be the student's name, as before. The second element of that list is going to be the student.
Chat, I was yawning. I was yawning and stretching. I promise I was just stretching. What do you mean, Ayo? No! Don't Ayo me on that. What do you mean, uh-huh? Chat. Okay. I'm not gonna live this down. Fuck me. Not like that. Fuck me. It's not an invite.
student's home as now before. But if I want to access each of those elements, remember that lists are 0 indexed. We start counting at 0 and then 1 rather than 1 and then 2. So if I want to get at the student's name, I use row bracket 0. And if I want to get at the student's home, I use row bracket 1. But in my for loop, we can do that same unpacking as before. If I know this CSV is only going to have 2 columns, I could even do this. For name home in reader, and now I don't need to use list notation. I can unpack things all at once and say name here and home here. The rest of my code can stay exactly the same, because what am I doing now on line 8? I'm still constructing the same dictionary as before, albeit for homes instead of houses, and I'm grabbing those values now not from the file itself in my use of split, but the reader. And again, what the reader is going to do is figure out where are those commas, where are the quotes, and just solve that problem for you. So let me go now down to my terminal window and run Python of students.py and hit enter, and now we see success.
All right. Huh? Students. Wait, what happened? Line 10. Students and name. Wait, what? Student. Invalid syntax. Wait. Oh, what's going on here? Student. Okay, let's see. Student. Oh, shit. All right. Wait, does the previous one have invalid syntax as well? Yep. The classic, if you can't figure it out, then come back to it later. Fucking worked. It fucking worked. Holy shit, my critical thinking skills are off the charts. Now, oh. Yeah, that's still not fixed. This one is, oh my fucking god. I need to, oh shit, I need to use the restroom. Hold on. BRB. I'm back with Blitzies. Oh, I just need to go quick. Cool. That was my flowers. I'm like, I'm gonna go now. You're gonna go to the bathroom now, or I'm gonna piss on everything. I was like, oh shit.
Successfully sorted, no less, that Draco is from Malfoy Manor, Harry is from number 4, comma, Privet Drive, and Ron is from the Burrow.
Alright, it's getting clear. Draco's from Malfoy.
Questions now on this technique of using CSV Reader from that CSV module, which again is just getting us out of the business of reading each line ourselves and reading each of those commas and splitting.
So my questions are related to something a bit in the past.
Ooh.
I recognize that you are reading a file every time you we're assuming that we have the CSV file to hand already in this case.
Yeah.
Is it possible to make a file readable and writable? So in case if you want, you could write some stuff to the file, but then at the same time you could have another function that reads through the file and does changes to it as you go along.
A really good question, and the short answer is yes. However, historically, the mental model for a file is that of a cassette tape. Years ago, not really in use anymore, but cassette tapes are sequential, whereby they start at the beginning, and if you want to get to the end, you kind of have to unwind the tape to get to that point. The closest analog nowadays would be something like Netflix or any streaming service where there's a scrubber that you have to go left to right. You can't just jump there or jump there. You don't have random access. So the problem with files, if you want to read and write them, you or some library needs to keep track of where you are in the file, so that if you're reading from the top and then you write at the bottom and you want to start reading again, you seek back to the beginning. So it's not something we'll do here in class. It's more involved, but it's absolutely doable. For our purposes, we'll generally recommend read the file, and then if you want to change it, write it back out rather than trying to make more piecemeal changes, which is good if, though, the file is massive and it would just be very expensive time-wise to change the whole thing. Other questions on this CSV Reader?
Is possible to write a paragraph in that file?
Absolutely. Right now I'm writing very small strings, just names or houses as I did before, but you can absolutely write as much text as you want. Indeed. Other questions on CSV Reader?
Can a user choose himself a key, like input key will be a name or home?
So short answer, yes, we could absolutely write a program that prompts the user for a name and a home, and we could write out those values. And in a moment, we'll see how you can write to a CSV file. For now, I'm assuming as the programmer who created students.csv that I know what the columns are going to be, and therefore I'm naming my variables accordingly. However, this is a good segue to one final feature of reading CSVs, which is that you don't have to rely on either getting a row as a list and using bracket 0.
I should start reading forums and study on them, and then proceed to use that knowledge in my future programs. Just food for thought.
0 or bracket 1, and you don't have to unpack things manually in this way. We could actually be smarter and start storing the names of these columns in the CSV file itself. And in fact, if any of you have ever opened a spreadsheet file before, be it in Excel, Apple Numbers, Google Spreadsheets, or the like, odds are you've noticed that the first row very frequently is a little different. It actually is boldface sometimes, or it actually contains the names of those columns, the names of those attributes below. And we can do this here in students.csv. I don't have to just keep assuming that the student's name is first and that the student's home is second. I can explicitly bake that information into the file just to reduce the probability of mistakes down the road. I can literally use the first row of this file and say name, comma, home. So notice that name is not literally someone's name, and home is not literally someone's home. It is literally the words name and home.
That's actually proactive. Holy crap. Wow, that's actually proactive. Shit. Alright, so there's name.
Home separated by a comma. And if I now go back into students.py and don't use CSV Reader, but instead I use a dictionary reader, I can actually treat my CSV file even more flexibly, not just for this, but for other examples too. Let me do this. Instead of using a CSV reader, let me use a CSV dict reader, which will now iterate over the
CSV. Dict reader. Alright, here we go.
Top to bottom, loading in each line of text not as a list of columns, but as a dictionary of columns. What's nice about this is that it's going to give me automatic access now to those columns' names. I'm going to revert to just saying for row in reader, and now I'm going to append a name and a home. But how am I going to get access to the current row's name and the current row's home? Well, earlier I used bracket 0 for the first and bracket 1 for the second when I was using a reader. A reader returns lists. A dict reader or dictionary reader returns dictionaries, one at a time.
Oh.
And so if I want to access the current row's name, I can say row quote unquote name. I can say here for home, row quote unquote home, and I now have access.
Oh, okay. Okay, got it. I do want to do reader. Oh, see, reader. Read. Reader. This. Yes. Dict. Reader. Read. Data. What was it again?
Dict reader or dictionary reader returns dictionaries.
As an index dictionary. I want to be more specific like this, just not to confuse myself.
One row, and I had to those same values. The only change I had to make, to be clear, was in my CSV file, I had to include on the very first row little hints as to what these columns are. And if I now run this code, I think it should behave pretty much the same. Python of students.py, and
Huh? Name. Okay, what was it? Line 8. Name, row, name. Name, row, name. Then home. That's good, but what about... Hold on, what the fuck? What am I getting wrong here? Fuck. What am I getting wrong here? Chat, I need help. What? I need your eyes. What am I getting wrong here? So then. Row seems. Okay, let's look at home first. Home quote double quote home double quote colon space row bracket double quote home double quote bracket semi bracket then string must be integers, not. Hold on, what the fuck? Hold on. I gotta see what's going on here. Let's see here. Let's see. Name, bro. Name. Fuck. What the fuck is going on here? Alright. Let's see here. I'm at a loss. What the fuck? Oh, fuck. I'm at a loss here. See, let's see how he did it. But it name. Am I missing something? Did I mistype something or? Okay, so name, bro. String must indice. String indices must be integers, not string. What the fuck is it talking about? And for name or oh god, okay, got it. So it should work now. Fuck yeah! I realized something. I realized my mistake. Alright.
We get the same sentences, but now my code is more robust against changes in this data. If I were to open this CSV file in Excel or Google Spreadsheets or Apple Numbers and for whatever reason change the columns around, maybe this is a file that you're sharing with someone else and just because they decide to sort things differently left to right by moving the columns around, previously
Change it to this. How would it act now? Now how it's no, I'm just gonna give up. I'm doing formatting. Oh. Name. I know formatting is a bit off, a bit off on here, but it's what it's. Yeah, formatting is a bit off on here, but it's what I have to do.
Code would have broken because I was assuming that name is always first and home is always second. But if I did this, be it manually in one of those programs or here, home comma name, and suppose I reversed all of this. The home comes first, followed by Harry. The borough, then by Ron. And then lastly, Malfoy Manor, then Draco. Notice that my file is now completely flipped. The first column is now the second, and the second's the first, but I took care to update the header of that file, the first row. Notice my Python code, I'm not going to touch it at all. I'm going to rerun Python of students.py and hit enter, and it still just works. And this, too, is an example of like coding defensively. Like, what if someone changes your CSV file, your data file? Ideally, that won't happen. But even if it does now, because I'm using a dictionary reader that's going to infer from that first row for me what the columns are called,
That's actually
my code
smart.
just keeps working. And so it keeps getting, if you will.
Coding. So, rule 1, code defensively. Rule 2, make sure your code is readable. Rule 3, make sure your code is succinct so you don't end up writing the same code over and over again.
Better and better. Any questions now on this approach?
Yeah, what is the importance of new line in CSV file?
What's the importance of the new line in the CSV file? It's partly a convention. In the world of text files, we humans have just been for decades in the habit of storing data line by line. It's visually convenient. It's just easy to create. It's just common to hit enter to just move the data to the next line. Just a convention. Other questions?
It seems to be working fine if you just have name and home. I'm wondering what will happen if you want to put in more data. House.
If I go in here and add house last, or Ron, and home on the things like, and this is in more columns, your existing code is not going to break. Your code would break, would be much more fragile, so always going to problem. Take a peek at students' names, but maybe delete name, comma, home, students.py, and let me just start fresh so as to write out data this time. I'm still going to go ahead and import CSV. I'm going to go ahead now and...
Okay, I can make another one. New file, students, free, CSV. The house.
Write out into this name contents of students. How can we keep and just re-add a single simple? Let me go ahead and delete the contents of a file. How can we keep adding to this file? Let me go ahead and delete the contents of students.csv and just re-add a single simple row, name, comma, home, so as to anticipate inserting more names and homes into this file. And then let me go to students.py and let me just start fresh so as to write out data this time. I'm still going to go ahead and import CSV. I'm going to go ahead now and prompt the user for their name. So input, quote unquote, what's your
name, and then a new file altogether for this one. Be 13 students. Students input. Import CSV name equals to be and put what name. All right.
Your name, ? And I'm going to go ahead and prompt the user for their home. So home equals input, quote unquote, where's your home ?
Home. Okay, it's gonna be input. But where's your base of just to make it a little bit more fun. Oh. There we go.
Now I'm going to go ahead and open the file, but this time for writing instead of reading as follows. With open, quote unquote, students.csv. I'm going to open it in append mode so that I keep adding more.
All right. Good. Open. Story. End mode.
And more students and homes to the file rather than just overwriting the entire file itself. And I'm going to use a variable name of file.
Oh, fucking hell. As file.
I'm then going to go ahead and give myself a variable called writer, and I'm going to set it equal to the return value of another function in the CSV module called csv.writer.
All right. Writer equals CSV. Right. All right.
And that writer function takes as its sole argument the file variable there.
All right.
Now I'm going to go ahead and just do this. I'm going to say writer.writeRow, and I'm going to pass into writeRow the line that I want to write to the file, specifically as a list. So I'm going to give this a list of name, comma, home, which of course are the contents of those variables. Now,
writer dot write correctly. Right row. Name home.
I'm going to go ahead and save the file. I'm going to go ahead and rerun Python of students.py, hit enter, and what's your name? Well, let me go ahead and type in Harry as my name, and number 4, comma, privet drive, enter. Now notice that input itself did have a comma, and so if I go to my CSV file now, notice that it's automatically been
All right, let's do Python. Student input. What's your name? I misspelled that. I'm gonna put Randy. Where's your base of operations in your wall? And then let's see here. Oh, fuck.
quoted for me so that subsequent reads from this.
Hold on, I need to see. Hold on, let's see here. With open, so it says CSVA as file. Right row, name home. Fuck.
Enter. Now notice this, that it's automatically a comma between for me, and so if I go to my
For CSV, name home. Writer dot right row.
CSV file, now notice that it's automatically been quoted for me so that subsequent reads from this file don't confuse that comma with the actual comma between Harry and his home. Well, let me go ahead and run it a couple of more times. Let me go ahead and rerun Python of students.py.
Okay, students.py. Fuck. Okay, so I'm thinking maybe I need to input the script. Line.strip. Name house equals strip split. I main. See. That's line and file. I can't even use that. So what the fuck? Hold on. I'm gonna have to quickly look into the actual like thingamabob. Files. Import CSV. For row and spam reader. New line equals CSV W new line equals as CSV. Okay, I have the new line equals. Got it. So I have to modify this a bit. Alright. I get a double check seeing if it is. Alright, let's see if I do this correctly. Alright, now let's run it again. Harry. Here's a base of operations. The number 4. Okay. Oh, it didn't actually do anything. Right now. Good this time. Okay. We'll see. Okay, if I do this again, the A. Yeah. R. Okay. Now we do this again. Now watch in real time. Name the operations in your. Huh. Odd. It's odd and a half. How can we modify this? Line.string. Alright,
Let me go ahead and input this time Ron and his home as the borough. Let's go back to students.csv to see what it looks like. Now we see Ron, comma, the borough has been added automatically to the file. And let's do one more. Python of students.py, enter. Let's go ahead and give Draco's name and his home, which would be Malfoy Manor. Enter. And if we go back to students.csv, now we see that Draco is in the file itself. And the library took care of not only writing each of those rows per the function's name, it also handled the escaping, so to speak, of any strings that themselves contained a comma, like Harry's own home. Well, it turns out there's yet another way we could implement this same program without having to worry about precisely that order again and again and just passing in a list. It turns out, if we're keeping track of what's the name and what's the home, we could use something like a dictionary to associate those keys with those values. So let me go ahead and back up and remove these students from the file, leaving only the header row again, name, comma, home. And let me go over to students.py, and this time, instead of using CSV Writer, I'm going to go ahead and use csv.dictWriter, which
CSV. Dictwriter, which is pretty much the same thing.
is a dictionary writer that's going to open the file in much the same way, but rather than write a row as this list of name, comma, home, what I'm now going to do is follows. I'm going to first output an actual dictionary, the first key of which is name, colon, and then the value thereof is going to be the name that was typed in, and I'm going to pass in a key of home, quote unquote, the value of which, of course, is the home
Alright, it's gonna be name, name, and then home. So, there we go.
That was typed in. But with DictWriter, I do need to give it a hint as to the order in which those columns are when writing it out so that subsequently they could be read even if those orderings change. Let me go ahead and pass in field names, which is a second argument to DictWriter, equals, and then a list of the actual columns that I know are in this file, which of course are name, comma, home. Those
Oh, okay. Well, equal, then it'd be name, comma, home. Alright.
in quotes because that's indeed the string names of the columns. So
That's actually interesting.
To write to in that file. All right, now let me go ahead and go to my terminal window, run Python of students.py this time.
Okay. And then let's look at it. Huh?
I'll type in Harry's name again. I'll again type in number 4, comma, privet drive. Enter. Let's now go back to students.csv, and voila, Harry's back.
I create a new file. 14 students dict in.
Back in the file, and it's properly. Let's now go back to.
Name and oh shit. No. CSV DictWriter. This input can be like you're writing. Mystery. But this version. Let's your it still has odd like split kind of thingy majig going on. I don't know what's going on. So with the new version it's addicted, but still the same thing going on. I It works. It does, but I don't know what's going on. Does my version of Python act differently? It doesn't like act differently, like completely change, but I feel like besides reviewing making sure everything absolutely to the dot so I can later use to actually train off of. Something's going on and I can't put my finger on it. I really can't. Uh, there we go. Yeah. Honestly, coding works in mysterious ways. Well, it's not so mysterious, but it does work in mysterious ways.
Students.csv, and voila, Perry's back in the file, and it's properly escaped or quoted. I'm sure then if we do this again with Ron and the Burrow, and let's go ahead and run it one third time with Draco and Malfoy Manor, enter. Let's go back to students.csv, and via this dictionary writer, we now have all three of those students as well. So whereas with CSV Writer, the onus is on us to pass in a list of all of the values we want to put from left to right. With a dictionary writer, technically they could be in any order in the dictionary. In fact, I could just have correctly done this, passing in home followed by name, but it's a dictionary. And so the ordering in this case does not matter so long as the key is there and the value is there. And because I have passed in field names as the second argument to dict writer, it ensures that the library knows exactly which column contains name or home, respectively.
Yeah, basically.
Are there any questions now on dictionary reading, dictionary writing, or CSVs more generally?
Is there any specific situation for me to use single quotation or double quotation? Because after the print, we use single quotation to represent the key of the dictionary. But after the reading or writing, we use the double quotation.
It's a good question. In Python, you can generally use double quotes or you can use single quotes, and it doesn't matter.
I couldn't understand the question, but thanks for the answer.
You should just be self-consistent so that stylistically your code looks the same all throughout. Sometimes, though, it is necessary to alternate. If you're already using double quotes, as I was earlier for a long F string, but inside that F string, I was interpolating the values of some variables using curly braces, and those variables were dictionaries. And in order to index into a dictionary, you use square brackets and then quotes. But if you're already using double quotes out here, you should generally use single quotes here
Yeah.
vice versa. But otherwise, I'm in the habit of using double quotes everywhere. Others are in the habit of using single quotes everywhere. It only matters sometimes if one might be confused for the other. Other questions on dictionary writing or reading?
Yeah, David. My question is, can we use multiple CSV files in any program?
Absolutely. You can use as many CSV files as you want, and it's just one of the formats that you can use to save data. Other questions on CSVs or file I/O?
Thanks for taking my question. So when you're reading from the file, you had the as a dictionary, you had the fields called. Couldn't you just call when you're reading? Couldn't you just call the row? In the previous version of the students .py file, when you're reading each row, you were splitting out the fields by name. Yeah, so when you're appending to the students list, can you just call for row in reader students.append row rather than naming each of the fields?
Oh, very clever. Short answer, yes. Insofar as dict reader returns one dictionary at a time, when you loop over it, row is already going to be a dictionary. So yes, you could actually get away with doing this.
Okay, we're about to do something different. Control-A, create a new file, and then 15 students succinct _SC for shortcut. Dot.
And the effect would really be the same in this.
Oh, that we're going to do something different. Thought we were doing something different.
This case, good observation. How about one more question on CSVs?
Yeah, when reading in CSVs from my past work with data, a lot of things can go wrong. I don't know if it's a fair question that you can answer in a few sentences, but are there any best practices to double check that sort of no mistakes occurred?
It's a really good question, and I would say in general, if you're using code to generate the CSVs and to read the CSVs, and you're using a good library, theoretically nothing should go wrong. It should be 100% correct if the libraries are 100% correct. You and I tend to be the problem. Like when you let a human touch the CSV, or when Excel or Apple Numbers or some other tools.
I could use a CSV to part. Yeah, it makes it easier, yes. But in the rare case where there's no library that officially exists for like a super niche case, then you probably will have to make your own library, which will be hell and a half.
That might not be aligned with your code's expectations. Things
it's not gonna be lightly, but yeah.
Break. The goal really
very rare.
Sometimes, honestly, the solution is manual fixes. You go in and fix the CSV, or you have a lot of error checking, or you have a lot of try except just to tolerate mistakes in the data. But generally, I would say if you're using CSV or any file format internally to a program to both read and write it, you shouldn't have concerns there. You and I, the humans, are the problem, generally speaking, and not the programmers, the users of those files instead. All right, allow me to propose that we leave CSVs behind, but to note that they're not the only file format you can use in order to read or write data. In fact, they're a popular format, as is just raw text files, .txt files, but you can store data really any way that you want. We've just picked CSVs because it's representative of how you might read and write from a file, and do so in a structured way, where you can somehow have multiple keys, multiple values, all in the same file, without having to resort to what would be otherwise known as a binary file. So a binary file is a file that's really just zeros and ones, and they can be laid out in any pattern you might want, particularly if you want to store not textual information, but maybe graphical or audio or video information as well. So it turns out that Python is really good when it comes to having libraries for really everything. And in fact, there's a popular library called Pillow that allows you to navigate.
Hello. Okay, okay. Hello, read the docs that I am. Let me. Oh, okay, okay. I just save that. My bookmarks. All right. There we go.
Image files as well, and to perform operations on image files. You can apply filters a la Instagram. You can animate them as well. And so what I thought we'd do is leave behind text files for now and tackle one more demonstration, this time focusing on this particular library and image files instead. So let me propose that we go over here to VS Code and create a program ultimately that creates an animated GIF. These things are everywhere nowadays in the form of memes and animations and stickers and the like. And an animated GIF is really just an image file that has multiple images inside of it. And your computer or your phone shows you those images one after another, sometimes on an endless loop, again and again. And so long as there's enough images, it creates the illusion of animation, because your mind and mine kind of fills in the gaps visually and just assumes that if something is moving, even though you're only seeing 1 frame per second or some sequence thereof, it looks like an animation. So it's like a simplistic version of a video file. Well, let me propose that we start with maybe a couple of costumes from another popular programming language. And let me go ahead and open up my first costume here, number 1. So suppose here that this is a costume, or really just a static image here.
All right. Yep. 15. One dot. Yeah.
Costume1.gif, and it's just a static picture of a cat, no movement at all. Let me go ahead.
So. Yeah. No, okay, that glitched the fuck out. Nah. No, what the fuck just happened there?
Now and open up a second one, costume2.gif, that looks a little bit different. Notice, and I'll go back and forth, this cat's legs are a little bit aligned differently, so that this was version 1 and this was version 2.
Well, I gotta actually go into the more or less a demonstration. Let's delete this. All right.
Now, these cats come from a programming language from MIT called Scratch that allows you very graphically to animate all this and more, but we'll use just these 2 static images, costume1 and costume2, to create our own animated GIF that after this you could text to a friend or message them much like any meme online. Well, let me propose that we create this animated GIF, not by just using some off-the-shelf program that we downloaded, but by writing our own code. Let me go ahead and run code of costumes.py and create our very own program that's going to take as input 2 or even more image files and then generate an animated GIF from them by essentially creating this animated GIF by toggling back and forth endlessly between those two images. Well, how am I going to do this? Well, let's assume that this will be a program called costume.
Your file 15 GIF. I could play mock-up code, but not actually.
Costumes.py that expects 2 command line arguments, the names of the files, the individual costumes that we want to animate back and forth. So to do that, I'm going to import sys so that we ultimately have access to sys.argv. I'm then, from this pillow library, going to import support for images specifically. So from PIL, import image.
This.
Capital I, as per the library's documentation. Now I'm going to give myself an empty list called images, just so I have a list in which to store 1 or 2.
There we go.
Or more of these images. And now let me do this. For each argument in sys.argv, I'm going to go ahead and create a new image variable, set it equal to this image dot open function passing in arg. Now, what is this doing? I'm proposing that eventually I want to be able to run Python of costumes.py, and then as command line arguments specify costume1.gif space costume2.gif. So I want to take in those file names from the command line as my arguments. So what am I?
This is my first time learning how to make a GIF through Python. That's a feat and a half.
Doing here, well, I'm iterating over sys.argv, all of the words in my command line arguments. I'm creating a variable called image, and I'm passing to this function, image.open, from the pillow library, that specific argument. And that library is essentially going to open that image in a way that gives me a lot of functionality for manipulating it, like animating. Now I'm going to go ahead and
Okay, I'm at the very end of this lesson.
Append to my images list that particular append to my images list that particular image.
It's gonna be and append
And that's it. So this loop's purpose in life is just to iterate over the command line arguments and open those images using this library.
just gonna code. I wonder. Okay, first I gotta do. Make sure. Right.
The last line is pretty straightforward. I'm going to say this. I'm going to grab the first of those images, which is going to be in my list at location 0, and I'm going to save it to disk. That is, I'm going to save this file. Now, in the past, when we use CSVs or text files, I had to do the file opening. I had to do the file writing, maybe even the closing. I don't need to do that with this library. The Pillow library takes care of the opening, the closing, and the saving for me by just calling save. I'm going to call this save function, and just to leave space, because I have a number of arguments to pass, I'm going to move to another line so it fits. I'm going to pass in the name of the file that I want to create, costume.gif. That will be the name of my animated GIF. I'm going to tell this library to save all of the frames that I pass to it. So the first costume, the second costume, and even more if I gave them. I'm going to then append to this first image, the image is 0, the following images.
Alright, give me. I need to look. Save all will true append images. Alright. GIF. Alright. I need to put name.gif. So this is gonna be a mock-up. This is gonna be mock-up. So I don't actually have any images to use, but probably later on I could use this and try to make a mock-up. Well, to try to make a mock-up GIF, basically.
Equals this list of images. And this is a bit clever, but I'm going to do this. I want to append the next image there, images 1.
Alright.
And now I want to specify a duration of 200 milliseconds for each of these frames, and I want this to loop forever. And if you specify loop equals 0, that is time 0, it means it's just not going to loop a finite number of times, but an infinite.
One second. And loop equals. Double check. Yeah. Go.
Number of times instead. And I need to do one other thing. Recall that sys.argv contains not just the words I typed after my program's name, but what else does sys.argv contain? If you think back to our discussion of command line arguments, what else is in sys.argv besides the words I'm about to type, like costume1.gif and costume2?
Yeah, so we'll actually get in the original name of the program we want to run. like costumes.py.
Indeed, we'll get the original name of the program, costumes.py in this case, which is not a GIF, obviously. So remember that using slices in Python, we can do this. If sys.argv is a list, and we want to get a slice of that list, everything after the first element, we can do 1:, which says start at location 1, not 0, and take a slice all the way to the end. So give me everything except the first thing in that list, which, to Mackenzie's point, is the name of the program. Now, if I haven't made any mistakes, let's see what happens. I'm going to run Python of costumes.py, and now I'm going to specify the 2 images that I want to animate. So costume1.gif and costume2.gif. What is the code now going to do? Well, to recap, we're using the sys library to access those command line arguments. We're using the pillow library to treat those files as images and all the functionality that comes with that library. I'm using this images list just to accumulate all of these images one at a time from the command line. And in lines 7 through 9, I'm just using a loop to iterate over all of them and add them to this list after opening them with the library. And the last step, which is really just 1 line of code broken onto 3 so that it all fits, I'm going to save the first image, but I'm asking the library to append this other image to it as well. Not bracket 0, but bracket 1. And if I had more, I could express those as well. I want to save all of these files together. I want to pause 200 milliseconds, a fifth of a second.
Oh, that's fucking. That's so cool. That's awesome. Well, I say it's pretty cool, pretty mysterious. But it's, for me, the word I'm looking for is pretty intriguing. It's interesting. It's interesting how this works, and generally how GIF works, how GIF files work as well.
In between each frame, and I want it to loop infinitely many times. So now, if I cross my fingers as always, hit enter, nothing bad happened, and that's almost always a good thing. Let me now run code of costumes.gif to open up in VS Code the final image, and what I think I should see is a very happy cat. And indeed. So now we've seen not only that we can read and write files, be it textually, we can read and now write files that are binary, 0s and 1s. We've just scratched the surface. This is using the library called Pillow, but ultimately this is going to give us the ability to read and write files however we want. So we've now seen that via file I/O we can manipulate not just textual files, be it TXT files or CSVs, but even binary files as well. In this case, they happen to be images, but if we dived in deeper, we could explore audio and video and so much more, all by way of these simple primitives, this ability somehow to read and write.
Wait a minute, injecting audio into GIF files? What the fuck?
Files. That's it for now. We'll see you next time.
Okay. That was fucking dope. That was dope as shit. Alright, what I want to do is actually make sure I save everything here. Hey, we learned a fucking lot. Holy shit. And obviously this is like an example, a temporary image. I should more accurately to temp GIF. Temp GIF mock. Temp GIF mockup.p. Or should I just do? Should I just do GIF? Oh, TMP. Yeah. Temp GIF. Alright, that's much simpler. That's simpler. Alright. That being said, we're gonna move on to just relaxing and just enjoying some YouTube for a bit. Like I said, let me get back to some YT reactions. Alright. Very good. I want to listen to this, but Dylan writer. Oh, Dylan. What? Writer director Dylan Gu. Okay, as much as I want to listen to it, I cannot risk copyright. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Iron Mouse. I love you. I truly do. But I'm a small VTuber. I'm gonna get easily even more copyrighted. I have more risk of being copyrighted than the average big VTubers, the big ones. So yeah, I truly want to support you. I truly do, but like I can't risk copyright. I am sorry.
This is 512 megabytes of RAM, extremely low in the modern day. And this is Windows, every version of it. Today I'll run every Windows operating system with only 512 megabytes of RAM.
I'm gonna boost the actual $480. This is we get a little bit better audio quality, but like yeah.
But first, let's look at the setup. These are the system specifications I'm going to be using. Everything will be run in 1080p, and also by default I will have swap, aka the page will first. Let's look at the setup. These are
Don't care. The host Mac Mini 2018, Intel i7 32GB RAM, SSD, so solid state drive, virtual machine Windows 11 to Windows 95 consumer release only. Four virtual CPU processors. 512 megabytes of RAM, swap disabled by default. If OS doesn't start, enable the swap virtualization in VMware Fusion. Alright.
The system specifications I'm going to be using. Everything will be run in 1080p.
I am a total geek for messing with operating systems.
And also by default, I will have swap, aka disabled on each of these versions, so that it's purely just RAM. However, if any of these Windows operating systems will not be able to start properly, meaning getting to the home screen, I will turn the page file on and we will try to start again. Windows 11.
Alright, let's do this.
512 megabytes of RAM. The login screen is completely black, and it doesn't get better from here. Windows 11 completely fails to load. So I turned on the page file, and let's try again. At a first glance, everything seems fine. When it gets past the login screen, we see that we only have a desktop. We don't have a taskbar anymore, but I can still interact with the desktop. Can I open stuff? It seems like I can. And File Explorer is extremely slow. After a few minutes, the taskbar finally appeared. Align icons to grid. This is gonna blow up my PC. Everything here feels like it barely manages to load. Also, the task manager has no icon anymore. We are running at a full 100%. The RAM usage is almost full. Let's leave this one right here. File Explorer. And I think let's also open up something more. Never mind, because even just trying to open the start menu seems to make Windows 11 struggle hard. Even the File Explorer programs cannot be opened. Oh, it's 99%, one more percent and the PC blows up. I can't even get rid of the start menu anymore. With just the File Explorer and the Task Manager open, eventually the system gives up completely. Windows 10. 512 megabytes of RAM. It's working fine. We see our cool login screen. I'm just kidding. Windows is not working fine. So let's turn on swap. After successfully logging in, we are finally in the system. Let's open up the task manager. The system is kinda slow.
Kinda slow.
CPU is maxed out, and we have 512 megabytes of RAM. And let's open up some programs. Okay, this actually works a bit better than Windows 11. However, I cannot open 3D Viewer. Very quickly, I found out that with this little available RAM, I cannot open any programs. So I tried filling the RAM with browser tabs. Okay, Microsoft Windows. This is just pure pain. Oh, and look at who finally decided to open. Windows 8.1. 512 megabytes of RAM. There's still a login screen with the background, and we can even type the pin.
So chat, I've been steadily watching how the stream is going on like multiple platforms here. I noticed that surprisingly, Kick is actually more efficient at the streaming relay during the streaming relay process than Twitch. So what I noticed is Kick is getting to be first, then a few seconds later is Twitch, then it's uh uh Fansly, then it's oh shit, I said it. Then it's Blueheart, then it's YouTube, and then yeah, that's pretty much it. I plan to add more streaming platforms, but yeah, Fansly is gonna be mostly safe for work though. I should not be saying it multiple times or too much because I know Twitch is gonna be really mad about that. So I'm just gonna refer to it as Blueheart. Unless somehow a developer decides, I'm gonna name this platform Blueheart. Like, okay, obviously, I can officially say, hey, I stream on Blueheart.
To get in. But soon enough, we see this unknown hard error. However, despite every
Unknown hard error? I mean, I know chat has unknown hard errors all the time. I mean, what? I mean, wait, what?
not having loaded, I can still use the contextual menu and see the tips or whatever. Anyway, let's try this with swap enabled. Once I log in, here we have our beautiful desktop. This operating system is trash in my opinion, but
It is trash.
work with this low RAM with swap enabled. Let's check out the task manager. Unlike the previous operating systems, Windows 8.1 on idle is more lightweight on the
Yeah, because Windows 8.1, well, Windows 8 in general, was made with tablet and phone in mind. So they kind of had to deal with two I think it was still under a gigabyte of RAM at the time it was released. Maybe a gigabyte, I'm not sure, but yeah, they had to deal with that, so they optimized for that.
resource usage. So I guess let's leave this one right here and let's start opening some
Oh
applications.
fuck.
What can we open? Internet Explorer. This one's gonna slow down the system. And why is it so ugly? Now RAM usage is closer to 90%. So let's open up more. What is this one? Why does a camera app need your location? Memory usage is now hovering above 95%, yet we can still use the file explorer and everything. I proceeded to open a lot of Internet Explorer tabs on Windows. That seems to have made the system swap harder and the CPU was running hot. Other than that, this operating system did pretty well. Windows 8, 512 megabytes of RAM. In this one we just log in instantly. SkyDrive. The system was suspiciously smooth. Now let's check out the task manager. Okay. Ooh. It may not have loaded, but I can still interact with the buttons that were supposed to be there. Let's try again. Task manager. Now it seems to be fine, but where is the performance tab? I resized it and that seems to have broken it again. It reverts back to the old UI elements because we are so low on memory. For some reason I then refreshed the desktop. I don't know why I did that. And that caused the recycle bin to disappear. But I'm really happy that we can at least still create folders. Windows is gone. I think let's move on to Windows 7. With 512 megabytes of RAM. Your computer is low on memory. Yeah, whatever. Immediately we can see that it has turned off the aero team. I had it enabled. Server execution failed. The paging file is too small for this operation to complete. It's because we have disabled it entirely. There is not enough free memory to run this program. I think that tells you everything you need to know. And I thought that was it. However, if you look closely enough,
Oh.
the recycle bin has stolen our desktop background. I can't even close the window. This causes really weird visual effects to happen. We
Oh.
can draw stuff. That's pretty cool. What about something like this? What about... Okay. Who needs Microsoft Paint when you have Windows on low RAM? Apart from that, there's not much else we can do.
Exactly.
Windows Vista. 512 megabytes of RAM. Welcome. Oh, hello. The application failed to initialize properly.
Oh, yes,
I think
welcome.
my graphics drivers failed to load as well. So we don't have the arrow team. Personalize. The page failed to load. Control panel. There are no icons anymore. Properties. So that still works. So yeah, there's not much we can do here. After this, Windows Vista all of a sudden shut down. I guess it ran out of memory. When it booted back up, my Windows Vista was suddenly not activated anymore. However, now I could at least open up the personalization menu. Most of the options in there did not work. But I could manage to change the style of Vista. I switched it to this old theme. Once we turned this one off, we cannot get it back. The visual styles could not be applied. The system does work better now. I can at least open programs. So I guess let's move to Windows XP. 512 megabytes of RAM and no swap. Welcome. Your computer might be at risk. Yes, I know. Now let's open up the task manager and see what does it say. Yeah, Windows XP has this weird format where it says page file usage even though we have it turned off. This one is running pretty fine with 512 megabytes.
Yeah.
I proceeded to open a lot of programs. When I'm dragging this
Oh, no.
around, the ones that are behind it, they kinda unload. I opened up even more programs. At this point we started getting window trails. It does look pretty cool. Microsoft narration.
Oh, yeah, the classic window trails.
Once again, more programs. Foreground window. Windows Task Manager. Windows Task Manager. Okay, that's pretty cool. Windows Task Manager. Okay, let's open up something more. Printer and faxes. Let's search for every DLL on the system. Help and support. Okay. Windows Task Manager. What if we increase
Windows
the
Task Manager.
I increased it from 1080p to 4K. That's a lot of tabs. Windows XP with 512 megabytes of RAM runs pretty fine. However, now we get to a bit older operating systems. For these operating systems, 512 megabytes of RAM is actually overkill. So what I'm going to do is see how low RAM can these systems possibly run. Windows Millennial Edition. The minimum requirements for this one is apparently 32 megabytes of RAM. So let's do 32 megabytes of RAM with no swap. Soon enough, we see the login screen. There is not enough memory to start shell 32. So we'll have to increase the RAM. 36 megabytes of RAM. I then booted again. Explorer has caused an error. Explorer will now close. Since Explorer doesn't work with this low RAM, we cannot interact with the UI elements and I cannot click on anything, including the desktop icons. So I adjusted the setup. It says 31 megabytes of RAM even though I allocated 32. I'm pretty sure that's just the overhead that the virtual machine has stolen from me.
Yeah.
And I have enabled swap. So let's open up a bunch of programs. MS-DOS prompt, paint. After a few programs, the system is starting to struggle. What resolution do we have? I don't even have 1080p. I just kept opening more and more programs.
Oh, no.
That's a lot of programs. Things got interesting when I started spamming open.
Hold on, I got a better idea. You should, you know, that's a lot of damage. Just say, that's a lot of programs.
Explorer threw this error. After this, the system seemed fine. However, the start menu could not be opened anymore. So that's Windows Mistake Edition for you. Windows 98.
Yep.
Specifically the second edition. This one has minimum requirements of 16 megabytes of RAM. However, I could not start it with that low RAM, probably because I had swap disabled. The closest that seemed to work without swap was 36 megabytes. This program has performed an illegal operation and will be shut down. Never mind, it doesn't work. So let's enable swap. Here we can see we have 36 megabytes of RAM. So let's check everything out. Wasn't there like...
I wish developers kind of made a joke instead of this program, I made an illegal operation. It maybe a small developer joke to say, warning, you are an illegal operation. That'll be confusing and a half.
The resource manager. Yes, resource meter. Let's open up some programs. Paint, solitaire. I kept opening programs. However, this operating system just seemed invincible. Nothing really happened to it, except maybe it slowed down a little bit. Then we get to Windows 95. This one requires a minimum of 4 megabytes. I could not start it without swap. However, once we enable swap, it seems to work with 4 megabytes of RAM. Display adapter is not configured properly. So we have 4 megabytes of RAM. Suggestion, you may want to install more RAM. Yeah, how did I not think of it before? Windows will run without problems. Yeah, sure. Every time I do like a selection of these items, they disappear for a second. Let's check out some programs.
Windows will run without problems. Windows 95. Also Windows 95. Your system had crashed due to a massive error. This kind of bug persists all the way up to Windows fucking 11.
I'm not exactly sure what's up with this, but...
And then some.
The mouse cursor was really hard to move around. Probably some kind of mouse driver didn't load.
Yeah.
This is an interesting looking solitaire. The most noticeable thing with low available RAM is that windows take longer to redraw on the screen. It's even worse when you have multiple programs open. Anyway, check out this video on what happens if you delete System32 on every Windows version, and I'll be back.
Oh, well. AI denied your surgery. Europol, de-anonymize. Huh. What the fuck? Hold on. What the fuck is this? I deleted System32 on the worst version of minutes. I just never remembered. Oh my. Pretty much similar videos. Very similar. Alright.
It's the morning of April 14th, 2021. It's a beautiful start to the day in Munich, Germany. Nothing seems out of the ordinary as you wake up and start your day. That is, until you take a glance out of your window and see the armed German police executing a raid on your next-door neighbor's house. They come out with a 49-year-old male whose name has not been disclosed. Along with the suspect, they also conduct a search on their house and seize their computer. Unbeknownst to you at the time, 1 year prior, the Department of Homeland Security would commence an operation codenamed Operation Liberty Lane.
Operation Liberty Lane. Give me liberty or give you death.
This document was not leaked until January 2024. It wasn't until September 2024, less than a year ago, that the details of this story came to light, and the safety and privacy of Tor was questioned. At the same time as the first police raid, similar events transpire on the other side of the country in a city called Paderborn, Germany. Here, they arrest a 40-year-old male whose name has also not been released. At the same time, the third and final suspect, who was a 58-year-old male, was detained in Paraguay under an international arrest warrant issued by a court in Frankfurt, Germany. They were set to be placed on a flight and transported back to Germany shortly. All three men were sentenced in December 2022 to 12 years, 10.5 years, and 8 years in prison.
Jesus.
What these men all had in common was that they were the admins for a website being hosted on the Tor network as an onion service. The website, known as Boys Town, first launched in June 2019 and was among the largest websites of its kind, known to serve explicit imagery to over 400,000 registered
Jesus
users.
fucking Christ.
One of the most active users, uploading over 3.5 thousand posts, was identified as a 64-year-old man from Hamburg, Germany, who was arrested and sentenced to 7 years in prison. All of these people were Tor users who were successfully de-anonymized by one of the most complex and well-coordinated cyber operations in history, ran by an alliance of intelligence agencies, including a slew of three-letter agencies from the United States, including the FBI, Europol, Germany, the Netherlands, and more. Tor is a project that was first built by the United States Navy in 2002, later becoming a non-profit in 2006. Tor is both a browser and a series of protocols designed to keep you anonymous and untraceable.
Jesse, welcome, welcome. Hi. How are you? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to Blitzy. I give you head pats. Here's your free head pat. Here we go. Hi. My name is Brandon Blitz. I'm a variety streamer. I basically stream a lot of stuff. Basically, I stream a bunch of video games, a variety of video games actually. I don't just stick to one. And I do draw. I do have dedicated art streams. I do usually either it's gonna be on. I usually do it either Fridays or maybe whenever I feel like it actually. I at least try to actually keep up with my art practice sessions and whatnot. As well as I do some coding here and there. I'm currently learning Python, and there's actually a lot more to Python to actually programming in general than I initially realized, and I'm actually enjoying it. And then last but not least, I recently started learning how to learning 3D modeling in Blender. However, I'm just gonna wait until I'm actually more familiar with the controls and the UI with Blender to actually start streaming it. There you go. And currently, I'm just relaxing. I'm just relaxing right now after playing Minecraft, playing a couple of Fodian Rage Games, and then did a little programming practice.
On the internet.
How you been today?
In fact, the United States government first created Tor for the purposes of keeping its own military internet traffic a secret. Due to the ability to remain anonymous, cyber criminals are known to use Tor for their own purposes. De-anonymizing a Tor user is no easy task. It was only made possible due to the collaboration of multiple different countries' intelligence agencies, which was made possible due to the 14 Eyes Alliance, containing countries such as the US, the Netherlands, and most importantly in this case, Germany. It was multiple different, independent sources of information that these countries were able to piece together in order to de-anonymize these users. These methods included the control and surveillance of a significant share of Tor relays, as well as a court order issued to the German ISP Telefonica, mandating them to disclose which customers connected to these law enforcement-controlled Tor relays. This is in addition to an outdated chat client and the infiltration of undercover law enforcement into private chat rooms. All of these signals were correlated using a timing analysis in order to de-anonymize the users. Before we get ahead of ourselves, let's take a step back and understand how the Tor network works. Before we explain how Tor keeps you anonymous, let's talk about regular internet traffic. Let's say that this is your computer, and this is a web server that you want to reach. Your internet service provider, or ISP, will provide you with an IP address and will provide you with the infrastructure needed to route traffic through the internet. If you were to just send your traffic directly to the web server without any protections at all, your ISP would know both your IP address and the IP address of the server that you sent traffic to, which they could share with law enforcement. Some people plan to get around this by using a VPN. A VPN works by encrypting your traffic and sending it through a secure tunnel to the VPN server. At this point, the VPN server will decrypt the traffic and relay it to the web server. This means that the traffic flowing from your PC to the VPN
You could have like a VPN for dedicated to a specific browser, but then the VPN would not be as effective. So I opted, so like websites tend to block VPNs and whatnot. I understand that, but so I tend to use my own. I tend to use a DNS proxy combined with, I think it's so you can't actually use a DNS proxy and a VPN at the same time, but there's actually kind of like a weird loophole. The setup is actually difficult, but you can technically be able to route your DNS through a VPN. I saw some on some random website, and it is complex. It is complex, and I got lost in like, this is too much. My brain is hurting.
Server is private, even to your ISP. They'll still see the traffic, but it is encrypted traffic. Once the traffic is decrypted on the VPN server and is sent to the web server, it will no longer contain your IP address, as this would have been swapped out with the IP of the VPN server. While this might seem secure to third parties, you are placing massive trust into your VPN provider, as they are a single point of failure.
Yeah, if you're gonna do VPN, probably host your own DNS proxy and VPN. For me, but the setup for my phone specifically, I have a hard-coded DNS proxy deep embedded within my Android operating system, and then I could route it through a VPN, and then boom. It does. There's a lot. Putting more on the on layman's terms, but there's actually a lot more to the setup.
If law enforcement goes to your VPN provider,
oh well,
they may give up your personal data or even let them spy on your traffic. Now, we turn to Tor. Tor, which stands for the Onion Router, is a decentralized network consisting of nearly 10,000 relays. When you route traffic through the Tor network, rather than going through a single Tor relay, it will be routed through 3 separate Tor relays. Rather than being hosted by a single party, these 10,000 relays are hosted all over the world by volunteers. Even you can volunteer to host a Tor relay on your computer right now. Now, when traffic is routed through the Tor network, it will be wrapped in 3 different layers of encryption, with each Tor relay having its own encryption key to decrypt only a single layer at a time. Unlike with a VPN, this means that there is no single point of failure. When your PC sends traffic to the first relay, known as a guard node, your traffic will be introduced into the Tor network. This guard node only knows your real IP address and the IP address of the next node. It does not know the IP address of the exit node or of the final destination. And of course, due to the encryption, it cannot see the contents of your traffic either. The middle node will only know the IP addresses of the guard node and of the exit node, not your personal IP or the destination.
And here's the thing. Chat. If you want to be extra safe and be completely anonymous, have a dedicated device that uses Tor. Have a separate router that's only dedicated to Tor. Have a separate ISP that's dedicated to Tor. So pretty much, if you want to use Tor, you pretty much pay for pretty much two internet providers at the same time.
Lastly, the exit node will be aware of the destination
It'll be more expensive.
IP and of the middle node's IP, but of course, not your personal IP. In order to piece together and see someone's Tor traffic, you would need to either compromise or control all 3 relays that their traffic flows through. While this is theoretically possible, it is nearly impossible to pull off in the real world, not to mention that the specific 3 relays that are chosen are always changing. You see, when Tor routes traffic, it has a very important algorithm that carefully selects which 3 relays to use. For example, it will ensure that all 3 relays are in different countries, belonging to different ISPs, and have different IP address blocks assigned to them, among other criteria. International intelligence agency alliances, such as the 14 Eyes Alliance, can make the separation of these nodes more difficult. I highlighted Germany's involvement in the 14 Eyes Alliance earlier. It turns out that 1/3 of all Tor relays in the world are being hosted in Germany, followed by 15% in the Netherlands, and nearly 10% in the United States. You might be thinking that these intelligence agencies banded together to host a large amount of Tor nodes in the hopes of having their targets use all 3 of their nodes. But interestingly enough, they don't actually need to get you to use all 3 of their nodes. Not only would this be a very complex and expensive operation due to the amount of nodes they would need to host to make this feasible.
Here's the thing. In addition to that, don't just strictly use Tor like directly in the website, the browser Tor. Probably use like a privacy respecting browser. More specifically, something like the more restrictive privacy respecting browser that actually puts more emphasis on privacy, like LibreWolf or Molvan VPN. You can use Tor through them, and use a VPN on top of that, as well as probably configure your own DNS proxy. And you can set up a DNS proxy in a way that's compatible with a VPN while still being anonymized. And then you could probably use Tor that way. The setup is there's a lot of setup to this one. I wish I could tell you, explain to it in detail, but like we would be here for over like a day and a half trying to explain every little thing in detail.
But it would also be,
because I was following a guide probably a few days ago on just setting up the DNS proxy. As for VPN, I kind of just use the built-in VPN in the browser.
Nearly impossible to set up these nodes without anybody noticing. Instead, they use a much more feasible and sophisticated attack known as a guard discovery attack. Let's take a look at how this works. We'll refer to the intelligence agencies conducting this attack as the attacker, and their target in this case would be the web server hosting the website that they are after, whose domain would have ended in .onion. Now, we can think of the first relay that this server is connected to as the server's guard node. The attacker would still need to host a moderate amount of Tor nodes themselves. Now, to begin the attacker starts by opening up a large amount of connections to the server. Each connection will have different Tor relays from around the world selected to form its circuit. Eventually, since the attacker is opening up a high volume of connections, one of these connections will include an attacker-ran node as the middle node in the circuit. At this point in time, recall what I mentioned earlier. Each node is aware of the true IP address of the node that comes before it and the node that comes after it. In this case, this means that the attacker-controlled middle node is aware of the true IP address of the guard node for the web server. This is all the attacker needs in this case. Now that they are able to identify the guard node that the Onion service is connected to, they can now focus their efforts onto hacking into or surveilling the guard node, which of course knows the true IP address of the actual web server. This attack in isolation isn't enough for de-anonymization. It is only meant to reveal the location of the guard node for a target, which will come in handy shortly. The cool thing is that this attack can also be done in reverse on the Tor client in order to find the true location of a guard node for a user that's using the Tor browser. They would need to trick the user's browser into making a high volume of connections to different .onion sites, all controlled by a single attacker. In this case, something like this can be pulled off quite easily, since if you manage to trick the user into visiting a single malicious .onion site, you could embed a bunch of images hosted on attacker-controlled .onion sites within the HTML of the page, forcing the user's browser into making a bunch of requests. This is basically just the same thing, but in reverse, So don't worry if you don't understand the specifics of this. At the end of the day, the point is to identify a user's guard node. Remember at the start of the video when I said it was multiple different sources of information that needed to be pieced together in order to de-anonymize the users? Knowing the true location of the guard nodes was the first piece of information. It wouldn't provide too much value alone, but any amount of information can be a good starting point. The second piece of information that they used was data from a German ISP known as Telefonica, which was court-ordered to turn over customer data to the feds. Specifically, they were interested in knowing which users were connecting to the previously identified guard nodes. Recall that the guard node, being the first hop, is aware of the user's real IP address. Since the ISP is needed to route the initial traffic from the user's PC to the guard node, the ISP is aware of both the user's IP and of the guard node's IP. Since the feds now knew the IP addresses of the guard nodes from the guard discovery attack, they could match this up with the data received from the ISP, and then be able to know the IP addresses and identities of the suspect. Now, this leaves one big question. Is Tor still secure? To answer this question, we must take a look at the final part of the story. All the way back in 2018, Tor created something called Vanguards in order to protect against guard discovery attacks. If you use Vanguards, a guard discovery attack should not be possible. Due to the nature of this story, we're all going off of limited information, and even the Tor project themselves don't know all of the details. But from what we do know, it looks like the suspects did not use Vanguards, which is what left them vulnerable to the guard discovery attack in the first place. You might be asking, why would they decide to not use such an important security feature? It turns out that the website, 𝙂𝙚𝙣, had exclusive chat rooms, which use the chat software Ricochet. It turns out that there are two different versions of Ricochet. There was the original Ricochet software, which did not include Vanguards, and was thus vulnerable to a guard discovery attack, and then there was Ricochet Refresh, a fork of the original Ricochet that was updated to include Vanguards. It looks like the only reason why the feds were able to pull off this guard discovery attack in the first place was due to the fact that the suspects were using the original version of Ricochet, which lacked Vanguards. Had they been using the newer version with Vanguard's protection, they may have not been caught. This wasn't the only role that Ricochet played either. The feds actually went undercover and partook in live chats with the suspects, allowing them to know the exact times that chats were sent and received. They actually used this information to perform a timing analysis, also called a traffic correlation analysis, by matching these chats against spikes in traffic of equal size on the middle nodes they were running and on the guard nodes that they were surveilling. This timing analysis helped to narrow down the search for the correct guard nodes during the guard discovery attack. The ISP data was then paired with this afterward in order to identify who was using these guard nodes. It was all of these factors combined that allowed them to successfully de-anonymize the suspects and take down 𝙂𝙚𝙣. Lastly, it was also speculated that the suspects might have disclosed identifiable information to the undercover law enforcement officers in the chat rooms, which could have further narrowed down the search, although I'm not sure that this was ever publicly confirmed. Overall, this was one of the most widespread and sophisticated operations we've seen, requiring the collaboration of multiple different nations' intelligence agencies, government-controlled and surveilled Tor relays, customer data disclosure from an ISP, a now deprecated chat client lacking Vanguards, and the infiltration of undercover law enforcement into the website's chat rooms. If even one of these factors was left out, it would have been significantly more difficult, if at all possible, to de-anonymize these users. It took quite a while for all of this information to be pieced together, as it wasn't directly made public. It wasn't until September 2024 that additional information came to light and Tor issued an official statement. If you've made it this far, you might be interested in subscribing to the channel and checking out some of my other just
All right, here we are on Windows Vista. And for today's challenge, we're going to be trying to
Windows
get
Vista.
Discord to run natively within Windows Vista. So let's open up 𝙂𝙗𝙣𝙗, which is the browser of choice for today's video. And I gotta say, Vista looks really good with this hourglass effect going over the objects behind it.
Yeah.
It looks so nice. But let's get right into it. So we're going to search up Discord on Google. We're going to go to the discord.gg website and download for Windows. This will give us an executable right up here, which is going to be done in just a moment. And here we are. We've got ourselves a Discord setup executable.
You know what, Chet, I wondered, can someone make a Discord activity or like that can make Windows Vista run inside Discord, or like any Windows operating system run inside Discord? I wonder if that's possible.
Let's see what happens. It turns out nothing actually happens, and I think an extended kernel again is a good first step. So let's try having a look for that. Windows Vista extended kernel. This is Windows Vista Home Premium, and it should be a 64-bit version as well. All right, now our search has brought us to this Windows Vista extended kernel homepage from win32subsystem.live. Note the extended kernel is no longer receiving updates. As such, some applications may not work. Well, let's hope they do. So we can download this, and we're going to go to the main
Yeah.
and it
Let's
says
hope they do.
download all the prerequisite updates.
Let's hope they do
here
work.
before installing. So let's do that. Okay, we're going to download this and this. Cool. All right, let's get started with that. So the first one we're going to do is the one ending in 0C. So click this, and we've got a user account control prompt. Click continue. Yeah, Vista was a bit touchy with permissions. So we're going to install this, and that's installed. We're going to click close. Next, we're going to install the one that ends in 07. Click OK to install the following Windows software update. OK. All right, and now we're going to restart. This screen looks somewhat familiar if you're used to the Windows 7 update experience.
Yeah.
It's basically the same thing, though it's taking a long time to shut down. Jeez, come on. Configuring updates, stage 3 of 3. Do not turn
Oh,
on
fuck.
The next thing is to install the actual Vista extended kernel. Unfortunately, this is a 7-zip file, but that's easy enough to get around. We just go type in 7-zip, click download, and then give me an exe. Yep, looks like it's 64-bit compatible. So now we can right-click, go 7-zip, extract to a folder, and we can get rid of this. Bring this down here. Here's our kernel, and I have no idea what to do with this. Does it go in System32? I should have read the instructions. Hey, there's a setup.exe. Let's try that. Insufficient permissions. Okay, let me just right-click, run as administrator, allow. There we go. All right, it says this is extended kernel update 2023 release revision 2. Press R for restore, press all other keys for setup. G. Setup is complete. Press any key to continue. And I guess let's get rid of the folder and run Discord setup again. No difference. Is it starting a process? Oh, so 𝙂𝙗𝙣𝙗𝙗's not even opening now. That's a surprise. How have we broken that? Run it in Windows XP mode. Nope, that doesn't even work. Let's
Restart.
Get rid of that, and maybe we can reboot again and see if that helps. Okay, we're back in. Now give me 𝙂𝙗𝙗𝙗. All right, 𝙂𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗's back. Oh, nope, no, it's not. It's gone again. Let's try another time. It has stopped working. Windows can check online for a solution to the problem. What are the details of the problem? App crash. Stack hash failed. Check online. Come on, Windows. We're all counting on you. We need a solution to this problem immediately. All right, well, while Windows checks really hard, let's just close the program a few times. And then, it's really trying to keep opening. Okay. To help protect your computer, data execution prevention has closed 𝙂𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗. Click to learn more. Oh my god, there's so much stuff opening. Calm down. Stop 𝙂𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗. Calm down. Okay. Oh my god. Do you want to get the latest online content when you search help? Yes. Okay, all right. Now, data execution prevention is a security feature that can help prevent damage to your computer from viruses and other security threats. It monitors programs and it makes sure they use memory safely. And if they don't, then God help you. Let's ask someone. Get customer support. Post a question in the Windows community. Contact Microsoft customer support. If I click this, is everything going to break? Yes, everything is broken. Let me go back to my recycle bin and let's restore this folder that we used to install the kernel. All right, now does this being here make things work? Like if I run this again, is it gonna help? No, absolutely not. Let's do a restore then. Press R for restore. Provide the path of the Windows directory that you want to restore. C Windows System 32. Well, that didn't work. unable to restore C Windows System 32 syswhale 64 shell 60.dll.back to C Windows. Huh, right, okay. Let me consult the instructions again. Well, on my main computer, I have found another installation guide using method 2. You can use Ubuntu to install the extended kernel. Before I do that, I just want to see how broken this actually is. Because maybe I'm just overreacting. Does Inkball work? Okay, Inkball does work, guys. We are not completely screwed. What about Windows Media Center? Okay, I mean, we have Windows Media Center. What could possibly be wrong with this computer then? Should I reinstall Supermium? Well, here we go. Cleaning of target directory failed. Supermium is likely running or a file permission issue is occurring. Reinstall. Successfully completed. All right, let's open it. It has stopped working. Let's go back to this setup file that we ran so boldly. I'm going to click R, restore. We're going to do C Windows. Complete, I guess. Let's reboot again. All right. I swear, none of these kernel projects ever work the way they're supposed to. Like, they all have super simple instructions. You just click install, and then you can run all these applications that definitely work. Okay, so if we go back to this extended kernel page, it says that you're allowed to use up to Firefox 1.15, OBS, and Chromium 1.11. So if we grab Firefox 1.15, maybe we can install that Firefox setup. Sorry, Firefox can't be installed. The version of Firefox requires Windows 7, 64, or newer. Why do you need Windows 7? Who says you need Windows 7? Okay, perhaps the MSI would work better? No? Okay, fine. Give me additional information. Oh god, not Internet Explorer. Jesus. What are you even trying to load? If you just fill in the address for Internet Explorer, I could go to this page right now. Oh, here we go. Oh, it actually worked. Okay, this is just the recommended. Yeah, I don't care. All right, crazy thought. Maybe I'm supposed to be installing this from safe mode. Let's reboot into safe mode, which I think is F7 or maybe F8. I don't know. I'm going to press both. Safe mode with networking. Let's go. All right, here we are. We're in safe mode, and Vista does not look very pretty in the Windows Classic theme, I will say. Now, we're going to run the kernel file again, and what is this version of Explorer? This is crazy basic. Wow, okay. Let's run setup.exe. Run. Press G. Setup is complete. Okay, well, in theory, it should be working. What is it asking me to eject? Oh, everything. Literally everything. Okay, cool. Let's reboot again.
Oh no, don't eject your fucking GPU.
Alright, we're back. Maybe we can run Firefox now. Let's see. Come on. You can do it. No, you...
Oh no.
I could
Rip.
try that tool I ran in the Windows 2000 video.
POV, you try to do anything in Windows and this happens.
Let me find it. All right, here we go. Let's extract this folder. I don't know the password. You know what? This is fine. I don't need the password because I can just go to Windows 2000 where I at some point had the password and already extracted the folder and grab it right back out. Oh, we're here. This is what I want.
What the fuck?
𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚𝙧𝙖. Now,
Oh, that's
FC Win 2K.
I was gonna say that that level of green is just ugly. What the fuck happened here? This. What's going on with my other phone?
.exe, minimize this, and we're going to do a similar thing we did in the Win 2000 video. So we're going to run Firefox.exe up here. We're going to do OS version emulation at Windows 8 or 7. 7's fine, I think. And then run compat. It needs Windows 7 64-bit or newer. All right, well, I found an ISO which has a Russian title, but it claims to include the extended kernel already installed. So because my version of Windows Vista doesn't like the setup for extended kernel, and it seems to not like installing Firefox no matter how I try and force it, I'm just going to reinstall Windows Vista, and I'm going to use that ISO, and we're going to work from there. Okay? Cool. I've got the ISO mounted, and I started it, and this is not the Windows Vista startup screen.
All right.
This is the Windows 7 startup screen. So I think I'm going to be quite surprised to see that it's Windows Vista underneath. Never mind. Take back what I said. Product key. Yes, the product key. Give me 1 moment. We're going to install to unallocated. That should be all I need to really touch. It's just going to go ahead and install Windows. Please wait while Windows sets up your computer.
Oh, wow.
Alright, so we should now be on a 64-bit extended kernel release of Windows Vista. Let me just paste over the Firefox setup again. Whoa, it did not like the VMware tools installation.
Oh, no.
Result for this file, and it's not in English. Man, you can be led on some really weird rabbit holes when you try and do this stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it did boot just...
I mean, a rabbit hole. Like, how many rabbit holes are you willing to dive deep into? Wink.
It's fine until it had VMware tools installed. Let's just see if restarting it is enough to make it boot normally. Do we need to try safe mode? I don't know. Let's just try normal. Oh, it's just totally fine now. Right, well, here's our Firefox setup. Let's try it. That's a no. It doesn't run even on the ISO that has the baked-in extended kernel. Service Pack 2 with extended kernel. Well, maybe it's just Firefox sucking at having an installer that works on old versions of Windows. Maybe.
I bet someone here is good at sucking. Sucking it live. Oh, sorry. I had to chat.
We can just install Discord manually now. Oh my god, what are you even wanting to do? No restarts.
I wonder if anyone remembers regular show and Mark and Ruby. Does anyone do the slam boning kind of thing, or no?
I'm not gonna break anything else. All right, Discord setup. Let's run it. Installation has failed. There was an error while installing the application.
Installation has failed because you're a failure.
Let's open the log. What have we got going on here? Okay. Couldn't run Skrill hook.
Chat, what if Windows was Asian?
Configuring this. Okay. Specified executable is not a valid application for this OS platform. Couldn't install system component model. Okay, from my rough understanding here, it's trying to launch sub-processes that aren't compatible with Windows Vista. Now that's okay. Nothing works on Vista. Vista is the hardest one so far to do anything with. Oh, another blue screen. Microcode revision mismatch. All right, I've given up on internet browsers for the moment. We're just going to try different Discord clients. Hopefully we get a bit closer with that. The first of which is going to be Vencord. Now this, I'm pretty sure, is just built off the regular Discord installer and regular Discord client. But who knows? Maybe it works different. Let's see. Nope. That was quick. All right, what else have we got? All right, next we've got something called Legcord. Let's try this.
Legcord?
Okay, how about now? Damn it. Alright guys, last resort, I have found a really old copy of the Discord installer. We're going to go ahead and run it. It's going to ask for .NET, which is, that's fine, go ahead and do that. Installation has failed to install .NET Framework, do it manually. Okay, we need to grab that first. Okay, .NET Framework, extracting, I've read, install, please be able to download this, please, come on. Well, it looks like it's not going to download it, so here's the offline installer. Let's cancel this and try this one instead. Read this, install, it's much better. Installation is complete, finish. I don't want to restart. I'm just going to YOLO it. Okay, we should restart. Okay, it looks like it is actually doing stuff, so maybe it's going to work once we get back in. All right, here we are.
Let's fucking go.
Right away. Holy crap, we got checking for updates. We got updates.
Let's fucking go.
That's okay. We could probably work around that. Let's just see if it does it on its own. No, it's just failing. Okay, well, let's move this to the side. I've found a potential way of bypassing this forced update. So let's have a look. Step 1 is to grab this zip called 𝙂𝙤𝙤𝙬𝙧 and follow the instructions. Now, this is a plugin for 7-zip. I'm going to copy in the 64-bit DLL, and it will work. Here we go. Okay, now we go to our user account, app data, local, Discord, app blah blah blah, resources, app.𝙂𝙤𝙤𝙬, and we open that in 7-zip. Nope. We want to open it, not add to archive. Here we go. We're going to extract this. We're going to open with...
I didn't know 7-zip had plugins.
On word wrap. You know what? This isn't actually very good to work on. We're going to do this in Notepad++. Notepad++. All right, let's try that again. We're going to open this in here. Yeah, now we can read it. We need to find the function 𝙂𝙤𝙤𝙬𝙧.
Oh, not crack in half. Oh, fuck.
Update till current. We're going to delete from here to here. Save it. Pop this back in the archive. Yes. And we're going to relaunch it. Discord. Nope, it doesn't. It still tries to update. This is a new Discord client called Abaddon. Let's launch this with the exe. Okay. The audio engine could not be initialized. Is that ignorable? Oh wow. Okay. Discord login with QR code. All right. Okay. Give me a minute. All right. I found an account that I don't care about. I'm going to scan the QR code now, waiting for confirmation. And now I'm going to click login on my phone. Logging in. Oh my gosh, guys. We've got Discord on Windows Vista. Wow. Don't mind the servers that I'm actually in. Let's look at Discord here. And wow, we can just go straight into general. These are people talking about phones. This is a image preview, it looks like. Can we view images in here? We go to the... Oh, Supermium's coming up. Go away, Supermium. I think I clicked on a link. I think that's what happened. Let's look at...
First.
Okay, they don't quite... Oh, no, they do work. Yeah, this really is the definitive experience. Can I join?
Oh, it's so slow.
Oh, join. Input settings. Input microphone, output speakers. I'm in here. Am I actually talking though? Let's join on another machine. Okay, I'm on another machine. Connected. Yeah, I'm not actually talking, which is probably because the audio engine failed to initialize. Something about the buffer size? Okay. I wonder if we could get that working as well. Well, there's no like configuration in here. Maybe it's all command line based or something. Either way, I'm calling this a win. This works really well.
And it works. Well, with asterisks, quote unquote, with asterisks.
Server. Can I post a screenshot of my Windows Vista experience? How do you take screenshots on Vista? Snipping tool, right? Yes, let's post this.
Snipping tool, snippy snip.
Best OS. I'm gonna get kicked for spam for sure. Oh my god, I keep accidentally opening Supermium, but because it's my default browser. Let me just change that, because Internet Explorer is the only thing that works. So I wonder if this will actually let me open stuff now. Oh, it's connecting. Yeah, this isn't doing anything. I'm just gonna leave that alone. Cool. All right, well, I'm gonna mark this video as a success. I mean, we didn't get the...
It is a success, quote unquote, asterisk.
I've started a journey to master as many old school games as possible using retro achievements. Today's game I'll be attempting to master is one of my favorite DS games of all time. With a total of 50
fuck yeah!
This is New Super Mario Bros. For the DS. Let's dive in. Getting started, we see Peach getting kidnapped by Bowser Jr. We as Mario race after her, getting ourselves into the first world of the game. As we dive into World 1-1, let me explain some of the achievements. So pretty standard achievements for this game. We have to finish each world. Alright, that's well easy. We have to find all 3 secret coins in every single level. Alright, fair enough, that'll take a bit of time, but nothing I can't handle. And then we have a set of achievements that will change the way I play this game for the whole playthrough. And that is to grab the very top of the flagpole at the end of every single level. And to make it extra hard, for each world, I have to hit the top of the flagpole for every level in one whole session. So let's say my game...
One whole session. Speedrunner. Speedrunner. Let's go.
Anger from dying. I will lose all my progress towards that world session. Let's go, am I right?
Oh no.
What's more interesting, I'm gonna rate every flagpole depending on difficulty out of 10. So you guys know just how much I struggled with every flagpole. And with that, here we are in 1-.
Okay, before we continue, I want to get something to... Should I? I'm probably gonna get something to eat real quick. I'll just grab a quick snack. Like said, just enjoy the video for now. Just enjoy the video for a minute. I'm gonna grab some crackers real quick and then be right back, alright? Bye.
One of my most played levels of all time. In just the first 30 seconds of the level, we already earn our first achievement, Early Plumber, which we get for grabbing a mushroom for hitting a coin block enough times before it deactivates. Speaking of achievements, we have two important things that have changed since my last previous achievement video. The first change can be seen when an achievement pops up. We now have a percentage next to the achievement. I asked the moderator of Retro Achievements about this, and they replied saying the lower the percentage, the more rare the achievement is that you just unlocked. Awesome. I'll explain the second change once we hit the top of our very first flagpole. Now, when I was a kid, I would always grab the Mega Mushroom and make it to the end of the level, absolutely destroying the first flagpole. But by doing this, we actually get two achievements. Ultimate Destroyer for using a Mega Mushroom and filling the destruction bar completely. And does this count as finishing the level? For using the Mega Mushroom and destroying the flagpole at the end of the level. Nice! Well, not nice. Actually. Achievements are good, but we need that flagpole intact for progress towards this world session. So, let's get back in there and hit the top of the flagpole. 1-1 should be easy, right? Well, this is where the second new change comes into play. This time, I'm playing the game using hardcore mode with retro achievements. For previous games, I thought I had this turned on, but turns out it wasn't activated. Hardcore mode is basically the game as close to the original as possible, meaning no save states, no load states, no rewind, or any other features that may be used to help with getting achievements more quickly. So what does that mean for us difficulty-wise? Well, I can't just set up a save at each flagpole and keep loading it until I hit it. If I want another chance at hitting a flagpole, I have to play through the level every single time in order to have a go at it. Let's get started. Flagpole number 1 was difficult. In order to hit the top, you need a lot of momentum and height on your final jump towards the flagpole. And these flagpoles are very unforgiving. If you miss the top by just a pixel, you will not earn the 1-up which confirms that you have hit the top of the flagpole. Now the problem with 1-1 is the bricks that lead up to the flagpole. So I'm going to have to pull off an absolute gamer move in order to hit the first one. So after a bunch of practice, I managed to run at the blocks, jump towards the middle, slightly look backwards, and then jump forwards to keep my momentum, and then jumped at the very end of the bricks in order to hit this first flagpole. It took me 20 minutes in order to do this, and while
what?
First flagpole, it took me 20 minutes in
20 minutes?
And while redoing the first level over and over again, not only did I collect all 3 secret coins, but I also managed to get 3 extra achievements. No Time to Die for finishing a level with 44, 55, or 66 as the last digits on the timer to spawn a green mushroom house. Shine Spark Technique for finishing a level while having a power to spawn a green mushroom house. Shine Spark Technique for finishing a level while having a power star which I accidentally discovered. And no star this time for getting a reward by collecting all 8 red coins. So now that we understand how the flagpoles work with having to hit the very top of them, and also having to finish every level and also finding all the gold star coins, we can start making some good progress. Let's do this. 1-2 was a super easy flagpole as I actually found the secret flagpole first. I gave this one a 2 out of 10 difficulty. Just a couple of good jumps and I hit it. Back into 1-2 for the standard flagpole. After being gifted with a super easy flagpole, I was hoping this one would be the same, but nope. Say hello to 1-1's older brother, Mount Fuck You. I was at this one for 24 minutes. And remember, that's 24 minutes of also playing through the level over and over until I hit it. But once I did, I started to feel like a Mario god. Like I could do anything. Then I remembered, this is only level 2 of the entire game.
Oh no.
I gave this flagpole an 8.5 out of 10 difficulty. 1-3 wasn't so bad. A bit of messing around on this mushroom until I was at a point I felt comfortable with jumping. 3 out of 10. Next up was World's 1 Tower. These towers are mini boss
Does he live stream all of his attempts?
levels where at the end you have to fight with Bowser Jr. Pretty easy levels, and thank God for no flagpoles at the end. It's time for a new achievement, an easy one this time, which was Helping Hand. We got this for finishing the level with 1-1, 2-2, or 3-3 as the last digits in the timer to spawn a mushroom house. 1-4 took a bit of time, but once I understood how using momentum to jump off the Goombas, I hit it. I gave this one a 5 out of 10, but later on, I'm gonna change it to a 1 of 10, as 1-4 became super important later on in the playthrough, but we'll get to that much later on. 1-5 was super easy, as you had a mushroom trampoline at the end to help you hit it. 1 out of 10. Before jumping into this next level, I entered a green mushroom house, where you can obtain lives by hitting the question mark blocks. If you hit all the blocks without finding a Bowser card, not only do we get a bunch of lives, but we also get the achievement Full House for doing this. On to the first castle of the playthrough, and of course, our first boss is Bowser. Whoa, huge surprise, would never expect that in a Mario game. No, actually, a Mega Mushroom and squashing him like any other Koopa, which got us the achievement Just a Normal Koopa Trooper. We also got the achievement Grassy Fields for finishing the first world. Now, even though we have the second world unlocked, we still have a few things to do in World 1, so let's head back. Entering a mushroom house for the first time, a Toad gives us a choice of 4 items, and if we hold a certain button to guess which item we're about to get, I will earn another achievement. So I held the L button, which guesses the mushroom item, and I got the mushroom. Hey! The next flagpole to hit during this world was in 1-A, which is one of my most hated level designs in Mario games. Not only is it underwater,
I remember this.
it's also a side-scrolling level, meaning I have to wait until the screen catches up before I can carry on through the level. This made it a pain, and I had to have multiple attempts at the flagpole. Thankfully, the flagpole itself was a pretty easy jump. I gave it a 4 out of 10. Now we had one last flagpole to hit in World 1 to get the first flagpole achievement. And remember when I said the best thing about the tower levels is that they don't have a flagpole at the end? Well, this world has a secret flagpole in the tower of all places, which I needed to find by having a shell power-up and accessing a secret area. We got the achievement On Top of the Grassland for hitting all the flagpoles in World 1. Next up, we had the final timer achievement, which was given for ending a level with 77, 88, or 99 as the final digits in the timer, giving us a Mega Mushroom House and the achievement, woohoo, just what I needed. So, a certain part of this achievement list is super creative yet insane.
Woohoo! Just what I needed.
Difficult, and I call these set of achievements the platform achievements. They are essentially very specific challenges for players to have a go at to see if they can earn the achievements. And our first one can be found in 1-Castle, and it's called Something Squeeze. In the castle level, we have these moving ceiling pieces which will damage you, and they can even take a life if they fully squash you. But this achievement wants us to run this section in one cycle, from when the platforms are going up until they come back down. There are 7 ceiling platforms in total. I gave it my first attempt with a blue shell, hoping I would be a lot faster, and I almost got to the very end. So that's a good run so far. However, after a few runs and some deaths, I found it was much easier to run through as small Mario. And at the very end, I performed a crouch jump to make it through the tiny space left between the spikes and the floor, and that popped the achievement. There are multiple of these little platforming challenges throughout this achievement set, and boy, they get so much harder. You ain't ready for the shit to do. After that, let's do an easy achievement, which is a classic move for defeating Bowser by only using a fire flower. Easy peasy. It was finally time to move on to World 2. There are a couple of important things I forgot about in World 1, but don't worry, we'll pick those up later on. For now, let's get into 2-1. The first flagpole was awful. Basically, there are some coins above a Poké, which if I hit this blue switch, the coins turn into blocks for a short amount of time. I would need a perfect jump to make it onto the blocks, and then a perfect jump right at the end to reach the pole. Now, this is where I discovered an item that would let me cheese a lot of the future flagpoles. The mini mushroom. Remember when I said we were returned to 1-4? Well, here we are. This level, at a very specific point, gives you a mini mushroom. So, if I'm able to beat the level as mini, I get to remain mini to take on any other levels I want to try out. You see, when you're a mini Mario, your jump height is greatly increased, and you have far more control over Mario. But it's not all great news. As mini Mario, you can be slow at times, causing you to die. And now that I'm a mini Mario, if I want to attempt the flagpole at the end, I now have to get through the whole level without getting hit once. Otherwise, it's instant death. And on top of all that, I would have to go get a fresh mini mushroom. So even though it becomes a bit cheesy for the flagpoles, it still has its difficulty. Anyway, after 20 plus minutes of trying with small Mario, I finally grabbed a mini shroom and easily hit the flagpole. 7 out of 10 difficulty. Moving on to 2-2, as long as I survive as mini Mario, flagpole should be a breeze now. But I'll still rate difficulty depending on if the level was difficult rather than the flagpole. Apart from having to avoid Lakitu, this level was super easy. 3 out of 10. Due to already being mini, I was able to find the secret flagpole in 2-3 and hit the top of the pole. 2 out of 10. 2-3 was super easy, as it gave me a spring to reach the top. 2 out of 10. Heading into 2-A, this level sucks balls. First of all, this damn fish is the worst. It somehow always has the best timing possible to attack you or get you trapped, which resulted in me losing the mini mushroom. 2-A actually has 2 flagpoles. The first I was able to hit as regular Mario, after a bit of practice. 4 out of 10. But But the regular one, I don't know what evil developer at Nintendo made this flagpole, but honestly, screw you, dude. I attempted this flagpole for half an hour before giving up. It felt like no matter what I did, the top of the pole would not register. You see, there is a trampoline and then a flying Koopa, so you would expect to fly over, bounce off the Koopa, and you have the height needed to pull this off. Nope. The amount of times I tried this and the rage that built up having to deal with the fish from traveling through the level was insane. I'm coming back to this one later on. I played through a couple of levels, including the tower for this world, and defeated Bowser Jr. yet again. The next flagpole I was able to hit was in 2-5, where I was able to stand on the block hopper's head and jump to hit the pole. 2 out of 10. 2-6 was another side scroller, and I ended up missing the pole at the very end. So for now, I headed into the castle level and took on the final boss for World 2. The final boss in World 2 is Mummy, and as you can see, I'm fighting it as Mini Mario. The worlds in this game are separated at certain bosses. For example, if I beat this boss as normal Mario, I will progress to World 3. But if I'm able to defeat it with Mini Mario, I can go to World 4 and unlock that before World 3. It just gets a lot of hassle out of the way, and the level itself held a mini mushroom. So, after a few attempts, I was able to defeat Mummy and unlocked World 4, which got me the achievement Dry Desert for finishing World 2. Of course, I went back to finish off the last few flagpoles I was having trouble with. First was the secret pole in 2-4, which I found using a mini pipe, and after a wall jump, I hit it. 3 out of 10. Then it was back to 2-A. Trying to figure out how in the world I was going to hit this flagpole by using the trampoline. I was at this for over an hour. I even watched other people on YouTube attempting this exact achievement, and they couldn't figure it out either and ended up giving up. I was also close to just leaving this altogether, but then I got insanely lucky. There is a red question mark block that spawns on the level sometimes, and it will give you a special item if you hit it, and this one happened to give me a Mega Mushroom. I then noticed that when I used a Mega Mushroom on a trampoline, I would instantly pick up speed. Would this work for this flagpole? So I grabbed a Mega Mushroom and took it with me to the end of the level and activated it while I was on the trampoline. Now I didn't want to go right away, as if I hit the flagpole as Mega Mario, I would destroy the pole. So after some waiting, I bounced up, the Mega Mushroom faded, but I had the height needed to finally grab the top of the pole. Hell yeah, this one felt really good after figuring it out myself. Let's go. 8 out of 10 difficulty to try and figure out. 2-4 I was able to grab using the mini mushroom. 1 out of 10. And after some patience, I made it through 2-6 to jump and grab the flagpole, getting the achievement for hitting all World 2 flagpoles.
Top of the pyramids, nice.
Pole jumping, I don't become a really good firefighter or a stripper. It's all gonna be for nothing. Grabbing all the poles, I just needed one
No, for nothing.
in order to get the achievement Golden Treasures of the Desert for finding all hidden coins in World 2. Now, because I
That's actually cool.
mini mushroom, the next world I took on was World 4. Let's cover the flagpoles first.
That Koopa looks
and get
jank.
some more platformer achievements. The first flagpole I hit in World 4 was in 4-2, which I got super lucky with. When I entered the level, I had a red question mark block arrive, which had a mini mushroom. I ran through the level and hit the flagpole. 2 out of 10. 4-1 was also super easy using the mini. Only problem I had was avoiding these scuttle bugs, but after jumping off one right at the end, I hit the 2 out of 10 difficulty flagpole. 4-3 was going great with the
Nice.
mushroom, but with it being underwater, something bad had to happen, and that was right here. This giant ass eel killed me. So I got through the level as normal sized Mario and was met with another fun momentum jump, but after a couple of run-ups, I managed to hit it. 5 out of 10. Next up was the World 4 Tower with rising lava. I parkoured my way through, killed Bowser Jr., and carried on with the flagpoles. The next pole I hit was in World 4 Ghost House. This flagpole looked impossible at first, but after some jumping around, I was able to find some hidden blocks and make the jump. 4 out of 10. Now onto the flagpole in 4-A. And remember this level, as this level is going to be one that we come back to later on for a crazy challenge. So after getting a mini mushroom at the start of the level, I hit the flagpole at the end by jumping off a vine and off some blocks. 3 out of 10. With the mini shroom, I went back to 4-4 and also hit the Ghost House secret exit. Both 2 out of 10. 4-5 and 6 were up next, with both being 3 out of 10 difficulty. The World 4 flagpoles were an absolute breeze with the mini mushroom, and getting through the levels as mini was super easy as well. The last pole to hit in World 4 was actually in the first level, and it was a secret
Top of the jungle trees.
got us on top of the jungle trees. Now that we had all the flagpoles
Hmm.
hit and all the coins collected, it was time to take on World 4 Castle. After running through the castle full of thwomps, I made it to the boss, Mega Goomba. Sounds terrifying, but in reality, it's like if your nan grew super big. One kick to the head and she goes down. For defeating Mega Goomba, we get the achievements Toxic Jungle and Golden Fruits in the Jungle for beating World 4 and collecting all gold coins. Now, before moving on to World 3, I had some achievements to finish up in previous worlds. So for now, let's get back to World 2 to get this achievement, Porky's Secret, which is given for finding this hidden room in 2-1 using a mini mushroom. There are a few achievements similar to this throughout the playthrough, and we'll grab them as we go. The next achievement to get in World 2 was, of course, another platformer achievement. In 2-1, there are a bunch of coins throughout the level, and we have to get 50 coins in one go. Sounds easy, right? Well, here's the catch. In order...
Hey Chad, I have a question for you. What was the first game you ever 100%ed? And what was your favorite game to 100%?
To finish this achievement, we have to do it while using the shell power-up, and we must do it in one single shell slide. A shell slide is when you start running while being in shell form, and you become a shell. So if we stop or die for whatever reason, we have to start again. So, first I had to travel to a bunch of different levels until I got a shell power-up. Finished the level with the shell, went back to World 4 to open up a mushroom house so that I could save the game. That way if I die, I can reset, still having a shell, big brain mode, and then went back to give it a try. For my first run, I failed right at the start as the bounce back from the shell sent me right back to the start of the level. But the more times I tried it, I started to learn the jumps needed, where every coin was, and the best possible way to tackle this achievement. I started out by getting all the coins in blocks, hitting jumps to get super high coins, even made it through the whole section, collecting what I counted to be 48 coins before I fell to my death. As much as this challenge was frustrating, it was super fun. The shell is one of my favorite power-ups in this game, and after a bunch of practice, I hit all 50 coins in this level, getting the achievement Greedy Disco Shell. I recommend everyone to try this challenge if you have the game. Next up, we had 2 achievements to get in World 1 of all places. First one was for defeating Bowser with a blue shell, which was super easy. You might have noticed during that fight, I'm missing a coin from World 1. How this slipped past me, I'll never know, but I went through the level to find the gold coin to finally get the achievement Golden Apples in the Grasslands for getting all the secret coins in World 1. Heading back to World 4, in 4-4, if we got into this mini pipe with Mini Mario, then we can get the secret achievement Wiggler's Secret for doing so. Now it's time to head back to 4-A for the platformer achievement Tropical Clear Condition. For this achievement, we have to land on the green pipe at the end of 4-A without touching grass after the first jump and without using the checkpoint. Alright Satan, calm down. Tell me to go outside and touch grass. I see how it is. Just when I thought I was getting good as well. So I decided to give this a go with the mini mushroom, as I would have better control over my jumps. And as you can...
Oh. Kind of reminds me of the meme I were seeing, or someone playing as Satan says, and I think it was a long time ago. This is so evil, and I'm a big fan of you.
See from my first attempt, this achievement is crazy. It requires knowledge of what's coming up ahead, patience, and there's just a ton of annoying ass flying Koopas who always end up in the right place at the right time. Seriously, the fact I died to this here is super annoying. This was my first attempt and look at how far I made it. After 40 minutes of jumping from vines, avoiding flying Koopas, dying, and dying again, I had this amazing run. And I'll let it play out at super speed so you guys can watch the entire run. One of the most frustrating parts of doing this was the moving platforms. Having to jump up and down to move them while also avoiding flying Koopas required so much patience and careful movement. There were certain jumps I had to make in one go, otherwise the whole run would be over. And towards the end, a single jump was needed on a walking Koopa to send me over 3 piranha plants to finally make it to the green pipe right at the end, and the achievement popped. Ugh, it feels so good when they finally pop. And you want to hear something crazy? There are still harder ones than this to do.
Oh no.
Let's get on to World 3. After taking out Mummy Pokey the normal way, it leads us into World 3. Alright, to save some time from now on, I'm gonna speed through the flagpoles and difficulties.
Chat, have you ever faced a challenge and said fuck you soon? And I wonder, what challenge do you consider that is worse than Satan?
Let's do this.
Like in any video game you can think of.
Pull first. 2 out of 10. 3-3 wasn't too bad. 4 out of 10. 3-C was actually a bit of a challenge, but I found a hidden block after a very good jump, and we hit it. 6 out of 10.
Oh,
3-2
okay,
was
okay.
super easy with the mini shroom. 1 out of 10. 3-1, I got chased by a fish through the whole level, but hit the flagpole at the end. 3 out of 10. 3-2, again, super easy with the mini mushroom. 2 out of 10. 3 ghosts regular flagpole was easy to hit. The struggle was the actual ghost house itself. 5 out of 10. Now, given the flagpoles a break for just a second, I took on the World 3 castle. The theme for World 3 had been the Oasis. So of course, the boss is Cheap Skipper. A big-ass fish and probably the easiest boss so far. 3 jumps and this fish was done. And we got the achievement Sunny Islands for finishing World 3. But we still had a couple of flagpoles and some achievements to grab in World 3. So, back we go.
Oh fuck, neck crack and a half.
But by taking a mini mushroom item with me until the end, I used it and hit the flagpole. 6 out of 10. The final flagpole was in the ghost house.
Uber physics.
Secret exit. After a really fun wall jump, I was able to hit it, getting the on top of the palms achievement. Another world full of poles done. After getting all the flagpoles, I was 1 gold coin away from having all the coins in World 3. So heading back into the ghost house and using a blue shell, I got the final gold coin and out popped the achievement, Golden Pearls of the Ocean. Up next were 2 secret achievements. First, we had the secret room of World 3, which was in 3-A, where I had to get this skeeter to bomb the bricks while being mini, to get into the mini pipe to get Paracooper's secret. Nice! The next secret achievement was a cool one. Basically, near the end of 2-A, if we jump off this Cooper's head to go through the pipe, there is this little area with 2 pipes. But if we head down to this area and walk, we find a nice little bit of water, which popped the secret achievement, My Own Small Oasis. A nice challenge for Mario to think about the horrors I've put him through so far. And it's only about to get worse, as the next achievement is another platformer achievement. In 3-C, if we beat the level as Mini Mario without touching the water or collecting coins, then we get the achievement. Now, I'll be honest, with all the practice I've had with Mini Mario so far, this achievement wasn't that bad. The only bad part was getting all the way to the end of the level to be met by this particular jump. A massive jump, not only with water, but also with 6 coins that we have to avoid as well. This actually caught me out once or twice, but after learning the jump, we got the achievement. Moving on to World 5,
Finding me in great danger. Nice.
before we grab all the flagpoles. Our next achievement is Hot Pursuit, which we get for defeating a money bag and getting a 1-up in doing so. Using a fire flower, getting the 1-up was easily done, popping the achievement. Next up, we have a platformer achievement in the World 5 tower level. As the stage rises up, we have to collect 85 coins in one go. There are about 112 coins in this stage, with 2 hidden blocks that hold 10 coins each, which I didn't know until looking it up just now. This one was tricky, as I needed to avoid the spiked balls and dry bones the level kept throwing at me, all while focusing on where to collect coins and move to next. After about 20 minutes, we got the achievement Tricky Towers. I defeated Bowser Jr.
Oh,
and
nice.
5-3 to grab the secret achievement for this world. By being mini in this ice level, we discovered a mini pipe room that led to us getting the achievement Snailcorn Secret. Then it was time for World 5's flagpoles. Let's do this. 5-3 was first. With already being mini, this one was easy. 1 out of 10. Going back to 5-1, waiting for the snow on these trees to fall first before jumping, let us hit it. 2 out of 10. The return of Meant For You was no longer scary, thanks to using a mini shroom. 1 out of 10. 5-A was just a waiting game with this blue mushroom. 3 out of 10. I almost failed 5-B at first, but after taking my time, I hit it. 3 out of 10. The ghost houses are always a pain, but I found the secret flagpole first. This one had a trampoline, so 1 out of 10 difficulty. 5-4 had these gravity-defying mushrooms, but a good run-up made it an easy clear. 2 out of 10. 5-2 was a 3 out of 10. Could be easy to miss, but luckily, I hit the jump. I wasn't messing around with the ghost house's regular flagpole with those steps, so I brought a mini shroom and made it. 5 out of 10 without the mini, 1 out of 10 with the mini. The final flagpole in 5-B required using a blue shell to be found. After all the practice I got shell sliding earlier on, I made the jump and got the achievement on top of the icicles. I'm getting better at these flagpole jumps. We had the castle level of World 5 next. While going through, I had 1 last coin to find.
Interesting.
And I was pretty proud of this jump I made to discover how to obtain the coin. I grabbed it and went up against the World 5 boss, 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚. Petey would jump down after you at certain times, causing his dumbass to slip on the ice. So after minutes, we defeated him, getting the achievements Frozen Fields and Golden Shimmer in the Ice for finishing all levels and getting all coins in World 5. Another secret achievement to get in World 5 can be found in 5-2.
What kind of golden
All you have to
shimmer?
do is jump up near these bricks and grab some secret coins on top of the level in order for the achievement to pop. It's time to move on to World 6. Let's start with a platformer achievement that took me a whole ass hour to obtain. In 6-2, if we enter this pipe here, it shoots us up into the clouds, where we can ride a platform, and as we ride it, a ton of question mark blocks start flying past us. For this achievement, we have to collect at least 60 coins by hitting these question mark blocks. I hate achievements that sound easy but are so difficult. First few tries, I lined myself up to the edge, but only problem is, you start slowly moving towards the edge the more you jump. Then, you have the actual blocks themselves. They go in a very weird pattern. Once in a while, you get caught between them, no matter the rhythm you have going. Then, the difficult part, actually hitting 60. So many times I counted in my head 55, 57, even 59 at one point. I had to keep telling myself it will happen, just keep trying. And luckily enough, this was super easy to reset and try, as all I needed to do was fall off and go back into the pipe if I wanted another go at it. And after an hour, I hit 60 blocks.
Feel the rhythm.
Let's go! After an hour of hitting blocks, I was so excited to get back to the flagpoles and play through some levels. Here are the World 6 flagpoles. First up, 6-3. I missed it and died. Let's try that one again. There we go, 5 out of 10. For 6-4, I found a hidden block and pulled off a sick jump, 4 out of 10. Another underwater level, 6-5 had 2 quick jumps at the end, but was easy to do, 3 out of 10. This pipe in 6-6 took me straight to the top of the flagpole, 0 out of 10 honestly. Same with 6-B. I think the flagpoles felt sorry for me for having to hit all those blocks for an hour, so they all became super easy, another 0 out of 10. While heading towards 6-1's flagpole, I found the secret mini pipe to get the achievement Bullet Bill's Secret. After grabbing the achievement, I hit the flagpole at the end with a wall jump, 2 out of 10. 6-A's flagpole was actually pretty cool, as I managed to wall jump into a running jump to hit it, 5 out of 10. Back to 6-2 where we got the most recent platformer achievement. Running and doing a couple of jumps got me the achievement On Top of the Mountains for hitting the top of all flagpoles in World 6.
Okay, that's dope.
Let's go take on the boss. Entering World 6 Castle, I didn't realise how much time I was about to spend here. Looking back now, it's strange that this is my first run through this level, and I'll get to what I mean by that in a couple of minutes. For now, let's defeat the boss, Monty Tank. A mole in a friggin' tank. A few jumps on his head, and I got the achievement, Rocky Mountains, for finishing up World 6. I then went back through the castle level to get the final coin needed to get golden ore in the mountains. Right. Let me explain to you the hardest achievement of this playthrough. There's still plenty to go before we fully finish everything, but the difficulty reaches its peak right now with the platformer achievement, Platformer King since 1985, where we have to reach the back room in World 6 Castle without stepping on a moving platform or using a tiny mushroom and without using the checkpoint. Holy shit, guys. This is true Mario right here. So,
oh no!
I'll show you guys what I had to do.
I played this and that kind of achievement. Oh, that would be rage-inducing for me to try to complete.
The first part is to jump and sprint towards this block and take out the Koopa. Not a problem. Next is a sprint towards this walking Koopa, jump off his head and make it over the gap. Might mess this one.
These kind of achievements inflict psychic damage.
Up a couple of times, but for the most part, it's alright. For the next bit, you'll see that I have a Mega Mushroom. By using a Mega Mushroom, we are able to make these 5 jumps. And then we have the most bullshit part of all time. This jump right here is not able to be made unless we do one of 2 things. One option is to time the jump so that we run towards the wall across the way, get hit by the lava, wall jump, and then perfectly time the next wall jump on the 1 pixel high platform to make it over. Fuck that. The other option is to run and time a jump with the platform as it moves, go back on ourselves, and hit a perfect wall jump off the platform to make it over. That as well. But unfortunately, these are the only 2 options to make it over. And you know what I did? I practiced time and time again, having to make the whole first section to even have a chance at the jump at the end. If I died, it was right back to the start. Over time, I opted for the second option, to run with the platform, turn back, and wall jump off the platform, as touching the side of the platform was okay. As long as we don't stand on the platform, it counts. It took me an hour and a half of trying until
oh my god.
Now all I have to do is the last 2 jumps and I've made it. And this
Imagine dying right after completing the achievement. That would bullshit in the half. That would been smash your controller on the ground kind of bullshit.
Right here is what I call a joey moment. A moment that doesn't need to happen, but because I'm an absolute dumbass, it had to happen. You see this pixel right here? Yep, I touched that, meaning everything I just did got cancelled. And now I have to make that impossible jump again. I hate my life. But I was finally understanding the jump, and not too
That side. That's side of disappointment. I hate my life. That's a sign of what choices in my life did I make to end up here?
long after, I made it again, and this time I made sure to make it to the very end to finally unlock this achievement. An achievement that only 5.5% of people have is so insane. But after that stress fest, I was ready to
Shit.
my new world. So it's
Only
onwards to
5%.
World 7. It's time for the final platformer achievement, and thank God it's a pretty easy one to do. This achievement can be done in 7-3, where we ride this wiggler for the whole level. If we can collect at least 400 coins while riding on the wiggler, then the achievement will pop. At first I was like, wait, but there's hardly any coins on this level, until I hit this block and popped out a star. When I started running with the star, tons of blue coins started to spawn behind me, and I eventually figured out that if I hit another question mark block while being invincible, then it will spawn another star for me to grab. So I grabbed all 400 coins for the Coin Generator 400 achievement to pop. Now, I will say, World 7 sucks balls. Maybe because I hardly played this world as a kid, so I don't know it that well. But the fact that every level takes
I hated World 7.
I fell so many times.
I played through this entire game as a kid. I fucking hated World 7. I would scream into my fucking pillow. I was like, mother. Well, internally, I was raging. I want to say, motherfucker, so badly.
First playthrough of the world, I only managed to hit 2 flagpoles. 7-5, I bounced off this giant ass bullet bill to hit the top. 2 out of 10. 7-8 had a mini mushroom in the level, so a simple wall jump and it was hit. 2 out of 10. No, that was all the flagpoles I hit on my first run through the world, due to the difficulty of the levels. So I decided to finish up the world and all the coins first. Heading into World 7 Castle, I came across my most hated level design in all of Mario. I'm already not a huge fan of waiting for the stage to move along, as I like to run through the level doing sick parkour. But this level was even worse thanks to these green blocks, which are called snake blocks.
Oh, I hated the snake blocks.
And they move randomly, causing so much stress and patience in one go. Let me know if anyone else hates these snake blocks.
Honestly, I honestly said, whoever's a big idea is this, whoever thought of basically the brain. Basically, I was saying along the lines of, whoever thought of this bullshit Satan level idea, fuck you, fuck your wife, fuck your kids, fuck your mama, fuck your papa, fuck everything in your fucking life.
Anyway, after a couple of attempts, I made it to the boss, Lackey Thunder. And honestly, I think regular Lackey 2s are much worse to deal with. A couple of butt bounces and this guy was toast. I got the achievement Fluffy Clouds for finishing World 7.
Okay.
You might have seen just before I took on the boss this single gold coin. The snake blocks start to fall and they expect you to know this, and that you have to wait and fall in order to jump to grab this coin. It's the last coin I needed for the achievement, so I went back through the castle.
They expect you to know that, yeah.
Golden stars in the sky for collecting all good coins in World 7. Alright, now that that's done, let's hit the rest of the flagpoles in World 7 before we get onto the final world of the playthrough. 7-1 was a bit annoying, as I had to avoid this flame chomp at the ending of the level, while staying on a moving platform, but I took a mini mushroom with me to hit the pole. 4 out of 10. Next up was the ghost house. I hit the secret pole first, thanks to having another mini mushroom. Shoutouts to 1-4 for providing me with so many mini mushrooms for me to get this. A real one. 3 out of 10. Then it was the regular flagpole in the ghost house. This one was a bit annoying as I had to hit this question mark block in order to have a good jump, and I just kept missing. Luckily, the level is probably the shortest one in the game, once you know the right pathway to take.
Yeah.
So, after a few attempts, I hit it. 5 out of 10. 7-2 was a snooze fest, as the whole level has you waiting on this flying platform. 2 out of 10. 7-3 required finding a hidden block, but apart from that, it's a 1 out of 10. For 7-4, I had to travel through this yellow pipe and wall jump in order to hit the pole. 3 out of 10. 7-7 was a pain, as it was a side-scrolling level in the sky. But after surviving the level as Mini Mario, I jumped off a flying Koopa and grabbed the pole. 6 out of 10. 7-6 was another flying Koopa jump. Easy peasy. 1 out of 10. 7-4 secret flagpole required a mini mushroom in order to find it. So, after another quick trip to 1-4, I found the mini pipe and made the flag jump. 7-6
Nice.
flagpole was another flying Koopa jump. Defo a theme going on at this point. 1 out of 10. The final flagpole jump was in 7-5 and was a secret exit. I had to use bomb-oms in the level in order to blow up these blocks to gain access to this pipe. And on the other side was the final World 7 flagpole, to get us the achievement on top of the clouds. Here we are. One final world left and just a few achievements left to get.
Oh my god.
World 8 only has 8 flagpoles, so let's start with those. World 8's levels are pretty difficult, but I definitely struggled with some World 7 levels a bit more, although 8 did have some annoying ones. 8-1 has these annoying crowbars that swoop down to try and take you out. After dying a few times, I baited this giant bullet bill and bounced off it to hit the flagpole. 7 out of 10. After being chased by a giant eel, I made it through this pipe and performed a sick wall jump onto a flying Koopa to hit this pole. 5 out of 10. 8-4 was just a scuttlebug jump. 3 out of 10. 8-6 was a rising lava level, so it had some stress to it, but the flagpole had a trampoline, making it a 3 out of 10. 8-7 was 2 flying Koopa jumps. 2 out of 10. 8-8 might be the most annoying level in this whole game. With the volcanic debris falling everywhere and the kabooms ready to take you out, I got super lucky at the end with the flagpole. 8 out of 10. Before we finish off the flagpoles, let me cover a gold coin that gave me a bunch of trouble in World 8. This should not have been as annoying as it was. So, there's a mini pipe that I need to get into, but the whole level has unlimited scuttlebugs that keep spawning and falling from the top of the screen. My god, I've never been so angry at bugs in my life. After many attempts, I finally made it into the pipe to grab the gold coin. After that, let's get another achievement. This one is Skeeter's Secret. In order to get this achievement, I need to get into a mini pipe in 8-2. While being mini, I can run across the water and make it just in time to get into the pipe, popping the achievement. Let's get the last 2 flagpoles of the playthrough. 8-2 was up next, and was just 2 simple jumps. 2 out of 10. The final flagpole I have to hit in the playthrough is in 8-5. A scurry level to go through while being mini, but once I made it to the end, all it took was one final wall jump, and there it is, on top of the volcanoes. Every single flagpole in the game has now been completed. Insane. We still have a few achievements left to grab to finish up the game, but this was a fun challenge. Having to go through every level multiple times and work out the best way to hit the top of all these flagpoles made the challenge of this game extra fun. But you know what's not extra fun? The second tower in this world having another friggin' snake block level. Ugh, I hate it so much. But we got through, defeated 𝙂𝙗 Jr., which opened up the final castle.
Big goofers.
Let's finish up some stuff before moving on to the final boss of the game. We had almost every coin in the game, and one of the achievements is to spend every coin and use every cannon in previous worlds. So, I went through checking coin signs and firing myself out of cannons to get more progress towards this achievement. Alright, let's take on the final castle of this game. Everything is led up to this. Now, this castle is more of a puzzle than anything. Before taking on the final boss, I wanted to make sure I had all 3 gold coins with me, so that when we finish the level, we also get all the gold coins at the same time. And after spending some time learning what the switches do and where to go, I had all 3 gold coins and made my way to the final boss. The final boss was 𝙂𝙗 Jr. and 𝙂𝙚, but he doesn't look as cool as he does in Smash Bros. Now, I want to say this final boss was super difficult and required me to use all my hours of platforming, surviving, and skill that I've learned throughout this whole playthrough. But I just tossed some fireballs at them both and it was done. Oh, we get a kiss on the ear? Is that it, Peach? Do you understand what I've gone through for you? And that's all I'm gonna get? As the credits roll,
Big
we
oof.
get the
You got cut.
Magmatic Wasteland, Golden Chunks in the Wasteland, and This is Mushroom Kingdom. But don't go anywhere. There are still a couple more achievements to quickly grab. First, we need to spend the rest of our coins. Now that we have finished the game, we get these sick backgrounds for the bottom screen, with the last one being a throwback to the OG Super Mario Bros. After buying them, we get Back to the Plumber Job achievement. Now, on the start screen, if we input the code 𝙂𝙚𝙧𝙖𝙀, we unlock a secret challenge mode. This challenge mode makes it so you can't backtrack on yourself in any level. For finishing a level with the secret challenge mode activated, we get the achievement Remember the Old Times. And now it's time for the final achievement of this playthrough. While hovering over our save game, if we hold LR and press A, we can play the game as Luigi. Now, in order to get the final achievement, we have to play the whole game again as Luigi. Nah, I'm just joking. Imagine, we just have to finish one level as Luigi and the final achievement finally...
You know what they should done? They should change the retro achievements to make sure you get the every achievement twice. No, you get every achievement with both Mario Bros. With both Mario and Luigi.
Pops. And there it is. New Super Mario...
Before multiplayer. Did I see this before? Oh yeah, now I remember. I think we were watching this earlier, like the other day. So we can finish off the stream watching this.
This achievement should have popped, and they both got ruined due to this Shy Guy being in the wrong place at the wrong time. After an hour and 15 minutes of learning this level, here is the final time trial of the playthrough. Backwards and perform a long jump to make it over to the red coin section, while defeating Lakitu at the same time. Matt follows not too long after, as the second carpet ride is much faster to get to. I somehow managed to grab all of the blue coins just in time from the wall jumping, and grab as many red coins as possible. Matt carries on riding the carpet all the way up. He then takes the left route while I grab the final red coin needed for now. By performing another long jump, I can now head on over to the obstacle course, and do my absolute best to avoid the bitch of a Shy Guy. Again, he almost ruins the run, but I managed to land back on the ground. Taking the course, I ended up grabbing a bunch more coins, and Matt is now on the ship at the very top, and by taking out a bob-omb, we pop the achievement Coin Rush in Rainbow Ride. The final time trial gets placed in the This is Bad section, between the waiting for the carpet ride, horrible blue coin switch, and the now dead Shy Guy. It just about manages to stay out of the Friendship Killer section. Alright, we're done, right? Wait, why do we only have 119 stars? That final time trial was supposed to pop the final one. Maybe we have to defeat Bowser again for the final star? Alright, so me and Matt made our way all the way through the annoying Bowser course again. Spent some time throwing him around, and right at the end, didn't get a star. What are we missing here? We checked through all of the stars, and it turns out we are missing one secret castle star. It's on the friggin' slide level of all places. The reason we didn't get this before is because you need to finish the slide with a time less than 21 seconds. It all comes down to this. After collecting 119 stars, taking on insane hitless boss challenges, stupid hard time trials, learning every corner of this damn castle, and honestly, just having a great time together. A huge thanks to Matt for putting up with this insane co-op playthrough. We managed to go down the final slide in 20 seconds to pop the final star and achievement of the playthrough. More fun together. Finally mastering Super Mario 64 split screen multiplayer. If you enjoyed, be sure to check
Your Bros runtime. Oh my goodness. You know what? You know what? Maybe one day I'll grab one of my friends. We do couch co-op Super Mario 64 multiplayer, and we'll have like and use a spare PC and have like quickly set up OBS and recording whatnot, and just have at it. Probably will do that. We will do that one day. I'm not sure with who or whatnot, but yeah. Just remember to remind me one day, chat. Remind me somehow. But I think we're gonna end off the stream here. There you go. But yeah, chat. Oh, let me reset my mom. There you go. But yeah, that's pretty much gonna be it for the live stream. I don't want to say it. As for the coding part, I was actually surprised at some bits of it, and like I was brainstorming, hey, how can I use this for this bit in my codes in the future? And like um I just gonna practice slowly implementing parts of it. Like first phase of my practice is just recreating stuff. Second phase is gonna be well, first phase is be recreating from memory. Second phase is gonna be implementing uh implementing certain parts in my own code, and then troubleshooting, which is gonna take a bit longer. Then third phase is usually be generally mastering each and every bit, which is gonna take even longer, but eventually it'll all be worth it. And when I start something, I don't stop until I master it, which is also why I became wise enough to just choose a selected amount, maybe maximum 3. So my 3 is gonna be digital art, programming, and 3D modeling in Blender. And that is that I definitely enjoyed enjoyed myself today, and I enjoyed talking with every single one of you. You all of you all of you together make me genuinely happy. Even if it's just one person that's sticking around, that makes me that just does that just does wonders. That being said, I want to say thank you everyone for joining today's stream. My name is Brandon Blitz. I'm a variety streamer. I stream lots of video games, ChatGPT, as well as I do programming practice and draw art as well. And I started 3D modeling, but I'm just gonna wait a bit until I am more comfortable with the layout of Blender and be more comfortable as soon as I figure out and remember the control every single bit of how Blender works and the controls and whatnot. Probably like more closer to mastering it, I will start streaming 3D modeling and whatnot. That being said, let's say thank you everyone for basically just being here. And make sure to everyone subscribe to everyone who's on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe, and everyone else on every other platform, including Twitch. Make sure you follow. And as well as on Twitch, we do have subscription tiers, so feel free to pitch in if you want. If you want to do just one time, like with donation and whatnot, we do have stream elements. You could do exclamation point tip, and then stream elements will pop up with the link and whatnot. That being said, I'm gonna be spending the rest of the night relaxing and just overall just chilling. And that being said, and I want to say thank you everyone. Just thank you everyone for being here. And if I one day become your Oshi, or if that somehow is already the case, it's an honor. It's a big honor. That being said, I gotta get going now with Blitzies. Bye bye, matinee.